As soon as they stepped out of the cottage, the two old kings found themselves face to face with Arya. They almost stumbled, but they forced themselves to stay composed. The earlier warning from Angus echoed in their minds. "Have a blessed night, Empress," they muttered hastily before hurrying away. Arya raised an eyebrow, watching their backs as they scurried off like frightened children. Feeling puzzled, she entered the bedroom of the cottage, where Angus was waiting patiently. "Ethan, why were they here at this hour? They were acting as if I'm some kind of monster," Arya asked, settling beside him. Angus chuckled, clearly amused at the thought of their panic. "They came to discuss an important deal about the throne. Nothing too significant. Perhaps I should grant your family a kingdom to rule as well, or it might help maintain control more effectively," Angus said as he gently pulled Arya onto his lap. She smelled fresh and natural, her skin glowing softly as if she'd just bathed before coming in. Arya shrugged. "Do as you wish. But tell me, when are you going back?" "I'd like to meet her," she said through gritted teeth. Angus was amused and replied, "I'll go back once I win the Cairo's Emperor's seat. I've already informed Bello about it." "Just be at ease, Arya." "She's not that bad though." "Of course, she's a bit naughty." "She's working hard alongside my clone as well." As he answered, Angus pinned her down. Arya felt a wave of heat but still asked seductively, "Am I not as hard-working as her?" "Yes, you are, my Empress," he replied seductively near her ears. At midnight, Arya and Angus seemed to be sound asleep, entangled with each other, undisturbed and without a care. Whoosh! Suddenly, Angus' eyes shot open, sensing unusual movements nearby. He stood up slowly, instantly alert. It was astonishing enough that someone could come this close without triggering his supreme hunter's senses. Activating all-seeing sovereign, he spotted 7 shadowy figures approaching the cottage, even bypassing the general's alertness. Using appraisal, Angus identified them as top-tier assassins with transcendental power. Their deadliness was beyond doubt. Angus was about to intervene, but an unexpected individual entered the fray, exuding unshakable conviction. Angus smirked, pleased by the turn of events. He decided to wait patiently for the right moment to act. The 7 shadowy figures moved skillfully through the darkness, their eyes gleaming with predatory hunger. Yet, curiously, no killing intent leaked from them. Their art of concealing tracks and executing silent maneuvers was flawless, far surpassing even the elite Silvermoon clan. These were true creatures of the night, embarking on a mission deemed impossible. Suddenly, there was a whooshing sound, and a giant shadow was seen on the sky. They paused and looked at the sky and saw a huge giant human's foot descending on them with incredible speed. Boom! The assassins moved away from getting crushed under the giant but panicked nonetheless. "SHT, we are caught. Let's escape." They took out a few teleportation scrolls to leave instantly. But then something unexpected happened. "What's happening?" Their panicked voices rose. The scrolls burned, but they were not teleported. They looked at each other, masking each other's nervousness. "Oh, we have guests." "What a surprise." "But why are they in such a hurry to leave?" Angus arrived before them from the shadows, his figure radiating bone-chilling coldness. Quinn, in his Titan form, was beside him as well, but his posture was humble before Angus. Quinn remained silent, letting Angus speak, and he was sure these assassins couldn't escape either in his emperor's presence. He could have been defeated against the assassins, but he stood out bravely to warn others. Surprisingly, Quinn was the one who noticed their infiltration because of his incredible inherent skill from the ancient Titan bloodline. "The space here is locked, leader," one of the assassins whispered in the leader's ears. The assassin leader was surprised, looked at their target with extreme vigilance. The information of the new emperor's incredible skills was true after all. Not only that, Angus looked overpowered in every aspect. Angus's calm eyes, playful smirk, and confident aura told it all. The leader signaled others to leave as he found no confidence in defeating the rebellious emperor. Instantly, they transformed into their shadow forms, making a grave mistake in that moment. Quinn was about to act, while Angus activated Shadow Monarch's dominion and his command reached into the world of shadows. "Come back," Angus commanded. Instants after, The 7 assassins were forcefully dragged away in their shadow form right before Angus. Quinn paused midair and looked at Angus with a dumbfounded gaze. Quinn found his Emperor's skills to be unfathomable and uncountable. The assassins found themselves restricted in their shadow form even after trying to escape with all their might. "So, the Dragon Emperor sent you personally?" "That was a little unexpected," Angus said, looking intrigued. The assassins were stunned silent by the casual revelation of their employer, who had hired them specifically to execute the new, rising, rebellious emperor. They were a notorious group of assassins, famed for their 100% loyalty and unbreakable code of never revealing their employer's identity. So how did the new emperor uncover it so easily? "The Dragon Emperor?" General Leon's voice, filled with apprehension, echoed in the night. The 3 generals finally became aware of the source of the disturbance. They turned their wary gazes toward the 7 shadowy figures, feeling a pang of shame that the assassins has managed to slip past their surveillance. "Yes, the Dragon Emperor." "However unexpected it might be, it's true," Angus confirmed, his tone calm but resolute. He had no more to say after learning their identities and their goal. General Felix's incredulous voice broke the tension. "And here I was expecting this from Emperor Kairos." Truly a surprise. Angus focused on the task at hand. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Angus touched the foreheads of the assassins, instantly taking control of their minds using the Shadow Monarch's influence on the weaker soul. The assassins immediately knelt before him, now viewing Angus as their lord and god. They had become nothing more than loyal slaves. "Go, survey the area, and inform me if anyone else dares to infiltrate," Angus commanded the shadow assassins. This action increased their transcendental powerhouses to 12, a significant boost to their army. When morning came, the Liberation Empire started its march toward the Skyfall Kingdom with full momentum. The army consisted of nearly 18 million soldiers, 10 million from Angus' personal army, 3 million from the Skyfall Kingdom, now branded under the Liberation Empire, and 5 million from the Aranese Kingdom. The remaining troops from the Aranese Kingdom stayed behind to guard their homeland alongside the Northern Duke. The 3 generals joined Angus as part of the expedition. The massive army was divided into 2 main sections, air troops and ground troops, which included allied forces from the 2 kingdoms. The air troops soared through the skies aboard 5 massive flying warships, wyverns, and other flying beasts. The ground troops comprised foot soldiers, cavalry, and war carriages, advancing in perfect coordination. They marched in unison, like swarms of bats in the sky and ants on the ground. Angus, Arya, Drake, Yona, and the 3 generals led the army from the very front, riding aboard a slightly larger warship in the sky. Surprisingly, Princess Delilah was also on the same ship, positioned just behind them. She appeared casual despite knowing about her rejection by the Emperor. But only she knew what was going on in her mind. Perhaps she was trying to prove something, or maybe it was a pursuit of honor and glory that drove her to join the war. The army moved swiftly, and within nearly an hour, they had reached the border of the Skyfall Kingdom. Angus could already see a defensive line set up 10 kilometers away from their position. Angus turned back. "Be ready, everyone. Their numbers may look large, but our courage will lead us to victory," Angus said, addressing the others. They had initially been worried about the enemy's numbers, but after Angus' words, they began deploying their plan of attack. Sometimes, numbers don't represent everything, just like the unstoppable force of their emperor. The generals took command of the war while Angus activated all his senses to an extreme level, staying alert for any potential ambush. Arya stood beside him, concentrating deeply to enhance her nature powers. She wanted to help Angus even more. Angus noticed her efforts but said nothing, but he appreciated each of her hard efforts. Who knows, perhaps she might even surpass him one day. Angus focused intently on the battle ahead. "Prepare the magic cannons," General Leon commanded through his communication device, his voice sharp and clear. As the warships reached firing range, the 5 massive vessels prepared their formidable magical cannons. Crews of several people loaded the black cannonballs into the chambers, straining under their immense weight and destructive potential. Late the previous night, Angus had personally infused the cannonballs with chaos energy, increasing their destructive power exponentially. Set the targets. Wait for my command to fire, General Leon ordered, keeping the crews on edge. Moments later, assessing the urgency, he finally shouted, and fire. Leon's command echoed across the sky. The ship's mechanisms roared to life as the massive cannons discharged their payload with thunderous booms. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 multicolored cannonballs, each at least 25 meters in radius, hurtled toward the ground with tremendous velocity, enhanced by both their initial force and gravity. On the enemy's side, massive magical shields sprang to life, shimmering with power, as their caster stood behind them with pride and arrogance. The defenders were confident in their ability to block the cannon's balls, dismissing the warships as mere middle-class threats. But they had no idea that this time, they were facing an entirely different level of destruction. With a flash of multicolored light, the cannonballs detonated just before making contact with the transparent shields. What? Rumble, rumble. The shield caster's eyes widened in horror as catastrophe unfolded above them. The explosions released waves of destructive chaos energy, instantly reducing the defenders beneath the shields to mincemeat, to ashes, dust to dust. When the dust settled, all that remained was charred ground, a grim reminder of the destruction that had claimed hundreds of thousands of lives. The first round of the attack had been a resounding success, and the Liberation Empire stood victorious. Despite their superior numbers, the Cairo's Imperial Army suffered a significant and demoralizing loss. Damn it! A frustrated commander growled, exhaling a cloud of smoke from his cigar as he stood amidst the rain triggered by the explosions. How can their cannons be so strong, despite their warships being middle class? He muttered, confusion evident in his voice. Commander, should we call in our high-class fleet now? A high-ranking official suggested, grinning wickedly behind him. They'll crush those mid-class warships in no time. Yes, give them the signal. The commander snapped. His face twisted with disdain as he spat on the ground. Not one of those rebel bastards should be left alive. Not even their so-called emperor, bloody savior, my foot. His voice grew louder as he added with fervor, only our emperor is mighty. Kill Ether. No, Zero, the enemy warships are approaching, General Leon reminded, his ocean blue eyes reflecting the distant fleet. Yes, I can see that, General, and from the looks of it, our ships aren't enough to match them, are they? Angus asked, his piercing gaze locked onto the enemy warships advancing steadily. The enemy's fleet was already double the size of their own, and in terms of quantity as well. If the dwarves had been present, their army would have had access to higher-class flying battleships capable of evening the odds. But, unfortunately, that wasn't possible at the moment. Angus had already tasked his clone with locating the culprit responsible for the disappearance of the ancient dwarves. General Leon clenched his fists, frustration etched on his face as he replied, yes, Your Majesty. Not only are their warships superior in number, but their ground cavalry and Magi-Mesh technology also surpass ours in strength. Suddenly, Arya's eyes snapped open, and she said confidently, I can take care of the ground vehicles, Ethan. You should go and handle the warships. She had a confident aura, as if she had received new enlightenment. All right, I have confidence in you, Arya, Angus said gently. Then he turned to General Leon. General, let's proceed with the plan the Empress suggested, he said, expecting a nod of approval. General Leon looked between the enemy's disaster-class warships and Angus. In his mind's eye, Zero's figure was replaced by the image of a massive black dragon, one even larger and more fearsome than the looming disaster ahead. It's perfect, but be careful. I will lead the army for now, Leon replied firmly, his confidence in Angus unwavering. He believed that Angus could destroy the disaster-class warships. Angus, pleased with Leon's support, moved to depart. His gaze then fell on Quinn, who was standing nearby, awaiting his personal order. Quinn, go and protect your empress. Once the war is over, you will get your meal, Angus commanded, his voice firm yet calm, as he flawlessly revealed his regal dragon wings in human form. Quinn, amazed at the sight of the magnificent wings, didn't forget to bow in respect. Your wish is my command, "Your Imperial Highness," Quinn declared. Though he deeply wished to join Angus in battle, Quinn knew he was not yet strong enough to face the Transcendentals, even in his ancient Titan form. Swoosh! Angus soared through the sky, extending his hand into the space nearby. With a ripple of energy, he summoned his Godslayer weapon from the pocket dimension, gripping it tightly as it gleamed ominously under the morning light. Arya watched his confident silhouette slicing through the heavens, her resolve hardening. "Sister, take us to the ground." "We should fight alongside the ground troops," Drake reminded, his voice steady with purpose. Delilah and Yona stepped forward, ready to accompany her. Arya's gaze shifted to Quinn, who was nervously fidgeting, clearly uneasy about the altitude. Quinn, stranded 1,000 meters above the ground, was helpless. He would be reduced to a mangled mess if he attempted to jump from the flying ship without any flying-related skills. He sighed inwardly, lamenting that he hadn't yet acquired such abilities from the others since his arrival. Arya couldn't help but smile at his plight. With a wave of her hand, her mysterious nature powers surged, summoning 3 large, majestic birds. "Get on," she instructed to Quinn as well. Quinn looked flattered by the Empress' thoughtfulness. Quinn and the others climbed atop the summoned birds. Quinn, grateful yet awkward, found himself seated behind the armored Princess Delilah, who looked battle-ready, radiating the aura of a fearless knight. "Be a man, Quinn," he muttered under his breath repeatedly, sitting as rigidly as possible, careful not to touch her. After all, what if she was a future wife candidate for his emperor? Besides, Quinn already had someone dear in his heart. Princess Delilah remained silent, her gaze distant as if lost in thought. With Arya's firm command, the summoned birds dove gracefully toward the battlefield, their descent observed by the sharp eyes of the generals above. On the enemy's side. "Captain, someone is approaching from the enemy's side," a cautious soldier reported, his voice tinged with urgency. The stern-looking captain stood on the deck of the warship, exuding confidence and pride. His sharp gaze scanned the skies, scrutinizing the lone figure heading toward them. At first, he dismissed the approaching figure as some desperate fool, recklessly attempting a futile attack. But as the distance closed, clarity broke through the stormy wind and rain, aided by his transcendental senses. The captain's expression shifted abruptly to one of alarm. "That's the rebel emperor, you fools!" he bellowed, his voice booming across the deck. "Shoot him down. Pierce him apart. Let's see." "Menas, what are the chances of a surprise ambush by the Kairos Imperial Army?" Angus asked. Menas calculated flawlessly and replied, "I would say it's 90%, Master. The Kairos Emperor has likely anticipated your next move. He may have already deployed additional troops to ambush you." Angus looked thoughtful. "Yes, I expected as much. But the question is, how many troops could they possibly send?" "Sorry, Master. I can't provide an exact number, but it's possible their forces could triple the size of their current army if Emperor Kairos is taking you seriously," Manas responded. Angus frowned briefly at the numbers, but soon a confident grin crossed his face. "More numbers mean more resources. And me growing even stronger. Let me obliterate these people first, and then we'll think about dealing them." Angus brandished his sword, transforming it into a colossal axe nearly 500 meters long. Under the astonished eyes of the enemy, the towering axe hovered above his fingertips as if defying all logic. Gripping the enormous weapon with his comparatively small hand, Angus activated Divine Power Boost, multiplying his stats by 5. This, combined with the raw power of the weapon itself, elevated his total stats to nearly 200,000. His overwhelming aura surged like a tidal wave, sending shivers of fear through the enemy ranks while filling his own army with awe and admiration. "Oh my God! What kind of weapon is that?" The crew aboard the first enemy ship froze in terror, paralyzed by the raw energy radiating from the union of Aegis and Angus. "Fouquet, evacuate! Evacuate immediately, you fools!" The captain's desperate roar echoed across the deck as he watched the massive axe begin its descent with unstoppable force. He knew without a doubt that their disaster-class ship's defenses would crumble under such an attack. Time was running out, and panic gripped the soldiers. Some jumped in panic, leaping overboard to escape the inevitable doom, while others were not fast enough to avoid their fate. The colossal axe descended, creating a cataclysmic explosion across the disaster-class ships as it cleaved through the first vessel with devastating force, splitting it in half. Angus wasn't finished. He swung the weapon once more, each motion as precise as it was devastating, targeting the remaining ships that posed a threat to his army. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the warships were obliterated, their numbers reduced to 2. Amid the chaos, 2 ordinary Transcendentals dared to confront the massive axe directly. However, their efforts were in vain, as they were crushed and reduced to a gruesome mush of blood and flesh under its overwhelming power. Strength +1, agility +0.5, defense +1, strength +2, agility +1.5, defense +3, strength +1. Angus stood amidst the destruction, absorbing the essence of annihilation to bolster his strength through Omnidevour. The colossal axe shrank back into its sword form and returned to its sheath after obliterating all the warships. As the absorption completed, Angus turned his gaze toward the frustrated and enraged Transcendentals on the opposing side. There were at least 20 of them, a formidable number in any sense, but they seemed hesitant to approach after witnessing such an overwhelming display of power. Angus surmised they were likely waiting for reinforcements, probably more allied Imperial forces. "If you're done waiting for help, shall we begin our battle?" Angus taunted, mocking their reluctance. His words struck a nerve, and some of the Transcendentals visibly bristled with rage. "No, number. Not now. Wait a few seconds, please." One of them suddenly pleaded, his tone shamelessly desperate. Several of his companions touched their foreheads in embarrassment, ashamed of his groveling. Angus was amused by the scene but knew he couldn't afford to waste any more time. Angus whooshed, instantly appearing beside one of the Transcendentals. His hand shot out, clutching the enemy's throat and rendering them immobile. The sheer terror of death reflected in the man's wide eyes as he faced Angus' emotionless gaze up close. "Spara." Before he could finish pleading, a black hole formed above his head, and he was instantly devoured. Strength +200, agility +201, defense +230, origin mana +3000. You have gained a new skill, Starfall Cataclysm, SS. You have gained a new skill, Eternal Ice Barrier, SS. You have gained a new skill, Tiebreaker Annihilation Sword/SS. The rest of the lower rank skills have been assimilated with Universal Synthesis to level up. Angus, having finished devouring the first Transcendental, turned toward the others who were already gathering around, preparing to use the Kairos Divine Fusion Sword. Seeing this, his eyes glinted with cold determination to kill. Without hesitation, Angus rushed forward, his sword glowing as he cut through them one by one, his movements space-tearing and precise. Each strike was deadly, each foe falling with no chance to retaliate. As he killed, he devoured their essence, feeling his physical stats surge. Strength +250, agility +220, defense +270. With each Transcendental slain, Angus absorbed more power. He felt the raw energy of his enemies flow into him, empowering his body and soul. The skills he gained from his fallen foes fused together, increasing his abilities further. Angus focused on assimilating the lesser skills while holding on to the SS rank ones for versatility. He knew that the more powerful skills would be essential in the coming battles, but for now, his strength was growing exponentially. His bloodlust was harrowing, and the battlefield became a playground to his unrelenting desire to crush anyone who dared to oppose him. The enemies who once stood tall were now reduced to nothing, their strength and pride swallowed by the godlike force he had become. On the ground below, Arya, like a merciless goddess, already immobilized the enemy horse carriages and disrupted the imposing cavalry using her command over nature. Trees and plants emerged instantly at her will, weaving through the battlefield and performing her bidding. Her nature influence had grown to an astonishing degree, transforming the terrain within a 2,000 meter radius into a lush, green domain under her control. Hundreds of thousands of enemies were injured or killed as the living vegetation ensnared, crushed, and impaled them with merciless precision. Amidst this field of green and life, Arya stood, her shining white hair flowing gracefully, and her radiant emerald green eyes gleaming with an ethereal charm. She appeared heavenly, a vision of divine beauty, yet her actions toward her enemies were no less ruthless than Angus. Meanwhile, the three generals engaged in fierce battles with S-rank and higher-ranked opponents. Though formidable, they avoided clashing with the strongest enemies, as Angus was already annihilating them single-handedly. For liberation, for peace. For Emperor Zero. The Liberation Empire was riding a wave of high spirits, their morale soaring as they pressed their advantage. In stark contrast, the Kairos Imperial Army faltered with every moment, their numbers dwindling and despair spreading through their ranks like wildfire. So that's the power of the rebel emperor? He is indeed a gluttonous one. But who is that girl? From afar, at the edge of the battlefield, an old elf muttered in astonishment and puzzlement. Beside him stood another elf, or a middle-aged man with a regal demeanor. He observed the clash between the two empires with equal interest. Strangely, their forms flickered between tangible and intangible, as if they weren't truly present in the vicinity of the battlefield, yet their gaze pierced through every corner of the chaos. Even Angus, with his heightened senses and extraordinary abilities, failed to detect their prying eyes on the battlefield. The middle-aged elf, dressed in royal attire, answered the old man's musings with a sly tone. Perhaps she is his life partner. Shall we take her away to ensure the rebel emperor's obedience to the demi-human empire? Your Imperial Majesty. The old elf, revealed as the emperor of the demi-human empire, stroked his long silver beard thoughtfully, his piercing golden eyes glinting with calculation. An interesting suggestion, he murmured, stroking his beard. But let us wait. Observe her power closely. Her aura feels extraordinarily pure, or perhaps even purer than that of our mother tree. The middle-aged elf, Rindle, nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, Your Imperial Majesty. This lady seems to possess a lineage of remarkable purity. If she could establish a connection with our mother tree in Amriel's absence, it would be a boon beyond measure. The old emperor's eyes narrowed with intrigue, but he soon shifted his focus. By the way, Rindle, how did Emperor Kairos respond to our proposal for an alliance? Did he seek our help to deal with this rebel emperor? Rindle shook his head. No, Your Imperial Majesty. He is far too arrogant. He insisted that he doesn't need our help and claimed he would deal with the rebel emperor personally. The old emperor's expression darkened, his displeasure evident. Foolishness. These young rulers do not understand the burden of proper governance. Arrogance blinds them to reason. He paused, a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. Very well. Let us watch and see how Emperor Kairos handles this foe. It will be an instructive lesson in the folly of pride. Ha ha. Rindle smirked faintly. Perhaps when the dust settles, he will regret underestimating us, Your Imperial Majesty. The old emperor gave a curt nod, his attention returning to the battlefield. We're losing the war, Commander. One soldier cried, his voice shaking with fear. Where are the additional troops that Emperor Kairos promised? Another demanded, his tone laced with desperation. Commander, why don't we call back our soldiers until they arrive? We can't stop the rebel emperor unless our emperor intervenes personally. Inside one of the enemy watchtowers, panic and despair gripped the imperial officials as they watched their forces crumble under the might of the rebel emperor. The watchtower commander furrowed his brows, his patience wearing thin. Shut up, all of you. He barked. Don't act like cowards. I've received word that Emperor Kairos will personally lead the reinforcements this time. So quit your whining. The officials exchanged relieved glances, their panic subsiding. Really? Thank the heavens. One exclaimed. Ha ha. With our emperor's power, that bastard will finally get what he deserves. He'll pay for killing our seniors. Another growled, clenching his fists in anger. Suddenly, a distinct buzzing noise echoed across the battlefield. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The soldiers glanced ahead, confusion replacing their relief. Huh? Look over there. One shouted, pointing toward the horizon. Through the haze of smoke and rain, a massive army emerged, their banners unmistakable. The additional imperial troops are here. A wave of laughter and cheers swept through the watchtower. Ha ha. Our emperor has brought reinforcements, sir, so many of them. We're definitely going to win this one. I was worried for nothing. Now let's see how that rebel emperor handles this. Another jeered, his confidence returning. The commander, however, remained silent, his eyes narrowing as he observed the approaching troops. Something about the timing felt too perfect, too convenient. But he pushed the thought aside. For now, the reinforcements were their salvation, or so they thought. Just after finishing off the last of the Transcendentals, Angus squinted against the battlefield's distant horizon. His sharp eyes caught sight of the massive Imperial reinforcements that had surrounded their Liberation Army. The sheer size of the enemy forces now dwarfed their own. Warships loomed in the sky like predatory shadows, and countless ground troops swarmed, the clash of their armor echoing ominously. The scene was grimmer, an overwhelming tide of soldiers now exceeding the Liberation Army by threefold. "Ethan, what should we do?" Arya's worried voice carried through the chaos, reaching him amidst the turmoil. Angus turned his head slightly, his gaze falling to Arya, who was valiantly fighting against the surging Imperial ground forces. She was surrounded, her domain of nature working tirelessly to hold back the enemy, but the sudden increase in their numbers was putting immense strain on her abilities. "Do as planned, Arya," Angus responded, his voice calm yet firm, his unyielding confidence cutting through her rising fear. "Take care of yourself out there." The gentleness in his tone reached her ears even as the chaos of battle raged around them. Arya clenched her fists, her emerald eyes shimmering with determination. "Understood," she shouted back, summoning a wave of thorny vines to impale the advancing soldiers. Angus turned his attention back to the Imperial forces. His expression darkened as his fingers hovered over the hilt of his sword. "So, the Kairos Empire thinks numbers alone can win this war?" he muttered to himself, a small, dangerous smirk curling at the edge of his lips. "Let's see how long that arrogance lasts." "Sacred Chiron's blessing." Angus raised his hand, instantly enveloping all his soldiers in a radiant white glow. "Wow, I feel so strong all of a sudden." "Amazing. This must be the work of our Emperor." The soldiers of the Liberation Empire gazed at Angus in awe, feeling their strength increase tenfold in every aspect: magical power, mental fortitude, and physical capabilities. Angus turned his attention to the approaching fleet of flying warships, their numbers totaling 30 disaster-class vessels. It was an overwhelming force compared to their own. Yet, Angus stood alone, firm in air, his expression unshaken. Confidence radiated from him, born from the unwavering belief in his own strength to emerge victorious. Raising his blade, now humming with unbridled chaos energy, Angus prepared to unleash devastation once more. He would face them alone, and no one could stop him from winning. His floating figure, exuding unshakable conviction as he prepared to face so many enemies at once, earned him admiration from everyone present. The three generals were engrossed in their own battles, yet they couldn't help but glance skyward at Angus from time to time. His unwavering resolve reminded them of the indomitable spirit their emperor carried at this moment. Even their own confidence would have wavered in the position he now held. Angus' small frame, dwarfed by the massive warships looming before him, was a sight that made onlookers marvel at the sheer will it took to face such overwhelming odds. It was a will so unyielding, so unkillable, that it stood firm even in the face of certain death. Chaotic Maelstrom, SS. Angus swung his sword in a powerful arc, creating a buzzing sphere of swirling chaos energy. Whoosh! With a single motion, the chaotic maelstrom hurled forward, racing toward the approaching ships. Boo! Buzz, buzz, buzz. The energy sphere struck the first ship, unimpeded, and erupted into a massive tornado of chaos. Before everyone's astonished gaze, the tornado grew rapidly, expanding to a colossal height of 6,000 meters, reaching from the ground to the clouds. Its destructive power was unmatched, ripping apart everything in its path. "Oh God! What is this power?" Enemy soldiers on the ground froze in terror, staring in awe at the towering maelstrom of chaos that now dominated the battlefield. It was then that they realized the rebel emperor was finally showing his true might. The deafening sound of creaking ships filled the air, mixed with the terrified screams of those on board. The chaotic maelstrom showed no mercy, disintegrating the massive warships and swallowing their crews into oblivion. Angus smirked, pleased with the power of his new class skill. But his expression darkened when he saw the chaotic maelstrom suddenly lose its effect and cease to exist. What happened? Look here, you ant. Suddenly, a sneer came from right behind Angus, just a breath away. Bang! Before Angus could respond, he was instantly smashed by the opponent's broadsword. It was only thanks to Angus' quick reaction that the sword didn't pierce him. However, the force behind the hit was immense. He felt his bones shake as he plummeted downward like a meteor. Boom! Under everyone's worried eyes, Angus crashed to the ground like a blazing fireball, creating a deafening impact. The earth shook, and so did the hearts of everyone present. Just a moment ago, the new emperor had been dominating the battlefield like an unstoppable menace. Who was this new force that appeared out of nowhere and struck Angus so fiercely? Arya's knuckles turned white as she witnessed Angus being hurt. She rushed forward desperately to save him, a white shadow streaking across the battlefield. The three generals and shadow assassins were engaged in a fierce battle against higher-level transcendentals. They were injured and outnumbered due to the enemy reinforcements. It was only thanks to Angus' blessing that they could hold their ground and match the power of the high-level transcendentals. However, they immediately recognized the new, dominating presence. Ah, that's His Excellency, Emperor Kairos himself. One of Kairos' soldiers shouted excitedly, despite his battered and bloodied state. Hell yeah! Finally, that devilish menace is going to get what he deserves. How dare he devour our brothers? Another soldier yelled, his eyes burning with fury. The cheers of the Kairos Empire's soldiers echoed across the battlefield, their morale surging as they shouted, "We're saved." In stark contrast, the soldiers of the Liberation Empire felt their spirits waver, a shadow of doubt creeping into their resolve. Angus slowly stood, wincing as he felt the sharp pain of a few broken ribs. Brushing off the dust and ashes clinging to him, he activated his Phoenix Resurgence skill, instantly healing his injuries and returning his body to peak condition. Raising his gaze, Angus spotted a man in a royal golden robe floating in the sky, exuding disdain and annoyance. It was Emperor Kairos. The young-looking emperor, appearing to be in his early 30s, was handsome and muscular, wielding a massive sword in one hand. However, the arrogant smirk plastered across his face marred his beauty, turning admiration into contempt. Angus narrowed his eyes, analyzing Kairos' status. He discovered that the emperor was at level 340, with overwhelmingly high stat points that exceeded his own. Kairos' skills were all sword-focused, including devastating sword fusion techniques. It was clear this would be a hard fight, but Angus felt confident in his ability to prevail if he gave his all. Just as Angus prepared to transform into his abyssal blazing dragon form, his gaze was drawn to Emperor Kairos' dangerous smirk. The emperor had locked his eyes on Arya, who was rushing across the battlefield. Buzz! With a deafening roar, Kairos dove from the sky, tearing through the sound barrier with his massive broadsword, aiming to strike Arya. The vicious grin on his face sent a chill through the air. Angus' face darkened, gripping Aegis tightly in his hand. Divine Halo, SS. Tiebreaker Annihilation Sword, SS. A radiant aura exploded around Angus, illuminating the battlefield as he leapt into action to intercept the Emperor's attack. Divine Halo surged through Angus, amplifying his raw strength fivefold. Simultaneously, his sword blazed with annihilation energy, imbuing it with devastating power capable of ignoring the strength disparity of any foe below the god level. Each step across the spatial fabric was a desperate race against time to save Arya. "I will show you true despair, you ant," Emperor Kairos sneered, increasing his speed. His confidence in reaching Arya first grew with every passing second. Angus' heart skipped a beat, but he forced himself to stay calm. He knew he needed more than just speed to match the Emperor's pace. Drawing upon his mana reserves, he focused entirely on comprehending the laws of space, a gamble that seemed like the only viable option. His mastery over the spatial laws was at a meager 0.15%, despite his prior attempts to use them more frequently. But now, desperation and unshakable willpower spurred his mind to operate at an unprecedented pace. Manas had also increased his comprehension speed by many times. The world seemed to slow around him, every fraction of a second stretching into an eternity. His thoughts became a flurry of calculations and insights, driven solely by his resolve to protect Arya. Space law comprehension plus 0.03, plus 0.05, plus 0.02. A broken bar. In that fleeting moment, his comprehension began to soar at an extraordinary rate. When it reached 1%, Angus felt a monumental shift within himself. His connection to the spatial fabric deepened, granting him newfound mastery over its intricacies and the ability to manipulate quantum entanglements with far greater precision. With this heightened comprehension, his steps now spanned 10 times the distance they had before. In a flash, Angus appeared at Arya's side, just as Emperor Kairo's massive sword was about to strike her back. Flash! With a blinding burst of energy, Angus raised Aegis, intercepting the deadly blow in the nick of time. Arya stood frozen, stunned by Angus' sudden appearance in front of her. She had no idea of the intense exchange of speed and power that had just transpired. Unaware that someone had been moments away from ending her life, she blinked in confusion, trying to piece together what had happened. While she remained puzzled, Angus stood firm, shielding her from the destructive energy unleashed by the collision. The force rippled outward like waves across a stormy sea, tearing through the air and ground with an intensity that left deep scars in the battlefield. Arya, Angus said, his voice steady despite the chaos around them. Don't come close until I am done. But no one thing, today's victory will be ours. Okay. Arya nodded reluctantly, but the next moment, she disappeared from the spot completely through a spatial portal far away. Angus turned his attention to Emperor Kairos, who seemed displeased. The Liberation Empire's condition was dire, with almost 10% of the soldiers having fallen to the enemy's hand, despite the boost from Angus. The enemy's numbers were overwhelming, and their strength far greater, so the situation was only natural. The generals were in terrible condition. Bloodied and battered. General Martin had even lost his left hand while defending. General Leon, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Angus' figure, clung to a shred of hope. Come on, you're the only one who can do this, Zero. He roared silently in his mind. He wasn't afraid of death but feared losing. Angus had given him the vision of a world free from war, a dream of prosperity. It was a vision he now held close to his heart. Arya was positioned at a far corner of the battlefield, channeling her nature-based powers to aid their army by saving lives in critical moments. The desperation in her eyes was evident as she gave everything she had, delving deep into the essence of the world in search of something elusive. Yet, it was proving to be one of the hardest challenges she had ever faced. Oh, the rebel emperor is already losing? I thought he would be a real challenge. Truly disappointing, Rindle remarked, shaking his head in disapproval. The old elf emperor disagreed, his voice carrying a weight of wisdom. No, Rindle, that young man hasn't given up yet. Look closely at his face. Rindle, puzzled, turned his attention to Angus. He observed carefully as the old emperor's profound words reached his ears. His face may seem indifferent, but look deeper. There's a confident smirk, a devilish glint concealed beneath his calm facade. People like him are the most dangerous. You never know when they'll reveal their true strength. The old emperor's words sent a chill down Rindle's spine, as it perfectly described the enigmatic presence of Angus. Both of them felt a deep sense of foreboding, as if something horrifying and unexpected was about to unfold at any moment. Angus' patience was wearing thin as he observed the dire condition of his army while listening to Kairo's incessant, disdainful rambling. Are you done? Angus asked, his tone sharp with impatience. Mongrel, you're still so arrogant even after witnessing your army's defeat. Why don't you just submit to me obediently? You'll be given enough bones to chew, as my obedient dog. Emperor Kairo spat, gripping the SS rank broadsword resting on his shoulder. Angus had had enough. His eyes burned with determination as he replied, "Who is the dog? Only time will tell." Kairos, let the game begin now. Emperor Kairos' expression darkened with fury at the audaciousness of the young man before him. How dare this insolent treble speak to him this way? Hadn't he beaten him to a pulp mere moments ago? But there was something unnerving about Angus. Something Kairos couldn't ignore. Despite his overwhelming advantage in strength, skills, and resources, he felt uneasy. Why did this ant radiate such confidence, as though he were the predator and not the prey? What Emperor Kairos failed to realize was that Enga's skills were anything but ordinary. They were forged through countless battles and honed by merging with numerous abilities he had encountered along his journey. Enga's SS rank skill wasn't just powerful, it was unparalleled, transcending the strength of any ordinary SS rank skill. Roo-ooh! A bone-chilling roar echoed across the battlefield, sending shockwaves through the air. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Angus began to transform, his body twisting and expanding into his abyssal dragon form, dark, demonic, and colossal. Rumble! The sky darkened under a thunderous storm, as if the heavens themselves couldn't bear the overwhelming presence of the abyssal dragon. Bolts of lightning illuminated the ominous clouds, casting fleeting shadows over the battlefield, while the wind howled like a mournful dirge. The storm seemed almost alive, reflecting the chaos and power radiating from Angus' colossal dragon form. The dragon's head stretched to an unimaginable height, towering 10,000 meters above the ground. Its massive wings unfurled, radiating an eerie, blazing hellfire that consumed the battlefield in darkness, blotting out the sun. Soldiers from both sides froze in silence, their faces pale with shock. Some stood with jaws agape, unable to comprehend the overwhelming power before them. Even at a great distance, the heat from Angus' form scorched their skin, sending shivers of fear through their spines as they wondered what would happen if they ventured closer. From where Angus stood, the ground began to melt, turning into molten rock under the intense heat radiating from his transformed body. Emperor Kairos' eyes narrowed, his heartbeat quickening as adrenaline surged through his veins. Compared to the towering dragon, he looked like a mere speck of dust, insignificant in size and presence. But instead of despair, a fierce grin spread across Kairos' face. He was not giving up. Even in such an unfavorable position, where a single breath from Angus could reduce him to ashes, his defiance burned brighter than ever. Angus' massive dragon paw began to descend upon Emperor Kairos like a meteor, each movement creating immense pressure below, as if it were the hand of a god about to strike. "Come here, all of you. Sacrifice yourselves for this Emperor," Kairos commanded. In response, Emperor Kairos summoned his personal guard, a 26 Transcendentals ready to die for him at a moment's notice. The Transcendentals' eyes were hollow, as if they were being controlled or brainwashed into unwavering loyalty. Without hesitation, they quickly gathered around Emperor Kairos in a circular formation, creating a protective barrier. Kairos raised his broadsword high, its blade turning a radiant gold as he activated a secret skill. God Kairos Doom Fusion. The Transcendentals instantly disintegrated into a bloody mush, their essence merging seamlessly with Emperor Kairos' broadsword. The blade radiated an intense golden glow, pulsating with divine energy, as though it were a weapon forged by the gods themselves. Ha ha ha! Emperor Kairos let out a maniacal laugh, his voice echoing through the battlefield. The surge of divine power coursing through him filled him with overwhelming confidence, granting him the strength to challenge the colossal dragon before him. With a mighty leap, Kairos soared into the sky, aiming to meet Angus head-on in a titanic collision. Rumble! The two forces collided, creating a massive shockwave that flattened everything in its path. Run! Panic spread through the battlefield as people, with broken and injured bodies, scrambled to save themselves from the devastating aftermath of the SS rank clash. Emperor Kairos was forced to retreat, crashing to the ground under the overwhelming force of Angus' attack. Now lying in a deep crater, Kairos rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He looked up, only to find Angus standing tall and unharmed, the immense power of the abyssal dragon radiating around him. The golden sword in Kairos' hand vibrated intensely, its energy struggling to match the raw power emanating from the dragon. Kairos' heart sank as realization dawned on him. Angus' strength far surpassed his own. Even his SS rank fusion skill, once deemed unbeatable, was now rendered useless against the might of the abyssal dragon. Roar! Angus flapped his colossal, blazing wings, creating a powerful gust of heat and wind as he dived toward Emperor Kairos, determined to end the battle. Kairos, gritting his teeth, raised his golden sword high once more, letting its divine energy surge through him. The golden glow intensified, boosting his strength threefold. Clang! The massive tip of Angus' claw collided with the golden sword, sending shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. For a moment, to Kairo's immense relief, they were locked in a stalemate. Raw die. But Angus wasn't finished. Multicolored chaos energy began to swirl around him, engulfing his massive claws. The energy crackled with destructive force as his claws pressed harder against the golden sword, slowly breaking through its divine protection. Kairo's eyes flashed with fear. He knew if he relented even for a second, those claws would tear through him like paper. Desperate, he activated every boost and berserk-related skill he had, pushing his body and power to the absolute limit. But even as his strength surged, it was not enough to match the overwhelming force of the abyssal dragon. Angus' massive, cold, and unfeeling eyes stared straight into Kairo's soul, sending a chill through his body despite the scorching heat around him. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of the golden sword splintering grew louder. Despite all his efforts, Kairo's couldn't stop the inevitable. The golden sword, his last bastion of hope and strength, now filled with cracks, teetering on the brink of shattering into pieces. Kaboo! Finally, the golden sword shattered into countless fragments, leaving Emperor Kairo's chest completely exposed. With unstoppable momentum, Angus' razor-sharp claws tore through Kairo's chest as effortlessly as a knife slicing through butter. Arg! A guttural scream erupted from Emperor Kairo's as unbearable pain coursed through his body. The chaos energy left behind by Angus' strike churned inside him, corroding his flesh inch by inch. His once proud and domineering figure now looked horrifying, his chest a mess of burned and torn flesh, his expression contorted in agony. Soldiers on both sides swallowed hard, unable to imagine the excruciating pain their once unshakable leader was enduring. But one fact was undeniable: Emperor Kairos, who had entered the battlefield as an overwhelming force, had now been reduced to a pitiful shadow of his former self. The three generals were still alive but battered and bloodied. They felt a wave of relief as they witnessed Kairo's fall. The tides of the battle had shifted, and in the eerie silence that followed, all eyes turned to the scene where the true victor of this war was being decided. "Your Imperial Majesty, should we intervene?" Rindle asked hesitantly. "No, even I am not certain I could match this beast now," the old elf replied, his tone resolute. Both of them wore grave expressions as they continued to watch Angus' transformation unfold. The sheer presence of the dragon left no room for doubt. It was a force beyond their comprehension. Because of this, they immediately abandoned the idea of abducting Arya. The beast likely possessed heightened senses now, and provoking it would only invite catastrophe upon their empire. They understood this all too well, having witnessed Angus' fierce protectiveness toward her with their very own eyes. "Then how should we address his growing ambitions, Your Majesty?" "I am certain that one day he will come after us as well," Rindle pressed cautiously. The demi-human emperor fell into deep thought, his expression heavy. "We'll need to consult the council to devise a possible solution. Rindle, let's not linger here any longer. We may also need to reach out to the other emperors if necessary." The demons were already a grave issue, and now this abomination of broken bar. "The future of our empire looks increasingly uncertain," the emperor declared grimly. "Your Majesty is wise." "We indeed must act swiftly to find a solution," Rindle replied respectfully, bowing his head. Inwardly, they both sought to reassure themselves. Their departure was not out of fear for their lives, but rather a strategic withdrawal. They convinced themselves that they would return stronger and better prepared. For now, however, they vanished from the edge of the battlefield like smoke dissipating into the air. Angus gazed down at Emperor Kairos, his piercing eyes filled with cold fury. "For daring to kill my beloved, you will face a death more painful than you can imagine," Angus declared, his deep, resonating voice sending shockwaves through the air as he loomed over the fallen emperor. Without hesitation, he unleashed a stream of world-corrosive venom, a substance so potent that its mere touch brought agony beyond comprehension. Save me, Your Excellency!" Kairos screamed, his voice filled with desperation as the venom seared through his body, inflicting torment he had never known. The Emperor roared to the heavens, pleading for salvation from the gods he had devoted his life to. But no god came to his rescue. Kairo's heart sank, his faith shattered. Was his devotion worth nothing to them? He thought, bitterness consuming him as his strength began to wane. With his life slipping away, Emperor Kairos managed to lift his gaze to the colossal dragon that had brought him to this state. The sight of Angus, radiating unrelenting power, was the last image burned into his mind as despair overtook him. Hey! Emperor Kairos let out a deranged laugh as he was swiftly devoured, unable to escape his fate before vanishing from existence. Strength plus 1000, agility plus 1100, defense plus 1000, origin mana plus 6000. You have leveled up multiple times. You have earned a new title. Emperor Slayer grants you the halo of an emperor forged through the ages. It compels others to show you respect and view you as the salvation of their struggles. You have gained a new skill, Gift, SS. The user can transfer skills to other individuals with suitable constitutions. You have gained a new skill, God Kairos Doom Fusion, SS. A sacrificial sword skill that summons the divine power of God Kairos temporarily. The power boost depends on the level of sacrifice. You have gained a new skill, Voidbreaker /SS, a single, devastating strike that tears through space, creating a rift that damages enemies in a straight line and disrupts skill. You have gained a new skill, Oblivion Horizon /SS. The user swings their sword, generating a dome of pure energy that annihilates all hostile entities within its radius and nullifies skills. The rest of the skills are being assimilated to level up. Name, Angus Tigro. Age, 19. Title, Emperor Slayer. Race, Human Beast Demon Dragon Seeker. Level, 320. Occupation, Emperor. Class, Chaos Creator. Bloodline Lineage, Seeker. Royal, Beelzebub, Partial Royal, God Beast Basilisk, Death Leviathan, Half Noble, Fire Dragon, Noble, Wyvern, Elite. Special Trait, Greater Spatial Teleporter. Soul, 0. Laws, Space, Water. Physical Stats, greater than. Strength, 37,300. Agility, 37,400. Defense, 38,540. Origin mana, 290,000, 400,000. Active, Gift, SS, Voidbreaker /SS, Oblivion Horizon /SS, God Kairos Doom Fusion, SS, Chaotic Maelstrom, SS, Ancient Petrifying Curse Eyes, SS, Reflective Scales, SS, World Corrosive Venom, SS, Apocalypse Awakening, SS, Abyssal Blazing Dragon, SS, Crimson Tempest, SS, Meteor Breaker, SS, Valkyrie's Descent, SS, Celestial Shield, SS, Frostbound Dominion, SS, Barrier of Despair, SS, Barrier of Crystalline Bulwark, SS, Celestial Bastion, SS, Divine Halo, SS, Ironclad Ice Fortress, SS, Divine Sword Fusion, SS, Starfall Cataclysm, SS, Eternal Ice Barrier, SS, Tiebreaker Annihilation Sword, SS, Guardian's Embrace, SS, Solar Flare Dome, SD, Prismatic Shield, SS, Black Thunder Barrier, SS, Dimension Slip, SS, 7 Elements Chaos Manipulation, SS, Primordial Beast King -3, S+, All-Seeing Sovereign -12, S, Sacred Chiron's Healing -2, S, Sacred Chiron's Blessing -2, S, Symbol of Good Fortune -3, S, Earth Turtle Shell -2, S, Ancient Shield, S, Chaos Isolation Barrier -4, A, Void Venom Blade Tempest -2, A, Ice Breath, A, Lightning Rocks Skybreaker Dive, A, Golden Wyvern's Scales, A, Tempest Tiger's Lightning Veil, A, Spacewalk -4, A, Elite Human Transformation -29, B, Inferno Warlord's Rage, B, Ravenous Stone Beast, B, Arctic Bear's Glacial Shield, B, Aqua Serpent's Vortex, B. Phantom Mirage, B. Hurricane Gale, B. Passive, Heart of Chaos, SS. Supreme Hunter, S. Phoenix Resurgence, S. Water Breathing, A. Special Skills, Monster Breeding, Level 7, Demonic Abilities, Peak, Shadow Monarch's Dominion. Unique Skills, Appraisal, Basic, Nullified Mental Attacks, Rare, Rapid Cast, Rare, Omnidevour, Ultimate, Universal Synthesis, Ultimate. There were so many SS rank skills, yet none showed signs of upgrading to the next level. Angus had tried asking the generals about it, but they had no clue either. They couldn't even break levels like he did, so for them, such a possibility wasn't even under consideration. The concept of the next skill level seemed to be shrouded in secrecy. From what he had learned from Manners, the advancement likely involved the realm of the gods, much like his divine weapon, Aegis. At least he had gained a useful SS rank skill, gift. It would allow him to transfer his skills to others, provided the recipient was capable of handling the immense power. It must be one of the reasons why Emperor Kairos had so many SS ranks under his command. Angus swiftly returned to his human form and teleported near Arya, who looked visibly stressed. He had noticed her relentless efforts to keep their soldiers safe, even though it wasn't enough to completely prevent casualties. 15% of the Liberation Army had perished, but the enemy's destruction stood at 25%. The enemies who had fallen far exceeded their own losses to a significant advantage, yet it didn't diminish the weight of the lives lost. "Are you fine, Arya?" Arya looked relieved to see him, but the weight of failure in her extreme efforts to achieve something significant still lingered on her face. Angus noticed her emotions of loss and gently comforted her. "You did an excellent job saving our army, Arya. There's no need to be hard on yourself for trying to help me. I told you we would win, and we did," he said warmly. "But I want to help you more, Ethan. I can't stand seeing you get hurt," she replied softly, her voice trembling with emotion. Angus offered her his hand and helped her to stand. "Ha ha. Who could hurt me? See, I'm absolutely fine, aren't I?" he said, flashing a bright smile, his tone light-hearted. Arya gazed at his smile, feeling a sense of enchantment. His aura seemed even stronger than before, radiating confidence and warmth, which reassured her deeply. Arya and Angus appeared before the three generals, who were overseeing the enemy's surrender. The enemy soldiers, having witnessed their emperor's gruesome demise, had lost all will to continue fighting. The sight of the mighty dragon devouring their leader had crushed their spirits entirely. If the dragon had chosen to target them individually, they knew they would have been reduced to ashes in mere moments. Left with no other option, they surrendered unconditionally. Among the enemy forces, near 25 million soldiers remained. Their addition to the Liberation Empire's ranks would significantly strengthen and expand its power, further solidifying its position in the new rule. "Your hand is severed, General Martin. Are you all right?" Angus asked as he released Arya. "Ha ha. It was worth it, Your Imperial Majesty," General Martin replied, forcing a laugh despite the loss of his left arm. Though pain flickered across his face, a victorious smile spread as he stood tall. "Oh, let me fix that, General." Angus quickly held General Martin's shoulder, channeling his energy. The severed arm regrew to its full form and unharmed, strong, and as good as new. The three generals, already accustomed to Angus' miraculous skills, nodded in silent admiration. However, the new, dominating aura he exuded made them see Angus in a different light. For the first time, he truly seemed like a true emperor. The surrendered soldiers were now officially branded under the Liberation Empire's banner. Over 40 million soldiers, both new and old, rested and healed in their temporary camps. The atmosphere was lively as soldiers celebrated their hard-won victory, dancing, joking, and savoring the delicious feasts being prepared for them. Very soon, they would march towards the imperial city, aiming to reclaim all the territories once under the former Kairos Empire's rule. In the Central War Council tent, Angus, Arya, the generals, kings, and several key advisors gathered to discuss the challenges ahead, particularly the possible resistance from smaller kingdoms as they moved to establish full dominance. "Your Imperial Majesty, Among the 26 kingdoms, 10 were already conquered by the fallen emperor. Excluding us two, we still need to deal with 14 kingdoms. Sending letters of submission to them first will be the wisest course of action, King Milfama advised diplomatically. King Gravis, seated beside him, nodded in agreement, still basking in the joy of regaining his throne under the Liberation Empire's protection. At the long table, Angus and Arya sat close together, both deep in thought about the best approach to reclaim the vast territories efficiently. "Ethan," Arya said softly, addressing Angus by his former name, "I think King Milfama is right. Sending letters of submission might save us time and effort. What if they willingly hand over their power? It would prevent unnecessary bloodshed." General Leon leaned forward to add his voice to the discussion. "Her Majesty is correct, Your Imperial Majesty. There is no need to act in haste. First, we must secure the Imperial City and re-establish it as our base of power. Then we can wait for their responses." Angus considered their words carefully, his piercing eyes scanning each of them. Finally, he spoke with a decisive tone. "We will proceed as King Milfama suggested," Angus said. "However, remind them clearly there will be no second chances. If they fail to comply or dare to oppose us, we will intervene without mercy and reduce their kingdoms to ashes." His voice carried an unyielding resolve, and his face radiated a chilling killing intent that froze the room. The advisors and generals nodded solemnly, bowing their heads in deference. The cold aura emanating from Angus sent shivers down their spines, leaving no doubt about the severity of his declaration. Following the discussion, the council moved on to matters of restoration. They deliberated on granting King Gravis his Skyfall kingdom back and distributing ranks and titles to those who had made significant contributions to the war effort. After over an hour of planning and strategizing, the meeting adjourned, and preparations began from their departure to the imperial capital city, located 50,000 kilometers away from their current position. After the advisors left, Angus issued a crucial command to his 7 elite shadow assassins: "Go and check the situation in the Imperial City. Report back to me immediately with any significant information," Angus instructed with authority. "Yes, my lord." The 7 assassins responded in unison. Bowing deeply, they vanished into thin air, blending seamlessly with the shadows. Arya remained beside Angus, now wearing a gold-strapped white dress that highlighted her elegance. Her refreshed and radiant appearance was hard to miss, lending her a charm that seemed almost ethereal. Turning towards the entrance of the tent, Angus gestured for others to join them. "Come inside, Quinn, Drake, Yona," he called, his voice firm yet welcoming. The 3 individuals entered promptly, their face full of nervousness and awe. They had all witnessed Angus's immense power during the war, a force so overwhelming that they knew they could never rival it in their lifetimes. Quinn, having seen his emperor's might for the first time, wore a fanatical expression. To him, Angus's strength was godlike, a figure worthy of absolute worship. Arya, on the other hand, appeared puzzled as to why they had been summoned so suddenly. The 3 stood in respectful silence, patiently waiting for Angus to speak. "I have called you here to reward your contributions once again," Angus began, his tone resolute. "But this time, it will be different. I will give you a power so immense that you will reach the limit of what your bodies can handle." Drake and Yona's faces lit up with exhilaration at the prospect, fully aware of the immense honor being bestowed upon them. Quinn, however, remained quiet, new to such experiences and unsure of what to expect. Internally, he mulled over Angus's words. "Is this the food His Majesty mentioned earlier?" Quinn wondered, recalling previous cryptic statements Angus had made. Still, he refrained from interrupting, determined to observe the unfolding events in reverence and awe. Angus turned to Arya and said, "Arya, you first." "I'm ready." Arya nodded obediently, eager to receive the power he intended to grant her. Sometimes, she felt like a burden, but his unwavering care always lightened her mood. Angus retrieved the corpses of countless A-rank and higher enemies, their bodies falling from thin air like rain, all intended to enhance her physical stats. As for skills, he would bestow those personally. Quinn's eyes were glued to the scene where Angus was appearing like a god, bestowing his divine power to his followers. He doubted if those gods could ever do such miracles. His gaze remained fixed on the scene, eager to witness the miracle once again. The way he awakened himself. "Arya, give me a signal when you can't endure anymore," Angus instructed, his voice filled with concern. "I know you're a strong woman, but there's no need to take unnecessary risks, all right?" Seeing her struggle sometimes made him feel guilty. "I know," Arya replied, her emerald green eyes flashing with determination. Inside, she resolved to make the most of this opportunity. She didn't want to remain on the weaker side forever. She craved strength and more power to help him, to share his burdens, and to stand beside him as an equal. Angus raised his hand and quickly started the process, hoping this time she would be able to reach level 100 at least. As the synthesis continued, Arya showed no signs of pain on her face. Her extreme endurance was a testament to her unwavering will and resolve. Angus accelerated the process, noting that her body was holding up well. Her new endurance level surprised him. It was remarkable. In the past, she would begin groaning in pain after just a few seconds, but now, even after a dozen minutes, she was still enduring without faltering. Quinn could sense that the Empress Consort was growing significantly stronger as she merged with the essence of the fallen corpses. "Is this how my Emperor awakened me as his coveted follower? And this could be used to level up others as well?" Quinn wondered. It was nothing short of heaven-defying, something unheard of in the world. The thought of what might happen if others discovered this skill sent a chill down his spine. However, Quinn reasoned that his emperor must trust him deeply to allow him to witness such a closely guarded secret. At this thought, Quinn felt a surge of excitement and resolved to grow even stronger to better serve his emperor. In truth, Quinn's belief that Angus trusted him was a misconception. Angus permitted him to witness this secret not out of trust, but because of his absolute confidence that he could eliminate Quinn swiftly should he ever consider betrayal. Arya, on the other hand, was leveling up at an astonishing pace. Level 83, 85, 89, 91, 94, 97, 100, 101. Angus watched in amazement, realizing the reason for her rapid progression. Her body now possessed a special physique that allowed its potential to increase to unimaginable heights. It was as though she had become a black hole, drawing in every ounce of energy and integrating it into her very cells to enhance them further. Her level continued to soar at an incredible rate. Starting from level 83, she had now surpassed level 150, and she showed no signs of stopping. What was even more remarkable was her complete lack of pain throughout the process. The radiant, sacred aura emanating from her made it clear that her power rising was real. It was not just an illusion. "Looks like we're in for a surprise today." Drake and Yona gulped, feeling as if a goddess was about to descend today. Angus had enough corpses to feed, as he had stored over 1,000,000 corpses instead of letting them go to waste in his pocket space. His mastery of space law made it incredibly convenient to access them anytime he needed, from any place. Angus couldn't see the exact source of her mysterious power, but he could conclude one thing: her potential might even surpass his own or become equal to it. After 45 minutes, Arya began to show signs of stopping as she merged with over 100,000 corpses. Angus could detect that she had reached her endurance limit, even though she was not giving up yet. At this stage, her cells would begin to feel itchy due to holding so much strength at once. They could even burst if the process was not stopped in time. Angus understood that he needed to stop the process immediately. She had reached level 200 already, with approximately 12,000 stat points in each section. It was a considerable amount due to her assassin class. Though it was not comparable to his, it far exceeded the three generals' stats. "Wait, Ethan, don't stop it yet," Arya said firmly. Just as Angus was about to end the process, Arya sensed it and insisted on continuing. Angus frowned. "But can you handle it?" "I think it's enough, Arya," he said gently, concern evident in his voice. "Yes, I can handle a little more," Arya replied resolutely. Angus paused, then reluctantly continued the process for a little longer. He became extremely cautious, closely observing her body down to the cellular level. Despite his exceptional eyesight and perception, he still couldn't unravel the mystery of her nature-defying power. Every attempt to analyze it was met with an impenetrable barrier, blocking his vision. After another 15 minutes, Angus finally stopped the synthesis and looked at Arya in stunned silence. She now looked almost divine. Her radiant white hair shimmered, her vibrant green eyes sparkled with life, and her long eyelashes accentuated her newfound elegance. Her body had matured into full grace, exuding an aura of beauty, strength, and maternal warmth. Everything about her made Angus's heart skip a beat. For a moment, he was awestruck by the sheer transformation from a girl into a fully realized woman. Arya, though visibly exhausted, was pleased with the results. She smiled radiantly, her joy amplified by the way Angus seemed charmed by her beauty for the first time in a long while. Her heart swelled with happiness as she gracefully moved into his warm embrace. His masculine scent made her feel safe and secure, a feeling she cherished deeply. The sight of them hugging was ethereal, like a divine goddess embracing a mortal. Even Angus's own striking handsomeness seemed to fade in comparison to her radiant presence. Angus, holding her close, felt a profound sense of peace, as if all the turmoil and chaos in the world had ceased the moment she nestled into his chest. "I have reached level 220, Ethan. Am I close to you now?" Arya asked weakly, her voice tinged with hope. "Yes, you did it. You have exceeded my expectations. Are almost law-breaking," Angus replied with a proud yet amused expression. He then shifted his attention to the other three, who were still awestruck by Arya's transformation and newfound presence. As Arya moved aside, Angus's focus turned to the next task. "Drake, you're next," he said firmly. "All right, brother-in-law." Drake responded with excitement, stepping confidently to the center. Determined to make the most of the opportunity, his resolve was evident. Angus began synthesizing for Drake, pushing him to S rank, maximizing his potential within safe limits. The process was intense but rewarding, leaving Drake stronger and visibly more capable than ever before. "Yona, you're up next," Angus said, nodding to the archer, who stepped forward with determination. Yona endured the process with the same fortitude, her skills and strength rising to S rank, making her a formidable force in the group. Finally, it was Quinn's turn. He had been waiting patiently, watching the transformations of the others, and now it was his moment. "Quinn, I know your potential, so just try to endure as much as you can. I'm confident you'll reach SS rank this time." "Yes, Your Imperial Majesty," Quinn responded, bowing respectfully before stepping into the center, the focus of everyone's attention. Angus nodded approvingly and prepared to push Quinn to his limits, knowing this was a crucial moment in strengthening his allies. "Good luck, Quinn," Drake and Yona shouted excitedly, their voices filled with encouragement. During the war, Quinn had stepped in to protect them on more than one occasion. As a result, the three had developed a bond of mutual respect. Quinn, ever grateful for their camaraderie, gave them a resolute nod before focusing on Angus. Buzz, buzz. The process began with an intense hum of energy as Angus showed no hesitation or mercy. He merged Quinn with the corpses at an extreme speed, knowing that Quinn's ancient Titan bloodline made him uniquely resilient. The hidden archives Angus had studied spoke of the ancient Titans, a race so powerful that they once defied the gods' dominion over the mortal world. They were a symbol of rebellion and strength, standing tall against the divine playground. Yet, their defiance came at a cost. The gods erased the ancient Titans from existence, ensuring they became little more than myths in forgotten history. But now, one of their bloodline had reappeared. Quinn. His very existence was a defiance of the gods' will. Perhaps that explained why he had been sealed, denied access to the system, and prevented from realizing his potential. Whether his resurgence was a blessing or a curse, no one could say. But Angus was curious to uncover the truth, and Quinn was equally resolute to prove his worth. As Quinn's level surged, so did his titanic aura, an overwhelming presence that seemed to defy the heavens themselves. His colossal form pierced through the tent, rising steadily into the sky as though it sought to challenge the very sun above. Quinn gritted his teeth, suppressing the searing pain coursing through his body as he continued to merge with the pure energy Angus provided. The ground beneath him trembled with each surge of power, his transformation a sight that both inspired awe and fear. Before long, Quinn's level surpassed the S-rank power of Drake and Yona, showing no sign of stopping. His titanic essence roared against the limitations of mortal existence, pushing him ever higher. After another 25 minutes, the process was complete. Quinn stood towering over everyone in the temporary camp, his body now an awe-inspiring 3,000 meters tall. Though it was not comparable to the abyssal blazing dragon, it was shocking nonetheless. Millions of onlookers across the camp stared in stunned silence, their amazement quickly turning to cheers. His massive form cast a long shadow over the campsite, a visual testament to the growing power of the Ruination Emperor's forces. Quinn's transformation wasn't just a display of might, it was a beacon of morale. For those who had recently submitted to Angus, the sight brought a mix of forced smiles and cheers as they grappled with their new reality. They now served an emperor with allies who defied reason. Whether Angus would prove to be a heartless and arrogant leader like Emperor Kairos or someone greater remained to be seen. Only time would reveal the true legacy of the Ruination Emperor and his monumental reign. Quinn felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his colossal titan form. His massive arms, spanning hundreds of meters, moved with a sense of liberation and strength he had never known. The exhilaration was intoxicating, and for the first time, the inferiority that had weighed on him for so long vanished completely. But his moment of awe was interrupted by a firm, commanding voice. "Come down." Without hesitation, Quinn obeyed. Swiftly and with precise control, he began to shrink, his enormous titan form retracting until he returned to his original human size. His demeanor shifted as he stood before Angus, his awe and newfound confidence tempered by deep respect. Though the power he now possessed was unparalleled, Quinn understood a fundamental truth: no matter how strong he became, he would never surpass his emperor. That fact was etched into his very being, and he accepted it with humility and gratitude. "Ethan, now that we're done, shouldn't we leave for the imperial capital?" Arya asked urgently. Angus, satisfied with Quinn's growth, nodded. "Yes, but before that, let me give you all some skills to suit your needs," Angus replied as he swiftly touched Arya's forehead. Initially, Arya and the others were puzzled by the offer of gifting skills, but their doubts were soon resolved as Arya gasped in amazement. "Amazing, Ethan. How did you do that?" "I got 2 incredible SS rank skills." "Unbelievable," Arya exclaimed in astonishment. Angus smirked. "It's something I obtained recently. No need to think too deeply about it. These are extra skills from my arsenal I don't use much. But they could be quite useful to you all." "I see." Arya nodded in understanding, though curiosity flickered in her eyes. She wondered just how many SS rank skills Angus possessed. Angus had gifted her Valkyrie's Descent, SS, and Celestial Shield, SSA1 for offense and the other for defense, ensuring she could protect herself well. "How many skills do you have, Ethan?" she asked casually, though her tone betrayed her genuine interest. Angus smiled knowingly. "Perhaps I should tell you when we're alone," he replied, his gaze lingering on her curvaceous figure with unmistakable enchantment. Arya blushed deeply, her emerald eyes flickering with shyness, while the others coughed awkwardly to dispel the tension. "Ahem." Snapping back to focus, Angus cleared his throat and shifted his attention to the others, proceeding to gift them suitable skills. Drake received Earth Turtle Shell, S, and Ancient Shield, S, for robust defense. Yona gained agility-based skills to complement her archery, Space Warp, A, for teleportation, and Tempest Tiger's Lightning Veil, A, for enhanced speed and precision. Lastly, Quinn was granted Starfall Cataclysm, SS, a buff skill that allowed him to summon the power of stars, significantly boosting his stats during his Titan transformations. Each of them marveled at the newfound power coursing through them, their confidence and admiration for Angus only deepening. "Now, we are ready," Angus said as he went outside to give command to start the march of Liberation Army to conquer its territories. Arya and others followed behind him, feeling newfound confidence in confronting any enemies come their way. The Liberation Army quickly boarded the 10 disaster-class warships that had survived the previous battles. Each of these massive vessels could accommodate up to 500,000 soldiers when fully optimized. The remainder of the army, numbering in the tens of millions, took to horse-drawn carriages and other means of transportation, forming an immense and fearsome procession toward the imperial city. The march of over 40 million soldiers spread dread among any passers-by who witnessed the spectacle. The air buzzed with tension, and the ground trembled beneath the relentless galloping of horses and other beasts of burden. Angus and Arya had already boarded the Emperor's flagship, a vessel that exuded a regal elegance yet radiated an aura of unparalleled devastation. As usual, Angus stood near the deck, his gaze fixed on the horizon, lost in thought as he contemplated his future plans. He had recently received reports about the immense wealth stored in the imperial treasury, along with the defiant stance of the former imperial family. Without delay, he had commanded his elite shadow assassins to gather intelligence on their hideouts and pinpoint the locations of the treasures plundered from the treasury. Every move was calculated, every step closer to cementing his hold on the empire. Everything that had once belonged to the Kairos Empire now belonged to him, and Angus had no intention of letting anyone escape unpunished for stealing what was rightfully his. The journey to the imperial capital spanned a staggering 50,000 kilometers, a distance that would take at least 5 days to cover at their current speed at 10,000 kilometers a day. Achieving such a pace was an incredible feat, highlighting the sheer efficiency of his army and their advanced transportation methods. Angus could have easily reached the capital in a fraction of the time if he traveled alone, much like his elite shadow assassins. However, he found the idea boring and unnecessary. Emperor Kairos was already dead, and no significant force remained to challenge his rule in the imperial capital. Instead, Angus decided to use this time strategically. He planned to take Arya to meet Bella in the demon world, and allowing him to grow stronger while he merged with his body double. He was curious to see just how powerful he could become with this merge. This delay wasn't a mere waste of time, it was preparation to ensure his domination would be absolute. When they finally arrived at the capital, after traveling for hours, night fell, shrouding the world in darkness as no moon graced the sky to provide its gentle light. However, something remarkable happened. A brilliant full moon suddenly emerged, casting its radiant glow over the temporary camp where the Liberation Army had stopped to rest. The sudden illumination bathed the camp in a serene silver light, dispelling the oppressive darkness and lifting the spirits of the weary soldiers. From below, countless eyes turned to Arya, whose divine aura seemed to resonate with the celestial event. Her goddess-like figure stood tall and graceful, commanding awe and admiration from the gathered troops. They whispered among themselves, their voices filled with reverence. "It must be the Empress doing. She has brought light to guide us, even in the darkest night." "Why did you do that? What if there are repercussions?" Angus asked Arya as they stood together on the deck, his gaze steady yet filled with concern. Arya smiled softly, her expression calm and assured. "No harm in lighting up the moon and lifting everyone's mood, Ethan. I know there won't be any repercussions." She paused briefly, then added with a playful glint in her eyes, "Besides, I have you to save me if something goes wrong." Angus exhaled, his shoulders relaxing as he leaned against the wooden safety railing at the ship's edge. "All right, if you say so," he murmured, his tone lighter. He stared out into the endless horizon, the silver glow of the moon reflecting off the dark waters below. After a moment, he turned back to Arya, his expression more serious. "Arya, it's time," he said firmly. Her brows furrowed, confusion flickering across her face. "What time is it now?" she asked, meeting his eyes, a mix of curiosity and unease in her voice. "To let you meet Bella in the demon world," Angus spoke in a grave tone, as if bracing himself for the inevitable clash between his two wives. Arya let out a sigh of relief. "And here I thought you were going to say something more serious." "Relax, I'm not going to eat her," she replied with a playful smirk. Angus found her words hard to believe, or perhaps it was the effect of her newly matured mindset. Only time would tell. "That's good. You're truly an understanding woman, Arya." "You have become more mature and beautiful," Angus commented, his tone genuinely appreciative. "Oh? I hope you can praise me the same way in front of her as well," Arya replied in a teasing tone. Angus, unshaken by the challenge, smiled. "Ah, Of course. You two are my precious jewels. How could I not praise you both? Sly. Arya watched him with an unreadable expression, as Angus activated the greater space teleporter positioned at the center of the ship. Let's go, Arya. I've already informed the generals of our absence. Angus gently pulled her hand and stepped through the portal, disappearing into the swirling, otherworldly energy. The demon world, abyss. Though it was daytime, a blood-red, ominous shadow cloaked the sky. Even the sun dared not penetrate this demonic realm. A vast, barren land hosted a gathering of millions of demonic soldiers. The air was thick with the sounds of revelry and terror, the roars of sated hunger and the guttural screams of conquest. Sen, Sienna, and a few others maintained order among the chaotic horde, their powerful presence commanding respect. Angus's body double and Bella sat, relaxed, after a long, arduous battle. Sister, brother-in-law, father has summoned you both for your marriage. Bianca's sudden voice cut through the noise, startling them from their repose. Bella, resting on an armchair while watching the army, was surprised by Bianca's remark. Huh? That's new. Since when did father become so eager about marriage? Bella chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at Angus' body double. Bianca sat beside her and replied, who knows? Perhaps the news of brother-in-law's rise has already reached father's ears. Yes, that could be a possibility, Bella said proudly, looking at their vast army of over 10 million demons, stretching out as far as the eye could see. During this time, they had conquered the surrounding regions one after another, excluding Belial's dukedom. Of course, they initially had to operate in secrecy because they were weak, but now they are a capable force, ready to defend against any threat. Even the dukes are afraid of their liberation army. Their name was already famous among several dukedoms. However, the demon lord's stance on this new rising force remained unknown. So, when are you two getting married, sister? You didn't answer that yet, Bianca pressed, holding onto Bella's arm. I don't know. Ask your brother-in-law. Only he can answer that, Bella replied, glaring at the body double with a displeased expression. Oh, brother-in-law. Did you two have a fight? Bianca asked sweetly. Angus looked at them and shook his head. Bella, be ready. Angus' body double suddenly spoke in a serious tone, making Bella alarmed. Bella stood up, her curvaceous figure radiating a fierce aura. She was already prepared for battle after hearing Angus' warning. Who is it? Where is the enemy? Bella asked, looking around with vigilance. Bianca was tense as well, but she couldn't find the enemy anywhere, which puzzled them. Does the enemy have an invisible ability? She wondered. Just where is the enemy? They asked, looking at the body double for answers. Ha ha. Angus smiled, amused by their reactions. Bella grew angry because of his laugh. Was he just teasing them? I wasn't talking about enemies, Bella. I was talking about this. Angus glanced at an empty spot ahead of them. Bella's anger intensified, her beautiful face turning red. You're still trying to fool me, she shouted, but suddenly paused as she noticed a space portal opening before them. Bianca stood up in surprise and moved behind Bella for safety. From the portal, first emerged Angus' domineering and handsome face. He was tall and emanated an overwhelming male charm that was hard to ignore. Darling. Bella smiled, instantly feeling a rush of desire upon seeing Angus looking so hot and strong in his new appearance. She jumped for joy and rushed forward to embrace him with unstoppable momentum. But then, her expression froze as she saw an extremely beautiful human female following just behind Angus. Did you miss me, Bella? Under both Bella and Arya's stunned gazes, Angus lightly accepted Bella's hug. Arya's beautiful brows furrowed as she watched them so intimately. She clenched her fist, trying to suppress the displeasure inside with all her might. While in Angus' embrace, Bella was stunned by Arya's sheer beauty. Arya's snowy white hair, flawless complexion, and confident demeanor stirred a pang of jealousy within her. Angus coughed lightly and stepped away from Bella, sensing Arya's steamy mood. He thought she had matured, capable of handling her anger. But it seemed he was overthinking things. How could a woman like her not feel jealous and irritated seeing her man in another woman's embrace? Who is she, Angus? Bella asked, suppressing the scary guess in her heart. Angus glanced at both of his wives and introduced them without hesitation. Bella, this is Arya. And Arya, This is Bella, whom I told you about. We are all a family now. I hope you two can get along well." Angus maintained a straight face as he spoke, his heart of chaos helping him stay calm even in such a tense situation where a battle might erupt any second. "So, this is she," Arya commented casually, but she couldn't help but notice Bella's seductive figure and body language. She understood how could a man not be captivated by the charm of the succubus. Bella's hourglass hips, red lips, and seductive posture were mesmerizing to behold. Even as a woman, Arya felt a twinge of envy. On the other hand, Bella recalled only one person upon hearing the name Arya. It was Angus' former human partner, who was supposed to be dead. Bella quickly ran a mental simulation on what must have transpired in the human world with Angus. He must have reunited with the human girl there somehow. The thought made Bella feel a mix of fear and relief. She was relieved that Angus didn't leave his past behind completely and still kept her in his heart. That must be why he brought Arya to introduce her to Bella, to form a family of three. Bella felt helpless. What kind of attitude should she show towards Arya? Yes, she was jealous, but that didn't mean she was immature. She was already influenced by her father's numerous wives, so it wasn't that hard to accept. However, she felt a bit lost that she still couldn't keep Angus all to herself as she initially desired. "Angus, you said we'd be married after you came back. But now you return with another woman. Do your words hold any value now?" Bella asked directly, not wanting to let Angus off that easily. She feared that he might bring back a new woman every time he went on a journey, just like her father. She wanted to avoid that. Angus looked apologetic, feeling a tinge of guilt. "I am sorry, Bella, but I didn't know Arya was still alive at that time." "This will never happen again, I promise," he said in a decisive tone. Bella glanced at Arya to see her reaction. Arya's irritation was evident, her cheeks flushed red. Bella found amusement in the human woman's reaction. Bella guessed that Arya might already know about their relationship, which was why she was trying hard to cooperate with the awkward situation. Ignoring Angus, Bella approached Arya, her eyes roaming over Arya's figure. "Arya, right? Tell me, did you two do it yet?" Bella asked boldly, not shying away from the private question. Arya was flustered by Bella's bold approach, but she forced herself to maintain an equally composed demeanor. She didn't want to be outdone by Bella. "Yes, we did it." "What's that to you, succubus?" Arya replied, trying to stay calm. "Huh? You two did it already?" Upon hearing Arya's answer, Bella glared at Angus as if she wanted to shoot daggers with her eyes. "Angus, why are you silent?" "You've already sex with her, while you leave me alone with your doll," she complained fiercely. "Hey, I am not a doll," the body double Angus protested vehemently. "Shut up," Bella shouted, making the atmosphere tense. Bianca was already stunned by the unfolding drama. "I can't believe brother-in-law is becoming like father." "Brother-in-law, you're a pervert," Bianca said, her eyes twinkling with mischievousness. She was thoroughly enjoying the show. "Hey, what's wrong with that?" "But tell me, succubus, just how did you charm my husband?" Arya demanded, locking eyes with Bella. Arya knew that if she showed any weakness here, she might lose the chance of becoming the first wife and the big sister of the two, even though, logically, Bella was older than her. The two women were in fierce competition, bringing the situation to a boiling point. Angus found himself in a tough spot. He realized there was only one option to solve the current problem, to show his wives what he was truly capable of. Angus slipped away from their grasps and moved toward his body double, intending to merge with him. Angus' clone looked nervous for some reason. With an iron grip, Angus seized the other party's hand and pulled his clone inside him in a domineering manner. Rumble. As soon as they merged, an earthquake erupted, with their standing point as the epicenter. An overwhelming aura descended, making the air heavy and suffocating with nether energy. Bianca and the demon army felt their hearts beat uncontrollably, sensing a primal fear within as they felt some godly force awakening. It was so sudden that it caught them off guard. Sen, Sienna, Butleru, the Wolf King and Queen, Gabi, Maru, and a few others instantly recognized the presence in such a state. Their true lord of the Liberation Army had finally descended. Bella quickly began to shield Bianca and the others using her own energy. To her surprise, Another layer of gentle protection enveloped them on top of hers. Bella looked at the source in bafflement. It was Arya. She didn't expect Arya to be so thoughtful. This newfound consideration made Bella see Arya in a new light. She could also sense that Arya's power was not less than her own and might even surpass it. So, she wasn't just a decorative flower vase after all. Bella thought inwardly. Thanks. This idiot never thinks of others while doing this kind of thing. Bella awkwardly expressed her gratitude, glaring at Angus back. No, he is not. Ethan might have encountered an accident. Arya defended Angus like an overprotective wife. I was just saying casually, Bella replied, speechless at Arya's overprotectiveness. They both then turned their attention to Angus, who was undergoing a metamorphosis. Angus' clone possessed the strength of a demon lord, and now those energies were strengthening Angus' physique even more. You have merged with your body double. Origin mana plus 50,000. Your level increased by 70 levels. Current level, 390. You have gained new bloodlines: Fiend, Noble, Nightmare Vampire, Noble, Blood Incubus, Noble, Hell's Wraith, Rare. You have gained a new demonic ability, Fiendish Dream Weaver, Peak. An ability to pull your enemies into a nightmare at any time. You have gained a new demonic ability, Nightmare Vampire Transformation, Peak. You have gained a new demonic ability, Unlimited Bloodlust, Peak. An extreme berserk ability that grants limitless energy while devouring the blood of enemies, alive or dead. You have gained a new demonic ability, Incubus Drive, Peak. An ability related to Sen. It grants the ability to pleasure almost any females, be it goddesses or demoness. You have gained a new demonic ability, Hell's Gate, Peak. Sends your enemy to the place of eternal torture. You have gained a new demonic ability, Avarice's Grasp, Peak. Steals and hoards the abilities or treasures of enemies, enhancing the user's power. You have gained a new demonic ability, Hellfire Nova, Peak. An explosion of demonic fire that incinerates all within a certain radius. You have gained a new demonic ability, Death Spiral, Peak. Create a swirling vortex of dark energy that drags in and shreds enemies. You have gained a new demonic ability, Eternal Damnation, Peak. A devastating attack that sends the soul of the target to the underworld. You have gained a new demonic ability, Black Flame Judgment, Peak. Summon a massive black flame that engulfs a large area, dealing intense damage over time. You have gained a new demonic ability, Scorching Wrath, Peak. Unleash a massive burst of hellfire in all directions. You have gained a new demonic ability, Cage of Torment, Peak. Trap an enemy's soul within a sphere of demonic energy, causing agony and slowly sapping their power. You have gained a new demonic ability, Moloch Stampede, Peak. Summon spectral, demonic beasts that charge across the battlefield, trampling foes underfoot. You have gained new intermediate demonic abilities, Void Cloak, Abyssal Armor, Fiendish Resilience, Wings of Perdition, Fiend Regeneration, Hellstorm, Shadowbind, Call of the Abyss, Demonic Dominion, Blood Lord. The rest of the low-level abilities are being assimilated to level up existing skills. Your monster breeding skill has leveled up to level 12. Current summonable units, 5,122,990. At S ranks, Angus received the notifications one after another as his strength began to soar to level 410, with over 40,000 stats in each attribute section. Angus also gained over 20 new bloodlines after the merge. He decided to merge all the bloodlines, seizing the opportunity. Synthesizing the bloodlines meant his race was going to change, and he was ready for that to become even stronger. His greatest challenge would be to retain his human form. Menas, let's test your new strength. Merge all the bloodlines using your advanced processing speed, Angus ordered in his mind. Menas had leveled up, although not significantly. Her processing speed and abilities had become more effective and powerful. Once she reached the next level, SSS, perhaps she would unlock even more incredible abilities. All right, Master. I am on it, Menas replied with a grin. Angus' consciousness delved deeper within his own body, down to the cellular level, to synthesize the cells at a molecular level and create a new race that would defy natural laws. The blood cells of different species flowing through his body and DNA structure all needed to be synthesized and changed. The process began at extreme speed thanks to manners, slowing down time outside. While only 5 minutes passed in the outside world, inside it felt like months to complete the process. Arya and Bella watched with incomprehensible expressions as Angus's body was enveloped in a cocoon of glowing, multicolored chaos energy swirling around him. His 2 wives were worried, but they knew Angus was doing something important based on their previous experiences. So they didn't interrupt. Instead, they stood guard with vigilance. In this regard, they both had similar mindsets, creating a mutual understanding between them. Congratulations! You have achieved an incredible feat. All of your bloodlines have been synthesized. Your race has been upgraded to Chaotic Fiend Celestial. Chaotic Fiend Celestial. This race has been created using the characteristics of Primordial Beast King, Appraisal, and other transformation skills. You are now a being from outside, from chaos. Your nature is destruction, and your potential is infinite. Innate trace abilities: 1. Omni-metamorphosis. Able to transform into any species, any race, any face just after analyzing their body. 2. Infinite mana regeneration. Your origin source tree has mutated, allowing you to regenerate limitless mana. Note: this does not increase your mana capacity for usage. 3. Fiend Celestial True Avatar. You have gained the ability to transform into your Fiend Celestial form. But be warned, do not use it in lower worlds. 4. Extreme Growth. You can level up faster, granting you 50+ stats after each level up. 5. Infinite Clones. Infinite possibilities. Currently able to create 5 clones with 60% strength. Angus's body quickly reformed back to his human form. Arya and Bella looked on, feeling relief to see he was fine. But something was different about him. They could feel it. There was a reddish glint in his usual dark eyes and a strangely shaped mark on his forehead. Not completely evil, but devilishly handsome, they should say. Angus smiled deviously as new information related to his new race flooded his mind. His aura was far stronger and far more terrifying. Arya and Bella gulped in anticipation, seeing their husband looking so devilishly handsome and strong. Only his presence could grant them absolute safety, a thought that engraved itself in their minds. Hubby, darling. His 2 wives beamed with happiness and leapt into Angus's arms together. Angus caught them both and felt the urge to melt into their soft and tender embrace. Bianca closed her eyes, feeling shy. Sienna came forward, watching with unreadable sadness. She knew her chance of being with her lord was now almost null. He was now like a god, his wives like fairies, and she was just a servant. How could she compare to those 2? Sen placed a gentle hand on Sienna's shoulder, understanding full well what must be going through his big sister's mind. Angus gave his subordinates a curt nod from a distance. Then, Angus and his 2 wives went to their living quarters to share their experiences. Other matters could wait. Bella and Arya needed time to adjust, get to know each other, and he was trying to offer them that. Inside the room, as his 2 wives shared their experiences, Angus busied himself with testing his new innate abilities. Infinite mana regeneration was easy to understand. He heeded the advice seriously not to use his Fiend Celestial form in lower worlds. Who knew what could happen after transforming into it? He didn't feel the need to take that unnecessary risk now. He began to explore his Omni-metamorphosis ability, which was said to be capable of transforming his body into any shape, any race, even any material. This fascinated him. He started to analyze Bella's figure from behind to transform into her. Analysis: 1%, 3%, 34%, 67%, 99%. Analysis complete. Should I do it now, or not? Angus hesitated, but soon he smiled, looking at Bella and Arya's backs, intending to give them a surprise. In a swift motion, Angus transformed into Bella's exact form. From her hair to her feet, everything was a perfect copy, like Bella's imaginary twin. Angus, of course, had those big chests and tried hard not to focus on them. He sneaked up behind his wives and spoke. Darling, she called out in exactly the same voice as Bella, which startled them and made them turn around in curiosity and surprise. Ugh! Bella and Arya both screamed in surprise at the same time. Bella, is she your twin sister? Arya asked, already somewhat familiar with Bella. Of course not. I don't have any twin sister. Hey, who are you? Bella asked her copy, glancing back to see Angus nowhere in sight. Bella instantly understood it was another one of Angus' tricks. Hubby, that's disgusting. Please change this form. It's so weird. Bella said hurriedly, appearing as if she might vomit any second. Ha ha ha. Bella's copy was smiling, then instantly transformed back into Angus form. Ah, Ethan. It's you. Arya looked speechless, impressed by her husband's new ability. Since when did you get such an ability, Ethan? And can you copy me as well? Arya asked. Just recently. But it's an innate ability, so it can't be gifted, Angus replied with a chuckle. Angus composed himself, feeling weird about turning into a female, and swore to never do it again unless absolutely necessary. He still hadn't fully adjusted, but turning into a woman felt extremely perverted and sick-minded. However, it was an overpowering ability nonetheless. With this, he could infiltrate any place without the need for hiding himself anymore. No one would be able to trace him back, even if all the people of Mithralda came to hunt him down. Wait, what do you mean by gifting, hubby? Bella asked, unaware that he could now gift skills to others. It's nothing. I just recently got a skill that allows me to transfer my skills to others. Why? Do you want one? Bella shook her head, her shimmering purple eyes already seeming satisfied. No. Currently I'm packed. I don't think I can hold any more skills, Bella replied. Angus sat down to relax, relieved that the two women had finally come to an understanding. But Bella's next question left him speechless. Bella decided to change the topic to a more serious matter. Okay, now answer me honestly, Angus. Who will be your first wife? Bella asked, her tone turning serious. Yes, tell her, it's me, Ethan, Arya said, standing up swiftly. Angus appeared to be pondering the question, but in reality, he was searching for a way to escape. Technically, Bella should be his first, but the promise he made to Arya made him hesitate. Well, why do you two need to think about that right now? You can decide once you know each other better. That's a fair solution, right? He tried to leave the matter to his wives. No, absolutely not. They both shouted in unison, resolute in the seriousness of the issue. Unfortunately, his wives weren't about to let him off that easily. Just as Angus found himself in a difficult situation, a familiar presence gave him the perfect chance to escape their interrogation. With a stormy expression, Bella's father, Belial, entered the room without knocking, Bianca following closely behind. Their location was not far from Belial's dukedom, and his personally crafted space teleporter allowed him to cross distances with maximum efficiency. Bella and Arya paused as they sensed Belial's domineering presence nearby. Belial still looked tall and devilishly handsome, with a masculine charm that was off the charts. But his incubus characteristics seemed to fade in comparison when Belial took in Angus's current form. The two men locked eyes, neither willing to back down in this contest of masculine aura. Angus had started to grow beard, while Belial was looking cleanly shaved. Angus was chuckling inwardly, while Belial was surprised by the strong presence of his supposed son-in-law. So, boy, you finally did it. I mean, you fell for another woman so quickly. Because of this, I'm starting to doubt your resolve to protect my daughter. All right then. Let's have a spar between men, Belial offered, his tone patient but firm. Angus glanced at the culprit Bianca, who had a wide grin, clearly enjoying the spectacle. He made a mental note to teach her a lesson later. Is he your father, Bella? Arya asked curiously, intrigued by seeing an incubus for the first time, a creature she had only read about in books. Bella slapped her forehead and replied, yes. He is my father, Belial Belfrost, the Duke of the Lust Dukedom. Oh, Arya murmured, already understanding Bella's father's nature after witnessing his reaction to finding his daughter's husband with another woman. She thought to herself, he's an extreme pervert with numerous wives, so that much is clear to her. Sure, father-in-law. Angus accepted with a confident grin. Belial's demon general level of power was nothing more than a light breeze to him. Absolutely not. Bella stepped between them. blocking the confrontation to save her father's pride. Angus's clone had already been that strong, and after their recent merge, she was certain of one thing: no demon lord would be able to harm Angus now. So, what could her father possibly do with his meager demon general level of power? Belial knew Angus had grown strong, but he didn't realize just how powerful his son-in-law had become. "What's wrong, daughter? Why are you stopping me?" Belial asked, confused. "If you're worried about your husband getting hurt, you should remember how he conquered so many strongholds from Demon Lord Crimson and Demon Lord Goliath," Belial reminded her. "Oh, right. I haven't asked for an explanation for that yet." "What's your real goal in waging war against them?" Bella shrugged. "We'll explain that to you later, father. But right now, you can't fight your son-in-law. You're not his match anymore." "Huh? Not his match anymore?" Belial looked puzzled, then burst out laughing as if her words were absurd. "Ha ha ha. Wait, you're serious?" he asked, noticing Bella's dissatisfied pout. She clearly thought he was being foolish. "Yes," Bella said firmly. She knew how overwhelming their victories had been, from conquering the temples of the ancient Red Serpent deity to taking several Demon Lords' strongholds, increasing their forces to millions within just over a week. Arya was both amused and a little proud, watching the reaction of the perverted incubus. Belial eyed Angus with growing doubt. Angus, with a sly smile, teased, "Why are you scaring your father like that, Bella?" "I'm not going to harm him." Scared. Belial's pride stung at his son-in-law's condescending tone, as if Angus were doing him a favor by agreeing to spar. How could a dominant man like him stay rational after hearing that? "Who's scared, boy?" Belial growled, his ego flaring. "I'm ready for any kind of challenge. Let's see if what my daughter said is true. If it's false, hey, you'll regret those two sentences." With a low snarl, his purplish muscles swelled with barely contained power. His aura, crackling with energy, sent a wave of suppressed force through the room, causing the very walls to tremble. "Very well, father-in-law. It seems you really need a reality check," Angus replied, stepping outside. Bella followed, her expression serious as she noticed that with each of Angus's steps, the ground beneath them seemed to tremble like an earthquake of sheer power that struck Belial with astonishment. Belial had been bracing himself for a surprise, but it was clear he had underestimated just how much Angus had grown. His son-in-law now moved like a true force of nature. This brought him a mixture of faint hope and relief. He'd been concerned about their growing ambitions, but seeing Angus's power firsthand was unexpectedly reassuring. "Is this really necessary?" Bella muttered, feeling a mix of frustration and resignation. Arya walked beside Bella, quietly amused. She was starting to think Bella's family wasn't so bad, even if they were of demonic origin. She also understood why Bella looked more human than demonic. It was because her mother had been a human. "Huh? What's Duke Belial doing here?" "TSK, you don't even know our lord, and they're related. He must be here to check on his daughter." "Yes, but their expressions suggest something else." As Belial and Angus made their way to an open field for a friendly spar, a curious crowd gathered, whispering and speculating. "Fools, where are you going? Are you looking to die?" Sen and Siena's stern warning echoed through the air at that exact moment. The siblings, along with a few sharp individuals, recognized the fierce glint of battle hunger in both their lord's and Duke Belial's eyes. "Ah, hey, that's right, Captain." Chastened by the warning, they dared not venture closer, keeping a respectful distance from the impending clash. Angus paused, finding a suitable place, amid barren land, approximately over a kilometer away from the spectating crowd. Even from this distance the demon minions might not be safe. He casted an invisible barrier for shield them. Belial could sense Angus did something, but couldn't even detect the protective barrier. "Father-in-law, make it quick. Give your everything in one shot." "We both have our own business to attend to," Angus said, wanting to get with this quickly. Bella closed her eyes, unwilling to watch her father face inevitable disappointment, while Arya observed with a slight smile. At first, Arya had felt uncomfortable, suddenly finding herself surrounded by demons of the same kind who had hurt her friends and clan members. But seeing them now, so lively and smiling together, made her reconsider her opinion of their nature. Perhaps not all demons are bad, she thought. If they were truly as vicious and hateful toward humans as the story said, Bella would never have accepted Arya as Angus's second partner so easily. It's just a first impression, she reminded herself. They still need to be judged fairly. Belial's spear, crafted with painstaking care and forged to the highest S-grade quality he could manage, vibrated with power under his firm grip. His aura swelled like crashing waves, saturating the field with a pressure that felt almost suffocating. But Angus remained as unmoving as a mountain, standing casually with an air of effortless superiority. Belial's stats, capped well below the 15,000 mark, posed no threat to Angus's immense power. "Who do you think will win?" Sienna asked her brother, Sen, who had grown noticeably stronger since the last battle. Sen chuckled, finding the question almost amusing. "Ha ha, isn't it obvious? Haven't you seen our Lord's power in battle?" he replied, laughing. "Yes, of course. But I've never seen Duke Belial fight, so I was curious," Sienna said, driving her sword into the ground as she sat to watch. Sen settled beside her, his eyes shining with admiration. "Relax, sister, this isn't just one of our Lord's clones. He's here in person, in the flesh. His strength must have grown to levels we can't even imagine." "You're right, Sen. I'm just being dumb," Sienna muttered, her gaze flickering with a hint of unreadable sadness as she turned to the unfolding battle. Angus stood like an unyielding peak, radiating an aura of supreme confidence. "Don't die, boy," Belial bellowed, grinning fiercely as he launched himself forward. His speed was blinding to everyone present, the ground trembling beneath the force of his acceleration, because of his full strength unleashed. Yet Angus did not move, waiting with the patience of an unshakable giant. His eyes tracked onto Belial's extreme charge. Belial's mental attacks were no threat to Angus, but as a powerful incubus with an exceptionally strong physique, he remained a formidable force. Demons typically had stats 3 times that of humans, and Belial's activated special physique further tripled those numbers, making him an unstoppable force for anyone within the same rank. This was the core of his strength, and he wasn't just any incubuser. His semi-royal bloodline gave him an even greater edge. Boom! With a fierce glint in his eyes, Belial drove his spear forward, aiming directly at Angus's chest. He didn't hold back, certain that Angus's overwhelming confidence and the sheen of his aura meant he could take it. In fact, Belial felt his attack might not even be enough to truly challenge his son-in-law. It was all the power he could summon, and he poured everything into the strike. The collision was cataclysmic, a deafening explosion erupting from the point of impact. The shockwave tore through the air, gouging the earth, as it spread outwards from the center of the clash. Fouquet. The spectators were horrified as the terrifying shockwaves surged towards them, gouging the earth with their force. Bella and Arya braced instinctively, preparing to defend others like they had done just an hour before, but surprisingly their intervention wasn't needed. An invisible barrier suddenly appeared, cast in a protective circular dome, which absorbed the shockwaves before they could reach the crowd. The demon soldiers exhaled in relief as the dome held firm, dispersing the devastating energy and sparing them from the fallout of the immense power unleashed. Belial was thrown back by the sheer force of the collision, his own power rebounding against him. He coughed awkwardly as he got to his feet, attempting to regain his composure. Yet, he couldn't fully mask the shock he felt. His son-in-law had surpassed him by an unbelievable margin in such a short amount of time. Not only that, but Belial was certain Angus had already reached the level of a demon lord, and a particularly powerful one at that. "Duke, are you all right?" Angus asked, wearing an expression of mild guilt. He wanted to ease Belial's embarrassment, knowing full well that Bella would make him pay if he humiliated her father. "I'm fine. But you gave me quite a surprise," Belial admitted, before grinning. "And call me father-in-law from now on. You're not going to start showing disrespect just because you're stronger than me, are you?" "Ah, of course not," Angus said with a chuckle. "Unless I have a wish to get the cold shoulder from your daughter." "Ha ha, that's the spirit, my son-in-law." Belial laughed heartily, then his expression turned more serious. "But remember, Angus, don't be too soft on women, especially if you have multiple wives. Trust me, I'm speaking from my own experiences. If you pamper them too much, they'll expect it all the time. But you can't neglect them either, he advised with a knowing look. Angus was amused by the advice but nodded solemnly. Yes, father-in-law. I'll keep that in mind. What are you two whispering about? Bella's voice cut through the air, startling her father. Nothing, daughter, Belial replied hastily, quickly regaining his composure. He then gave a bemused smile. Now, why don't you introduce the new member of the family? Bella turned to Arya, noting the purity of her aura, which even surpassed Belial's in certain ways. Father, this is Arya Silvermoon, Bella said, a bit unsure. Well, I guess I should call her my sister-wife. Bella's words carried a hint of awkwardness as she made the introduction. Arya stepped forward, offering a polite nod to Belial, her presence gentle yet dignified despite the situation. Hello, uncle, Arya greeted politely, trying her best to suppress the awkwardness of meeting the incubus duke for the first time. Belial's expression softened at the respectful address, clearly pleased by the gesture and the initial harmony among them. Very talented, he said with genuine approval. You are truly worthy to stand as my daughter's equal. That makes you part of our family now. His eyes gleamed with admiration. You're so beautiful, like a fairy. There was a sincerity in his praise that surprised Bella and Angus, and though Belial would never admit it outright, he couldn't help but feel that Arya's ethereal beauty, coupled with her strength, might even outshine his own daughter's. For a moment, it was a hard realization for him to swallow, but his smile remained warm and welcoming. Belial accepted Arya wholeheartedly, fully aware that strong men like himself often couldn't resist the allure of a beautiful and powerful woman. The fact that his son-in-law, someone of such immense strength, had only 2 women by his side rather than a dozen spoke volumes about Angus's character and restraint. For Belial, this was a great reassurance. It meant his daughter, Bella, was being valued and treated as an equal, not overshadowed by others. His concerns about his daughter's future had been eased, knowing she had a place of honor and respect in Angus's life. Angus coughed lightly, drawing Belial's attention, a subtle reminder not to get too comfortable around Arya. Belial chuckled, clearly enjoying himself. What's wrong, Angus? Are you afraid I'm going to steal her from you? He joked, a rare occurrence. Father, Bella interjected, her glare sharp enough to make her point clear. She wasn't going to let him cross any lines. Look at you. I was just appreciating her. Belial sighed dramatically, taking a step back from Arya. Arya exhaled in relief, the distance easing her discomfort. Arya glanced at Bella with a grateful expression, silently appreciating her support. Belial's playful demeanor faded abruptly, replaced by a serious intensity. His piercing gaze locked onto Angus. So, now answer me, boy, he said, his tone grave. What's your real goal for gathering so many demon minions? Angus gave Bella a knowing glance, silently encouraging her to explain everything. He intertwined his fingers with both Bella's and Arya's hands, a gesture of unity and strength. Bella took a deep breath, her resolve clear in her voice as she addressed her father. Father, we have only one goal, to unify the world. We're not just fighting battles for conquest, we're striving for a greater purpose. And we're resolved to see it through. Belial's eyes narrowed as he listened, gauging the determination in his daughter's voice. He could see the conviction in her, one that mirrored Angus's calm confidence. Arya, standing beside Angus, already knew the purpose of his growing demonic army. It was one of the reasons she chose to align herself with Bella. Their shared goal of unifying the world wasn't just Angus's ambition, it had become theirs as well. United under their husband's vision, the 2 women were resolved to walk the same path, ensuring the success of his dream. Belial was too stunned to speak. The sheer audacity of the trio's goal to challenge the entire world seemed utterly insane. Are you 3 mad? He finally barked, his voice tinged with both disbelief and concern. You'd need more than strength. You'd need godly power and an army beyond imagination. Angus, tell me you haven't lost your senses too. Angus, calm and composed, could see that his father-in-law hadn't yet grasped the reality of the situation. It was time to give him a proper demonstration of his true strength. Yes, "We know what it takes," Angus replied in a voice that exuded dominance. "But tell me, is this strength enough?" As he finished his words, Angus began to unleash his aura, a blend of chaotic, fiendish energy intertwined with celestial purity. The aura rolled out in targeted waves, directed solely at Belial. The sheer magnitude of Angus's presence hit Belial like a tidal wave. His breath caught in his throat as he felt utterly insignificant, a mere speck of dust before a rising storm. Angus's aura surged like an endless ocean, towering and unyielding, refusing to stop. Belial could hardly believe it. His son-in-law had been holding back earlier, sparing him the despair of seeing just how wide the gulf between their powers truly was. Now, under the crushing weight of Angus's aura, Belial felt the suffocating truth that Angus was already on the cusp of half-godhood. The realization struck hard. Belial had dreamed of one day reaching that exalted level himself, but the obstacles were insurmountable. Resources were scarce, and for demons, the divine path had long been severed. Yet here stood Angus, already walking the path of the gods. If this continued, it was no exaggeration to think that he might one day rival the demon god himself. Belial re-evaluated his son-in-law with newfound awe. Angus was no ordinary demoner. He was heaven-defying and utterly unfathomable. For the first time, Belial dared to hope that Angus might be the key to breaking through to the elusive realm of gods. Bella and Arya remained unfazed, as Angus's display of power had been carefully controlled to avoid alarming them. It was clear that he had shown his strength to Belial in his own way, making a point without putting others at risk. Satisfied that he had made his point, Angus suppressed his chaotic fiendish aura. He knew that if he had pushed any further, even unintentionally, the lower-ranked demons in the vicinity might not have survived. With the demonstration over, Angus, Bella, Arya, and Belial moved into the living quarters to discuss matters in detail. There, Angus outlined his grand vision of how he had risen to power in the human realm, becoming an emperor, and the steady formation of his empire. Belial listened attentively as Angus explained his strategy, to merge his forces from both the human and demon worlds once grew bigger. With this combined army, an unstoppable force of power and unity, they could conquer both worlds. But Angus's plan went beyond mere conquest. It was about ending the endless cycles of hatred and prejudice, and bringing about a lasting peace between humans and demons. Going against the gods and the demon god. With Angus's godlike power and the grand army of liberation, they would force those who stood in their way to submit or face inevitable defeat. Yet, submission wasn't the final goal. It was a means to purify the ingrained animosity, to create a world where demons and humans coexisted, sharing resources and living in mutual understanding. Angus spoke of a future where both worlds could thrive together, with prosperity and peace unthinkable in the current age of division. Belial, once skeptical, now found himself captivated by the vision. Angus wasn't merely conquering he was seeking to build a new world order, one where the bitterness between races would finally end, and abundance resources would be shared. It was an ambition both grand and noble, and Belial began to see that it might just be possibly with a leader like Angus at the helm. "Now, father, would you consider putting your army under my husband's command?" Bella demanded suddenly. "Oh, are you asking for your dowry, my dear?" Belial asked, amused. Bella smiled as she held Angus' arm. "You can think of it that way, but I hope this doesn't make my other siblings jealous." "Ha ha. Fine, I will give my full support. Perhaps your husband can help bring your mother back to me." "I only want her in return," Belial offered, making a condition. Angus responded confidently, "Deal. We will bring Bella's mother back to you, father-in-law." Angus sent his body double to Salice, where the Liberation Army continued its march toward the imperial capital. The only one missing was Arya, who had decided to stay in the abyss for a while. Angus ordered the demon faction of the Liberation Empire to head to the capital city of the Lust Dukedom, intending to merge with Duke Belial's forces as per the deal they had made. Belial had no problem with the merge and accepted Angus as the leader because he knew it wouldn't be long before Angus's Demon Lord title became recognized in the demon world. As they neared the capital on a massive vampiric bat, Duke Belial spoke suddenly. "Angus, if you're receiving the dowry, perhaps the three of you should have a ceremonial wedding on this occasion." "What do you say?" daughter?" Belial asked. Bella, Arya, and Angus looked at each other for their opinions. "I have no problem as long as you two are fine with it," Angus expressed first. "Ooh, Sister Bella's wedding." "I'm ready to celebrate," Bianca said excitedly, holding her father's arm. Bella's expression showed she was ready any time, but Angus suddenly noticed Arya's discomfort. "Arya, what's wrong? Are you not okay with the idea of getting married together?" he asked. Belial, Bianca, and Bella all turned their attention to Arya, awaiting her response. "No, it's not that, Ethan," Arya explained. "I'm feeling uncomfortable because of the dense nether energy and the lack of mana here. It's getting hard to breathe." "Huh? Angus, how could you forget to give her one of those potions humans use to enter here?" Bella said in a blaming tone, touching Arya's hand worriedly. "Are you feeling okay, Arya?" Arya, flustered by their sudden concern and contact, replied quickly, "Yes, I'm fine. Just a little uncomfortable." "No need to blame him." Angus looked regretful. "Sorry, I forgot, Arya." "See if you feel better now." He cast a protective shield of pure origin mana around Arya, shielding her from the dense nether energy. Immediately, Arya felt as if she were in a refreshing, fresh morning environment. The dense, pure mana surprised Hera. It was beyond ordinary. Perhaps this was one of the reasons her husband was so powerful. Bella was relieved and gently asked, "Now tell us, Arya, do you want to get married here or not?" Her tone was soft, wanting to respect Arya's feelings. Bella knew that for a happy polygamous family, mutual understanding and respect between the wives were crucial. She didn't want their family to end up like her father's, where those qualities were often lacking among her stepmothers. Angus felt a surge of satisfaction, sensing that their future was looking brighter. Arya shook her head. "No, I'd like to get married with my family present, if possible." "And they still can't come here because their hatred for demons runs deep due to what Beelzebub did to our clan." "I would prefer the ceremony to be held in the human world if possible. But I have no problem if the two of you want to get married here." Arya's response was sincere and she didn't want to disrupt Bella's happy mood either. She recognized Bella's genuine effort to make their three-way relationship work and knew that for their family to thrive, she too had to show patience and understanding. Bella made up her mind on the spot. "You're right, Arya. I've changed my mind too. I want to wait until my mother can be there with us." "What do you think, father?" Belial shrugged and nodded. "Fine, if that's what you want, daughter." "It's not a bad idea. It would be a perfect gift for Celeste to see you getting married. She loved you so much, she sacrificed her own happiness to keep you safe." His voice trailed off with a hint of sadness. "All right, it's settled," Angus declared. "Once the Kairos Empire's territory is under our control, I will personally take Bella to reunite with her mother at the Eternal Phoenix clan." "Hubby." Bella's eyes shone with happiness, and she rushed into his arms. Angus, not wanting Arya to feel left out, gently pulled her to his other side. He held them both close, his strong embrace providing a sense of safety and love. The two women leaned into him, finding a true sense of peace in his firm hold. "We've arrived, so enough." With this lovey-dovey display, Belial coughed, reminding them that he and Bianca were still present. Bianca chuckled while Bella and Arya pulled back slightly, smiling with a mixture of embarrassment and contentment. Angus released his wives and turned his gaze downward, taking in the sprawling view of Lust City below. Bella and Arya composed themselves, the recent closeness still leaving a trace of awkwardness, but a hint of warmth lingered as well. Their descent was smooth as they landed on the grand estate of Duke Belial. Behind them followed Angus and Irigi, high-ranking demons like Sen, Sienna, Butluyu, the Wolf King, the Wolf Queen, and several others, each a notable figure in their own right. Meanwhile, the million-strong Liberation Army remained stationed outside Lust City, awaiting further orders. "Lord Husband, welcome." "We hope you had a pleasant journey," Belial's wives greeted in unison, bowing gracefully. Belial returned their greeting with a nod, his eyes scanning the group. "My loves, where is your Duchess, Vienna?" he inquired. One of the succubus wives replied respectfully, "We're not sure, Lord Husband." "Sister Vienna might be busy with something important." Belial's brow furrowed slightly, but he nodded. "Very well. Someone go find her and inform her that we need to hold an emergency meeting in the court. Everyone must be present, including all family members. I have a crucial announcement to make." At his command, one of the servants quickly departed to relay the message. Meanwhile, Angus, Bella, and Arya followed Belial inside, their presence drawing curious glances from the onlookers. Angus' aura of authority and power was undeniable, and the unfamiliar sight of Arya, a human in the demon realm, created a buzz of speculation among the gathered demons. Soon, the court was alive with anticipation as everyone of importance in the Lust Dukedom assembled. High-ranking officials, military leaders, and members of Belial's extended family filled the hall, whispering to each other in hushed tones. Many stole glances at Arya, intrigued by the presence of a new woman standing beside Duke Belial's son-in-law. Bella stood with a calm confidence, her gaze steady as she observed her father's gathered subjects and her half-siblings. The murmur of conversations quieted as the doors at the far end of the room opened, revealing newly ascended Duchess Vienna, who entered with a regal grace. She moved with purpose, her expression curious as she took her place beside Belial. All eyes turned expectantly to the Duke, awaiting his announcement. Vienna, Bianca's mother, was worried after noticing another woman sitting beside Bella's husband. She mistakenly thought that Belial had called everyone together to punish Angus for cheating on his daughter or something similar. Noticing her mother's worry, Bianca leaned forward and whispered the real reason for the gathering. Vienna's eyes widened as she absorbed what Bianca told her. If what Bianca said was true, her new son-in-law was more terrifying, stronger, and more ambitious than her own husband. Bianca exaggerated a bit, claiming that her brother-in-law was nearing the power of a demon god, which made Vienna skeptical a bit. Their progenitor, the demon god's power, was said to be unrivaled and world-surpassing, so the comparison seemed exaggerated at least for now. However, Vienna was certain of one thing: after noticing Angus' missing horns and the strange ancient red mark on his forehead, he looked more devilishly powerful, far more than her husband. With the confidence he exuded while sitting in the middle of his wives, Arya and Bella, right in front of them, everyone shifted their attention towards the Duke, sensing he was finally about to speak. "Today, I have gathered all my wives, children, and important officials to announce that from this day forward, I will be handing down my rule to my son-in-law, the leader of the Rising Liberation Army. This decision will be official from now on, and those who disagree with his rule will be swiftly executed by me personally." What? Duke Belial's words were powerful and unmistakably clear, but they sent ripples of shock and confusion throughout the room. Who, in their right mind, would hand over their rule to a son-in-law, despite having so many heirs in line among the Duke's children? This is unfair. "Please, Lord Husband, please reconsider." A few concubines wore displeased expressions at the announcement. Duchess Vienna, having no son, had assumed that the rank of Duke would naturally pass to the children of her rivals, and Belial's sudden decision felt like a bolt from the blue. The idea that their human-looking son-in-law would take over the dukedom permanently was unthinkable to them. Angus and his wives remained silent, allowing Belial to finish his speech without interruption. Duke Belial's gaze hardened as he looked at his wives, recognizing the limits of their understanding. He couldn't entirely blame them, as they didn't yet grasp Angus' true potential. Angus wasn't someone who would stop at ruling the Lust Dukedom like a mere son-in-law content with scraps of power. His eyes were set on the world itself, or what was one dukedom compared to his ambitions? "Does everyone think I am being foolish by handing the rule to my son-in-law?" Belial's sharp voice echoed across the hall, his piercing gaze sweeping over everyone present, including his children. "Lord Duke is wise. We trust you have a grand vision," a few officials quickly responded, eager to align with his decision. Their loyalty was evident, though a few others remained visibly hesitant, unsure of the reasoning behind such an unusual choice. "Lord Father, we will do as you command. I am certain you have thought carefully about our future." Some of Belial's children, both young and old, voiced their agreement obediently, though hints of curiosity lingered in their expressions. "Good," Belial declared, his tone softening slightly. but the satisfaction in his voice was clear. He was pleased that his authority remained unquestioned by the majority, even in such a controversial decision. "Angus, come here," Belial called, his voice firm and commanding. Angus rose to his feet, his two wives, Bella and Arya, offering him encouraging smiles. Their support was unwavering as he walked forward to receive his new title. Belial stood tall and regal, holding out the Duke's seal. "This Lord's seal is now yours, and the 20 million minions of Lust Dukedom are now under your command. You are now the new Lord of Lust Dukedom, the supreme leader of the Liberation Army. From this moment, everyone here is at your beck and call. Good luck on leading us to a better future that you have shown us." The deep resonance of Belial's voice carried through the room, his words carrying weight and finality. The audience fell silent, their gazes fixed on Angus. The announcement was not just a simple transfer of power, it was a declaration that would forever change the balance of the demon world. Angus accepted the Duke's seal, the powerful artifact that would allow him to command an army of 20 million demons. With a single gesture, the lives and fates of countless beings now rested in his hands. Angus marveled at the small creation, a metal rod with intricate runes, spread like spider webs, connecting to the souls of the demon minions. He would like to create a seal like this for himself, but it was a big gamble. If the enemy forces got their hands on such an artifact, it could pose a significant risk. However, for future needs, it could serve as a valuable reference when he couldn't single-handedly control his billion-strong army. It could be an evil mean of keeping possible betrayal in check. Holding the seal, Angus finally broke his silence, looking at the audience. "You are now under the Liberation Army. Our goal is now united, to conquer the world. To betray us from henceforth means death and eternal imprisonment." The evil fiendish aura emanating from Angus sent a chill down everyone's spine, making them feel like ants before him. His declaration was bold and unthinkable, but they were now under his command. Even if some felt unwilling and considered their new lord foolish, strength is what matters in the demon world. Disobeying meant death. Now, whether they would follow their doom or glory, only time would tell. "Glory to Lord of Liberation! Long live Lord of Liberation!" With shouts of cheers and applause, the power transfer ceremony came to an end. Angus, Arya, and Bella headed outside to plan their next action, to conquer a demon lord's territory. "Did you do the right thing, Lord Husband?" "It means going against Demon Lord Crimson, isn't it?" As they left, Duchess Vienna asked Belial worriedly inside the now empty hall. Belial glanced their way and replied with a chuckle, "Our vision is narrow, Vienna, but not his. He is an anomaly that even those gods would be shocked by." "What's a demon lord compared to it?" Angus, Arya, and Bella discussed their plans thoroughly and decided to attack Demon Lord Crimson the following day. Since it was already night time, they postponed their assault, keeping the plan a secret from everyone except Angus' most trusted subordinates. The delay was mainly because of Bella's insistence of spending the night there. Targeting Demon Lord Crimson was not a decision made on a whim. Crimson had been the one leading frequent incursions into the human world recently. During the surprise attack on Skyfall City, it was Crimson's army that had been obliterated by Angus. Through his meticulous appraisal ability, Angus traced the origins of those forces back to Crimson. Their mission was clear: Demon Lord Crimson would be their next target. However, Angus aimed to conquer Crimson's army with minimal bloodshed, intending to grow the Liberation Army's numbers while avoiding unnecessary losses. "Ethan, you should accompany Bella tonight." "You've been apart for so long," Arya said as they walked down the hallway toward their respective rooms. Her tone was gentle, masking her own yearning to keep him close. Her generosity and understanding shone through her words. Bella paused, stunned by Arya's thoughtfulness. She had been hesitating to express her desire to spend time with him, but now felt immense gratitude toward Arya. A soft smile spread across her lips as she looked at Arya, realizing how genuinely kind-hearted and selfless her sister-wife was. Angus, however, wasn't so easily fooled. He looked into Arya's eyes and instantly recognized the yearning she was trying to hide. Without hesitation, Angus materialized another clone of himself right before their eyes, his cells forming a perfect duplicate. Both women stared in surprise. "There's no need for you to feel lonely, Arya," he said gently. "I'll stay with both of you. And truly, I'm lucky to have such an understanding, self-sacrificing woman like you." Arya's cheeks flushed slightly, and she gave a small smile, her heart warm from his thoughtfulness. Bella chuckled, feeling equally touched, and teased, "Hubby, you always know how to make things fair, don't you?" Angus simply grinned and replied, "With two amazing wives, fairness is the least I can offer. But if you two like, we can stay together." "Never!" Arya and Bella shouted in unison before Angus could finish, rejecting his teasing suggestion with an unwavering resolve. "Okay, fine." "I was just joking," Angus said, raising his hands in mock surrender, though he was slightly disappointed by their firm stance. With the matter settled, the group parted ways to their respective rooms. Angus' clones were now fully functional, exact replicas of his original body in form and thought. The only difference was that each clone had about 60% of the original's strength, which was still formidable. His original body stayed with Bella, while a clone accompanied Arya. Arya didn't mind, as Angus had thoroughly explained the capabilities of his clones. They were now entirely capable of fulfilling any role, including nightly duties. It meant Angus could now perform what Bella jokingly called dual service. However, Angus wasn't one to waste potential. He utilized his remaining two clones effectively. One clone was sent to roam the wilderness, leveling up by hunting demons and absorbing their cores. The other clone blended among the army outside the city, taking on the role of a sentry and ensuring their protection through the night. This innate ability, granted by his chaotic fiend celestial bloodline, was proving to be a game-changer. It enabled him to be in multiple places at once, fulfilling duties and gaining strength simultaneously. He could only imagine the potential when he mastered the full extent of this power. The prospect of creating millions of clones to achieve his goals was tantalizing, though he knew it would take time. Strengthening his mental resilience and further integrating his new bloodline were critical steps toward that ultimate power. For now, he was content with the progress he had made and the possibilities it opened for his grand ambitions. Bang! The door shut firmly behind Angus as Bella leaned against it with a mischievous smile, her purple eyes glowing with desire. "You're not getting scot-free today, hubby," she declared, her voice laced with playful seduction. "I didn't get the marriage ceremony, but I want my first time tonight right here, right now." Bella's words were bold, and her actions matched them. She adjusted her nightgown to reveal just enough of her cleavage to tease him further. Her full, red lips curved into a wicked grin, her eyes brimming with desire. Her curvaceous figure, framed by the thin fabric of her attire, was a sight that would make any humaner or demoner lose their composure. Angus felt the heat of temptation rise, but he decided to observe her next move, curious to see how far she would go to assert her demand. Bella closed the distance between them, her steps slow and deliberate. Her charm radiated like an irresistible aura, her every movement graceful and brimming with temptation. She swayed her hips hypnotically, her sultry gaze never leaving his. If it had been any other man, they would have already succumbed, rushing to claim her and melting into her inviting embrace. But Angus, ever composed and teasing in his own right, remained still, his piercing gaze locked onto hers. Bella smirked at his restraint. She leaned closer, her breath brushing against his ear as she whispered, "Let's see if you can resist me any longer, my dear husband." The game of seduction had only begun, and Bella was determined to win. But to her delight, she was well aware that she wouldn't have to wait long. Bella smirked triumphantly as she watched Angus' composure begin to falter, the beast within him surfacing. Her hands moved deliberately, tugging at the ties of her nightgown, letting it slide off her shoulders in an agonizingly slow reveal. Her soft, smooth skin and the twinkle in her purple eyes were a seductive mix that left Angus entranced. As the delicate fabric fell to the floor, leaving her bare under the dim light of the room, Angus let his control snapped. The weight of her allure and the desire that she had ignited within him overcame any restraint he had left. With a deep growl, Angus closed the distance between them in an instant, pinning Bella firmly onto the plush bed. Her breath hitched as his overwhelming presence engulfed her, but she welcomed it with a coy smile that turned into a gasp as their passion ignited. Bella's initial cry, a mix of pain and pleasure, echoed softly in the room as they finally united, their souls and bodies entwining in a moment they had both longed for. The night became theirs, filled with unspoken emotions and desires unleashed, marking the beginning of a bond that could never be undone. The next day, Angus issued a decisive order to his army. They were to march toward Crimson City. The demon minions, now bolstered by captured humans from the Dragon Empire, obeyed without hesitation. A shared sense of purpose seemed to unite them, even if some still harbored quiet reservations about their new leader. However, the announcement came as a shock to Belial and a few other higher-ranking demons. It didn't take long for Belial to understand Angus' intent. A cunning smirk spread across his face as he realized the boldness of the plan. "Crimson, your time has come," Belial muttered to himself, the memory of his separation from Bella's mother flashing through his mind. Crimson had played a significant role in that painful chapter of his life. Watching Angus bring him to ruin would be a satisfying reckoning. Belial also felt a surprising swell of pride. Accompanying his son-in-law on this conquest wasn't just about vengeance, it was a chance to witness firsthand the rise of someone who could one day reshape the very fabric of their world. And so, as the army began its march, Belial's smirk turned into a grin. This was going to be entertaining. Angus, accompanied by Arya, Bella, Sen, Sienna, and, leader of the lizard tribe, Butloyu, Vespera, and Duke Belial, rode together atop a massive flying demon. The demon, Gabi, had undergone an incredible evolution, now resembling a 9-headed hydra with enormous wings. Its powerful presence alone inspired awe and fear, a fitting mount for such a formidable group. Bella winced slightly as they soared through the skies, drawing Arya's concerned gaze. Arya quickly realized what must have transpired the previous night, and her cheeks flushed at the thought. So that's why she saw a broken bar, Arya thought to herself, feeling a strange mix of embarrassment and quiet acceptance. She found comfort in remembering that she had experienced Angus' first kiss and union, a memory she cherished deeply. What Arya didn't know, however, was just how many firsts Bella had claimed during the wild, passionate night. Bella, with her succubus heritage, was well versed in the art of seduction. She had introduced Angus to a variety of intimate techniques, indulging in her desires to the fullest and leaving both of them thoroughly satisfied. The difference between the two women couldn't be more striking. Arya was tender and obedient, while Bella was fiery and unrestrained. Despite their differences, both shared an undeniable love and respect for Angus, creating a dynamic that was as unique as it was harmonious. Angus remained calm and intensely focused on the mission ahead, a trait that Bella and Arya deeply admired. Despite the intimacy they shared with him, his ability to prioritize the mission and his responsibilities only strengthened their feelings for him. Behind them, a terrifying procession of over 30 million demon minions marched like an unstoppable wave of destruction. Their ranks ranged from lesser demons to archdemons, a force that could instill fear in even the mightiest of dukedoms. However, when compared to Demon Lord Crimson's near 100 million strong army, the odds seemed daunting, if not impossible. Among the ranks of nobles trailing at the back of the Liberation Army, murmurs of discontent began to stir. "Tsk, I knew this son-in-law was going to lead us to our doom. How can we possibly stand a chance against Crimson's army with only 30 million troops? This leader is nothing but an ignorant fool, drunk on ambition," one disgruntled noble demon grumbled, his face contorted with displeasure. "Hey, are you trying to get us all killed, you idiot?" hissed another, a massive demon hound that trembled as he spoke. "If the Lord hears your insolence, you'll be executed on the spot." "HMPH, let him hear." "Who's afraid of who?" "We're all going to die anyway," the noble replied in resignation. Similar discussions were happening secretly in various parts of the ground units. Angus picked up on these conversations with his heightened senses but had no intention of intervening as long as the nobles didn't disrupt the order. He hoped that, with time, their opinions of him would change. Otherwise, slavery was the other option that awaited them if they dared to rebel. After a few hours of journey, Angus finally saw the towering, menacing, fiery walls of Crimson Demon City. The walls were terrifyingly massive, resembling an indestructible fortress built to protect its citizens and solidify Crimson's rule. Angus could also sense an army being mobilized just outside the walls. It wasn't a surprise. They had likely received word of the attack and were preparing for the battle ahead. Sienna, tell everyone to prepare for battle without fear, Angus commanded firmly, his voice carrying over the roaring winds. Yes, my lord. They nodded obediently. Are they prepared, hubby? Bella asked, her eyes glinting with a mixture of excitement and concern. And how many are there? At most 3 times our number, Angus replied, calm and composed. But don't worry about the numbers. We only need to take down their higher ranks swiftly while Arya provides support to our army. Arya, who had been quietly observing, suddenly interrupted, her voice tinged with worry. Ethan, I'm sorry, but I can't use my nature powers here. There's no trace of nature here. It's barren, and the earth feels saddened. Oh, right, Angus said, his brows furrowing in realization. I didn't consider that. He nearly forgot that the demon world was devoid of greenery or natural elements, a stark contrast to the human world Arya was accustomed to. It's all those gods' fault, Bella added, her voice laced with bitterness. Her hatred for the divine was clear, her demonic heritage fueling her resentment. Okay, then, you'll join us too, Arya, Angus said decisively, glancing ahead at the towering walls of Crimson City. His expression was calm, yet his mind was calculating. I'll figure out a way to safeguard the army from any surprise attacks. For now, we'll focus on the higher ranks. As if responding to his words, the deep, thunderous beats of war drums and the sharp blaring of battle horns echoed through the air. Both sides were preparing for war, their sounds clashing like the prelude to an inevitable storm. The Liberation Army rallied with a synchronized rhythm, their war cries growing louder as the sound of their drums intensified. On the opposite side, Crimson City's forces were equally charged, their horns and chants creating a sinister harmony of defiance. Angus and his wives floated ahead of the Liberation Army, their composure commanding the respect and awe of the millions behind them. The humans and demons alike, who had come to fear and revere their lord, watched with bated breath as Angus moved with calm yet ominous confidence. The opposing forces, though bolstered by numbers nearly threefold, suddenly found themselves questioning their advantage. Before the battle could begin, Angus raised a hand, and the world seemed to pause. With a flick of his wrist, a portal to his monster breeding space opened behind him. From it, an unrelenting torrent of monstrous forms poured forth like a waterfall, crashing onto the battlefield. The ground shook under the weight of their arrival. Feral growls, deafening roars, and unsettling screeches of demonic beasts filled the air. From small, agile predators to towering titanic creatures, the legion of 5 million surged forward, their crimson eyes glowing with primal fury. It was an awe-inspiring and terrifying sight. The enemy's ranks faltered, their confidence eroded by the sheer scale of the summoning. Their breath hitched as the sky above seemed to darken under the shadow of flying beasts, while the ground trembled with the steps of hulking monstrosities. The opposing demon generals, positioned atop their battlements, could hardly comprehend what they were witnessing. How is this possible? One of them whispered in disbelief. He's not even a full demoner. What kind of ability is this? Another muttered, their voice quivering. Their terror grew as their gaze shifted back to Angus, the figure who had summoned this hellish army. His aura, though distinctly human in appearance, was darker and more menacing than any demon lord they had ever encountered. For the first time, they realized the grim truth. The man at the forefront wasn't just leading the charge, he was the harbinger of annihilation. Silence. The booming voice echoed across the battlefield, silencing the fear-stricken army of Demon Lord Crimson. Emerging from the ranks, the imposing figure of Demon Lord Crimson strode forward, his towering skeletal form radiating menace. Angus turned his attention to the fiery Demon Lord. Demon Lord Crimson form was a terrifying sight to a humanoid giant skeleton, his body engulfed in swirling crimson flames that danced menacingly across his charred bones. His rusty armor clanked with each step, giving him a haunting presence. 2 massive horns curved outward from his skull, making his fiery gaze all the more chilling. Despite his grim and somewhat unconventional appearance, Angus could sense the raw power emanating from him. "So, you're the one foolish enough to challenge me?" Demon Lord Crimson growled, his fiery eyes narrowing as he studied Angus. Angus smirked, unfazed. He had expected a different kind of demon, a hulking, muscular figure brimming with physical dominance. But instead, he faced a burning skeleton clad in tattered armor. However, appearances could be deceiving. A quick glance at Crimson's stats confirmed his strength, over 40,000 in every attribute. Crimson wasn't just a show of fire and bone, as he was a genuine threat. As the 78th ranked member of the Demon Lords Council, he was a figure of notable power and reputation. But Angus remained unfazed, his confidence unshaken as he recalled his recent growth. His stats had already surpassed 48,000 due to his clone's hunt the previous night. Well, Angus said, his voice calm and laced with confidence. "I expected more from the 87th seat. I'll admit, though, your fire abilities are mildly amusing." Crimson roared in fury, the flames engulfing his skeletal form flaring brighter. "You dare mock me, whelp? You'll burn to ash before the might of my power." As his rage fueled his fiery aura, Crimson's burning gaze shifted past Angus and landed on the figure of Duke Belial standing just behind him. "Ha ha. So it's you, Belial," Crimson sneered. "How dare you betray me? I'll burn your 7 generations to ashes for this treachery." Belial stepped forward with a calm smile, exuding confidence. "Lord Crimson, it's good to see you again," Belial said mockingly. "But I'm afraid your end is nearer at the hands of my son-in-law." His tone carried no fear, only certainty. Crimson's fiery eyes narrowed as he processed the statement. "Your son-in-law, a human?" He laughed scornfully, his voice echoing across the battlefield. "Have you forgotten, Belial? Your wife was banished from this world. This so-called son-in-law will suffer the same fate, reduced to nothing but ash." "Oh, see, Arya, how ugly this bag of bones is." "We shouldn't even need to lay eyes on him," Bella said, stepping forward with Arya, her voice dripping with disdain. Arya, ever the quieter of the two, nodded in agreement but glared at Crimson with equal hatred. Bella, emboldened by her faith in Angus' strength, dared to mock the Demon Lord face to face. Rumble. The continent itself trembled as Demon Lord Crimson unleashed a wave of primal rage. "You're all dead." Crimson's voice roared like thunder as his fiery aura intensified, setting the battlefield ablaze. Each of Crimson's massive steps sent shockwaves through the ground, erupting into volcanic explosions. The fiery ash pouring forth was so potent it even began scorching the very fabric of space itself. However, only Angus could see how the spatial fabric was rapidly regenerating before it could fully tear. Angus shielded his side army from his killing aura, while enemy side died 100,000 like a plague of death that burned their very souls. "Bella, Arya, handle the others." "I'll finish him off." Swiftly, Angus commanded, stepping forward and drawing his God-Slayer sword, its blade gleaming with a dark, ominous energy. "Take him down, darling." Bella cheered, blowing him a playful kiss while secretly praying in her heart for his victory. Arya simply clasped her hands together in silent support, her determined gaze fixed on her husband as he approached the towering Demon Lord Crimson. "Let's take it to the sky, Crimson," Angus declared with commanding authority, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Without waiting for a response, he tore through the space with sheer force, creating a rift that shimmered like shattered glass. In a flash, he grabbed Demon Lord Crimson by the shoulder, his grip unyielding and merciless. Before Crimson could retaliate, Angus yanked him upward with the ease of lifting a ragdoll. The massive skeletal form of the Demon Lord dragged into the sky like a powerless weight. The air itself seemed to quiver as the two ascended, their battle promising devastation far from the armies below. While suspended in the fiery skies, Angus cast his blessing skill, a wave of radiant energy descending upon his army below. The effect was immediate. His subjects felt their strength surge, their combat abilities magnified manifold. "This should make fair in the playing field," Angus muttered to himself, his focus on Crimson in his grip. He knew this decisive battle would soon be over. However, his hand burned painfully as he continued to clutch Crimson's fiery skeletal form. The intense heat scorched his flesh, yet he held on, his will unwavering. Roar! Crimson roared in fury, his voice shaking the heavens. In an instant, his entire body was engulfed in an inferno of crimson fire, the flames erupting with such intensity that they illuminated the battlefield like a miniature sun. Angus released his grip and backed away slightly, his eyes narrowing as Crimson entered a berserk state. The inferno expanded outward in waves, painting the sky in hues of blood-red flames, creating a horrifying tsunami of destruction. Such theatrics, Angus muttered, unfazed but cautious. With a flick of his hand, he casted the reflective scales, SS, from the basilisk, his body shimmering with a mirrored armor that deflected any incoming attack. He knew that despite his higher stats, even he wasn't invincible against the raw elemental fury of Crimson's fire. From within the inferno, Crimson's voice thundered. "You will burn in my flames, human." Die. But Angus merely smirked, gripping his God-Slayer sword tighter. With a deep breath, he activated Divine Boost, a golden aura enveloping him as his power surged even further. His combat prowess now eclipsed Crimson's entirely, making his dominance undeniable. "You had your turn, Crimson. Now, it's my turn." Angus lunged forward, his blade slicing through the fiery waves with precision, aiming directly for Crimson's core. Boom! Crack! Crack! Arg! Damn! Human! Below, the battlefield was bathed in an eerie reddish glow, a result of the earth-shaking duel raging in the sky between Angus and Crimson. The air was thick with tension and the clash of steel, as the forces of the Liberation Army engaged the legions of Demon Lord Crimson. Amidst the chaos, Arya, Bella, Belial, Sen, and Sienna tore through the ranks of enemy demon generals and archdemons with deadly precision, cutting down their foes like they were mere paper. Bella was a whirlwind of destruction, her deadly charms and curses weaving chaos among her enemies. Her raw physical strength, now surpassing that of ordinary demon generals, made her a force to be reckoned with. She tore off heads and limbs, crushed chests with terrifying ease, and dispatched her opponents with the ruthlessness of a merciless queen. Arya, by contrast, was a graceful assassin, her movements swift and calculated. She was a white blur, gliding across the battlefield, her dagger slicing through the necks of higher-ranked demons as if they were soft tofu. Her strikes were clean, efficient, and left no room for retaliation. From the two's killing spree, Belial was certain of one thing: Arya was the stronger of the two. It was clear that she had not yet unleashed her full power. Bella also acknowledged this fact, which only made her more competitive. Seeing this, Belial shook his head with a smile as he finished off a demon general using his superior raw power. Flash! Boom! Suddenly, a blinding flash of red was followed by a world-trembling explosion. It was the unmistakable sign of a demon lord's fall, sending shockwaves through the battlefield and alarming everyone. That extended to other demon lords in their own domains. They got signal, a new demon lord on the rise. Belial almost lost his footing, his gaze snapping upward. His mouth fell open in shock as he witnessed a supernova-like explosion high in the sky, hundreds of kilometers above the stratosphere. Even from that immense distance, Belial felt a chilling sensation ripple across his skin, imagining the devastation that would have occurred if the explosion had taken place on the ground. If it had, not only would every living being on the battlefield have perished, but the dominion of Demon Lord Crimson itself would have been obliterated entirely. The demon minions from both sides were struck with horror, pressing flat against the ground from the residual force of the explosion. What happened? Who was the winner? Shut it, morons. Of course, our Lord Crimson will win. Yes, our Lord is known for his explosive fire abilities. That must be the enemy leader's demise. Lord Crimson is mighty. Lord Crimson is invincible. Cheers and laughter erupted across Crimson City's ranks as they stood, excitement igniting their morale. The demons on Crimson's side clung to hope, convinced of their victory. Their army still outnumbered the attackers by far, and who else but their formidable demon lord could create such a cataclysmic fire explosion? No, this cannot be. Lord Angus can't be dead. Keek, he is so powerful. How could he be defeated so easily? He is our god. The confident words of a few unwavering followers echoed among the ranks of the Liberation Army. Yet, despair began to seep into others. Many demon minions and captured humans felt their hearts sink to the bottom, shaken by the possibility of their leader's demise. But among them, a core group remained steadfast, their faith unshaken. They clung to the hope that their Lord Angus, who had demonstrated unmatched strength and strategy till now, would emerge victorious from the fiery chaos. Ha ha! Look, it's Lord Angus. Where? Keek. See, you fools. Our Lord Angus is victorious. The Liberation Army erupted into cheers of triumph and relief as their leader emerged, piercing through the clouds of dark ashes that blanketed the battlefield. Hovering confidently, Angus was surrounded by several massive bones, spinning in a circular motion around him. These were unmistakably the remains of Demon Lord Crimson, now rendered lifeless, eternally silenced by Angus' might. The sight revitalized the army, their doubts vanishing like the ashes in the wind. The overwhelming aura of victory filled the air, as the once unshakable fear gave way to an unrelenting sense of hope and glory. Angus floated above the Crimson City's forces, exuding an aura of divine dominance. His cold, commanding voice rang out over the battlefield. Behold, your almighty Demon Lord is dead. This will happen to anyone who refuses to surrender. A wave of defiance erupted from the Crimson City's forces. We won't surrender to a human. Never. Their growls and shouts echoed across the battlefield. To them, surrendering to a human was the ultimate humiliation, an insult to their demon pride. Angus, understanding their inherited hatred for humanity, remained calm. As Arya, Bella, and the others joined him, Angus' form shifted. His body expanded and contorted, transforming into a terrifying nine-headed hydra, each head exuding a menacing aura. Gasps filled the battlefield. What kind of ability is this? Someone muttered in shock. I hope you don't confuse by my forms ever again, Angus growled, his voice layered with the snarls of beasts. I am heaven and hell are ever-changing, eternal. The chilling tone of his words struck fear into the hearts of his enemies. They were forced to remember how their invincible demon lord had been effortlessly obliterated. Before long, a large fraction of the enemy forces, overwhelmed by terror, began to kneel in submission. Relief washed over Sen, Sienna, and others in Angus' army. They knew the grim fate awaiting those who refused to surrender. Unfortunately that it was going to happen right now. Angus' sharp gaze focused on the remaining defiant demons, standing proud amidst their fallen comrades. Do you wish to die? Angus asked, his voice resonating with an otherworldly menace. Before anyone could stop him, he reached out with an unseen force. Hundreds of reluctant demons were dragged screaming into the void like more of one of his hydra heads. The black hole-like vortex devoured them, their existence erased in an instant, as if consumed by a primordial beast. The battlefield fell silent, except for the rustling of the wind. Angus reached level 430, and his aura soared even higher. Evelina, who had formerly served the Dragon Empire, stood speechless among the Liberation Army, alongside the other humans. Just how far will you go? At this rate, the whole world will be under your feet. I have to beg him for my family's safety when the time comes, Evelina muttered inwardly. Following that, Angus accepted the surrender of 80 million demons under the Liberation Army. He was hailed as the new Demon Lord of the former Crimson Domain, now renamed the Domain of Ruination. Angus's new title became Demon Lord Ruination, a name that reflected his mysterious origin and growing legend. Sen, Sienna, and the other commanders received orders to collect the corpses of the fallen, which would serve to strengthen Angus and his subordinates further. Angus didn't forget to gather the bones of Demon Lord Crimson, intending to synthesize them with Bella to enhance her fire abilities and make them even more destructive. Angus, accompanied by Arya, Bella, and Bleal, was escorted by towering demons through the massive gates of Crimson City. Every guard, child, elderly citizen, and even beggars lowered their heads in submission as Angus and his group passed through the streets, making their way toward the Demon Lord's throne in the towering castle at the city's center. Bleal walked with a satisfied expression, his head held high, feeling a deep sense of pride as he accompanied his victorious son-in-law. Whoosh! Suddenly, a pair of children fell from the top of a building just as Angus was making his debut known. It was considered a grave disrespect and an act punishable by immediate execution under the old laws of Crimson's rule. The parents of the children froze in horror, their faces pale and filled with despair as their hearts sank. They knew the harsh traditions, and the thought of their children being executed filled them with dread. The fall was clearly an accident. The children had been curiously watching the procession of the new demon lord when they lost their balance. Gasps rippled through the crowd as everyone turned their attention to the falling children, expecting swift punishment. Angus, however, moved in a flash. His aura flared as he extended his hand toward the children mid-fall. In an instant, a gust of controlled wind cradled the children, gently stopping their descent. He carefully lowered them to the ground before they could even graze it. The crowd was stunned, and whispers filled the air. He saved them. The new demon lord is merciful. Such power and compassion. Angus walked toward the trembling demon children, who stared at him with wide, tear-filled eyes. Children should not bear the burden of fear in my domain, he said calmly, his voice resonating with authority and unexpected warmth. Turning to the parents, who were already on their knees sobbing in gratitude, he continued, your children are safe, but teach them caution in the future. The parents bowed deeply, their voices shaking. Thank you, Lord. We will never forget your mercy. Angus raised his head, addressing the entire city. The laws of the past are no longer absolute. This domain will no longer thrive on fear and cruelty. Absolute strength and unity will guide us forward. Angus declared firmly, though his words were crafted to leave a lasting impression on the people. He meant every one of them. Thanks to Lord Ruination for freeing us from the tyrant. May our Lord have endless glory. The crowd erupted into cheers, their voices filled with newfound hope. The fear and uncertainty that had gripped them moments ago melted into admiration and awe for their new ruler. Arya and Bella exchanged warm smiles, their eyes reflecting a mix of pride and tenderness. Angus' act of compassion stirred their hearts, especially now that they were both about to carry the hope of their own children within them. As they stood beside Angus, they couldn't help but picture a bright future where their children thrived in a world their father was creator, a world built on strength but balanced with fairness and care. Belial smirked, observing his son-in-law. His calculated display of power and mercy had not only subdued the populace but also earned their unwavering loyalty. Not bad, son-in-law, Belial thought to himself. You've mastered the art of ruling, a strength tempered with compassion. This domain will soon flourish under your reign. With the crowd cheering louder, Angus raised his hand, signaling to quiet down. Now, let us move forward together, he declared. This is the dawn of a new era, their era of ruination. Demon Lord Crimson had no legitimate offspring or consorts, which made the takeover of the Crimson Fortress seamless. The massive Crimson City, now under the banner of the Domain of Ruination, became home to the 100 million strong demon army. The Crimson Castle itself was a marvel of demonic architecture, a towering fortress standing 500 meters high and sprawling across 2,000 meters. Its blackened spires and fiery aura symbolized the dominance it once held over the land. As a gesture of honor, Angus allocated luxurious residences within the castle to his high-ranking subordinates. Those who had demonstrated loyalty and exceptional contributions during the campaign were rewarded generously, cementing their allegiance to their new lord. The day was spent routing out any lingering discontent among the remnants of Demon Lord Crimson's forces. Angus ensured no rebellious elements would disturb the fragile peace within the city. By evening, the heavy work of consolidation was complete, and Angus finally had a moment of respite. In one of the castle's two master bedrooms, newly redecorated to reflect their tastes, Angus' original body relaxed with Arya. The room was an elegant mix of dark crimson and emerald hues, with intricate carvings of nature and destruction intertwining in symbolic harmony. Arya, seated gracefully by the window, gazed out at the glowing city. This fortress. It feels more like home now, she murmured, a soft smile gracing her lips. Angus leaned back against the intricately designed headboard, his dark eyes watching her. This is temporary, my wife. I will create a haven for those who follow us and a nightmare for our enemies. Arya turned to him, her emerald green eyes shimmering. And what about us, husband? Will there truly be a world where we can raise a family, where peace can coexist with power? Angus reached for her hand, his touch warm and reassuring. I will make it so, Arya. For you, for Bella, for everyone who believes in this vision of peace through liberation. As the evening deepened, the quiet of their chamber offered a brief escape from the chaos and responsibilities of their growing dominion. In another master bedroom, Angus and Bella were intertwined on the luxurious bed. "You're really amazing out there, hubby," Bella purred, her voice dripping with admiration and mischief. She straddled Angus with a teasing, seductive posture, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Let me have a taste of you once again." Angus smirked at her, a glint of challenge in his golden eyes. "Looks like you've forgotten what happened the last time, my lady." With a swift move, he reversed their positions, pinning her down firmly by her waist. Bella's laughter echoed, filled with excitement. He. "I'm already craving for it, actually." "Let your inner beast come out, my dear husband," she whispered coyly from beneath him, her eyes half-lidded with anticipation. But then Angus suddenly froze, his gaze snapping to the door. "What's wrong?" Bella asked, confused. Her playful demeanor faded into curiosity as she followed his line of sight. Without hesitation, Bella activated her eyes of curse on her forehead, revealing what or woe had caught Angus' attention. "Bibi," Bella's voice thundered through the room like a storm. Bianca, Bella's younger sister, stood frozen just outside the wooden door, her face pale with shock. She had been eavesdropping on their conversation, curiosity clearly getting the better of her. Sorry, sister," Bianca stammered, her tone frantic as she backed away. "I just got lost in this enormous house. I'm leaving now, I promise." Her words tumbled out in a rush as she turned to flee, fully aware that if Bella caught her, she would face a scolding or worse, one of Bella's notorious lessons. Bella groaned in frustration, her head falling back against the pillows. "That little brat." Angus chuckled softly, climbing down from the bed to stand barefoot on the cool floor. "She's still just a kid," he commented with a shrug, his tone more amused than annoyed. "Kid or not, she's asking for it," Bella muttered, crossing her arms with a pout. "And where are you going?" she asked, narrowing her eyes as Angus stood and turned away momentarily. Without a word, Angus reached into his pocket space, retrieving the essence bones of crimson, their fiery aura still emanating faintly. The massive relics floated before him, pulsing with raw power. Bella's pout vanished as she saw the bones. Her eyes widened in recognition of what he was planning. "Come here, Bella," Angus said, gesturing to her with a calm yet commanding tone. "I didn't get the chance to give you this earlier with all the chaos we've been through." Bella stepped forward cautiously, her dissatisfaction from earlier fading into curiosity. "I have no problem taking them," Bella said softly, placing a hand on one of the glowing bones. "But are you sure you don't need them to grow stronger?" "I don't want to slow down your progress, darling." Angus smiled, pleased with her thoughtfulness. "It's fine," he reassured her. "I'll use the corpses and demon cores we collected later tonight. I have plenty to work with." "These bones," thought Ufa, "they'll be far more useful for you. Crimson's fire abilities combined with your Phoenix fire will make you unmatched in destructive power." Bella's cheeks flushed slightly at his words, a mix of gratitude and determination swelling in her chest. She nodded firmly. "Thank you, darling. I won't waste this gift." She stepped closer to the massive bones, her fingers brushing against them lightly. She felt the searing energy within, a power that could reshape her abilities entirely. Angus watched her, his dark eyes warm. "This will help close the gap between you and Arya. Perhaps not entirely, but enough to show your strength as one of my queens." Bella's lips curved into a small smile. "I'll make you proud," she said, placing her palms flat against the fiery bones and closing her eyes as she prepared to merge with them. With Angus' command over universal synthesis, the room lit up with a crimson and golden glow as Bella began absorbing the essence, her body radiating an intense heat that rivaled the power of the sun. Angus stepped back, his arms crossed as he observed, confident that Bella would evolve stronger than ever. Very soon, Bella emerged from the cocoon of energy as if reborn. Her appearance had undergone subtle yet striking changes. The edges of her purple hair now glimmered with fiery hues, like embers smoldering on silk. Her eyes shimmered with a faint sheen of scarlet, glowing with newfound intensity. Though her figure remained as beautiful as before, The aura around her was entirely different. Her passion and newfound strength unmistakably radiated through her burning gaze and striking red lips. Bella's power level had soared to level 180, and she now wielded the Crimson Annihilator bloodline, a unique fire-based inheritance born from her merger with Demon Lord Crimson's essence. Her raw stats had surpassed even Arya's, because of her demonic heritage, which Arya rejected. Angus gave an approving nod, his golden eyes appraising her transformation. "You've surpassed my expectations, Bella. Your new strength suits you perfectly." Bella smiled, her confidence brimming. "Thank you, hubby. I feel like I could burn the heavens themselves if you asked me to." Angus chuckled softly. "Save that fire for later, my love. With this power, you'll lead others with the Force as one, my queens." Turning his thoughts toward the future, Angus considered his next steps. He had a few millions of demon corpses stored in his space, each brimming with potential for growth. Tomorrow, he would select a few of his most trusted subordinates and grant them the chance to ascend to Demon General or even Demon Lord levels, strengthening his rule and solidifying his dominion over the domain of ruination. The room radiated a soft, fiery glow as Bella flexed her newfound powers, creating a brief but intense heat wave. It was as if she had transformed into a miniature sun, her aura commanding attention. But just as quickly, Bella reined in her abilities, her scarlet eyes locking on to Angus with a mischievous gleam. She leaned forward, her smile sultry and teasing. "Come, hubby. Let's continue where we left off." "I want your baby in my stomach as soon as possible," she said, her tone dripping with seduction, her demeanor reminiscent of a succubus. Belial and Vienna had strongly suggested to Bella the importance of having a child as soon as possible to secure her position. In the demon world, pure bloodlines mattered immensely. A child born of a powerful bloodline could inherit extraordinary talents and abilities, inheriting not only Angus' legacy but also Bella's father's family position in the hierarchy of power. Bella, too, was deeply tempted by the idea. She knew Angus had long desired to have a family of his own. Despite his focus on war and conquest, she could see the longing in his eyes whenever they spoke of the future. She already started the contest to have his child first. And who knows, Arya might be having the same gift planned in mind for Angus. Angus shook his head with a chuckle, leaning closer. "You're insatiable, Bella. But I can't say no to you. You're that exquisite after all," he replied with a sly grin, succumbing to her fiery passion. Late at night, the master bedroom was serene, illuminated by the faint red light streaming through the window. Angus lay beside Bella, his arm draped gently around her waist as she slept peacefully, her face glowing with contentment. But not all of him was resting. On the floor, another Angus, his clone, devoured demonic cores and bodies one after another with voracious intensity. His reflective basilisk scales shimmered faintly under the moonlight as he worked tirelessly, consuming everything with the hunger of a primordial beast. Determination burned in his eyes, cruel and unrelenting. He was driven by a singular purpose, to surpass everyone before the clock ran out on him. Angus understood all too well that his time in this world might be limited, and he was prepared to sacrifice everything to secure a future for his wives and unborn children. Elsewhere, his two clones prowled the wilderness under the cover of darkness, hunting demonic beasts to fuel their master's ever-growing power. The fifth clone, cloaked in secrecy, patrolled the streets of the Crimson City, ensuring peace and rooting out any remnants of disloyalty among the populace. Angus' mind was always at work. Whether awake or asleep, his body had split into many parts that relentlessly pursued his goals. Lord, why are you here?" Sen stammered, startled by Angus' unexpected arrival at the military quarters. Sienna looked equally surprised, her usually composed demeanor faltering for a moment. Angus gave them a warm, reassuring smile, his presence commanding yet calm. "Nothing too serious. I simply came to reward the two of you for your contributions," he said, lowering himself to sit casually by the campfire where they were diligently managing security details. Sen and Sienna exchanged glances, a mix of confusion and anticipation in their expressions. "Our reward, my lord?" "You honor us too much," Sienna replied, bowing her head slightly. "We only did our duty." Angus waved off the formality with a chuckle. "Duty or not, you both went above and beyond in ensuring the success of this battle. You have worked hard and that deserves recognition." Sienna straightened, her chest puffed slightly with pride, feeling contentment at getting his recognition at least. The idea of attaining his love had long been buried in her heart. "It is our greatest honor to serve you, Lord Angus." "Still," Angus continued, his gaze softening, "I don't want my people to feel unappreciated. The two of you have consistently proven your loyalty and strength. It's time I ensure that strength grows even further." Angus quickly initiated the synthesization process, ensuring no one could see or sense anything. It was as if the area was cloaked in invisibility, shielding the transformative event from prying eyes. When the process was complete, the results were astonishing. Both Sen and Sienna had ascended to the lowest Demon Lord level, surpassing level 100. Their newfound power radiated from them like a blazing inferno, filling the air with an oppressive yet awe-inspiring energy. This feat was nothing short of revolutionary. Throughout the entire history of the Demon Lands, there had never been more than 99 Demon Lords at any given time. The limitations of resources, bloodline purity, and natural restrictions had kept this number constant for centuries. Yet, Angus had shattered this unspoken rule, creating 2 new Demon Lords from his subordinate Issa beings blessed with both human potential and demonic power. The realization struck Sen and Sienna with overwhelming emotion. They fell to their knees before Angus, their heads bowed low. "Lord Angus," Sienna began, her voice trembling with gratitude, "your compassion and generosity are unparalleled. For elevating us to such heights a broken bar, we owe you everything." Sen, equally moved, added, "We swear on our lives to serve you, eternally and without question." "Your will is our command." Angus smiled faintly, brushing off their gratitude with a nonchalant shrug. "Rise. Your strength is not just for me, it's for the betterment of our army. Lead them well, and continue to grow stronger." With that, Angus left them, his mind already focused on the next task. He moved to strengthen other worthy subordinates, ensuring his forces were filled with unprecedented powerhouses. Each new ally elevated meant another pillar of support in the empire he was building, one that would stand unshaken in the face of any threat. By the dawn of the next day, Angus had achieved a monumental feat, the creation of 5 Demon Lords within his ranks. These included Gormound, the formidable leader of the lizard tribe Garby, the 9-headed Hydra, and the Wolf King, a ferocious and cunning ruler of his kin. Each of them now stood as newly minted Demon Lords, their power levels and auras unmatched in their respective realms. In addition to the Demon Lords, 14 other subordinates had ascended to Demon General level, further solidifying the strength of Angus' forces. It was an unprecedented accomplishment, achieved in a single night through the consumption of nearly 10 million demon corpses. Angus himself gained 10 levels, bringing his current level to 444. This, combined with his own efforts hunting high-level beasts in the wilderness, added 4 additional levels, a testament to his relentless drive for power. Now seated upon the Demon Lord's throne within the Crimson City, now known as the Domain of Ruination, Angus surveyed his court. Below before him stood his most powerful subordinates, their loyalty evident in their resolute stances and unwavering gazes. The massive throne room, once shrouded in fear under Demon Lord Crimson's reign, now hummed with an entirely different energy, one of anticipation and ambition. Angus leaned back on the throne, his eyes glinting with a mix of satisfaction and determination. His subordinates were stronger than ever, his domain was expanding, and his plans for a unified, fearsome empire were taking shape. "Report," he commanded in a calm, authoritative tone. And, now in human form, stepped forward first, bowing slightly. "My lord, the integration of the remaining forces is progressing well. Most have pledged loyalty, though a few pockets of resistance remain in the outer territories. They will be dealt with shortly." Arya and Bella sat beside the throne, radiating strength and elegance, silently observing the proceedings. Sen, Sienna, and the new Demon Lords stood at the ready, awaiting their assignments. Angus nodded. "That's good. Begin fortifying the borders of our domain. I want no surprises like Crimson." As for those resisting, They'll serve as good nourishment for our continued growth. As you wish, my lord. Sen, Sienna and other subordinates responded in unison, their voices echoing through the grand hall. Belial stood to the side, his expression calm but his heart filled with satisfaction. Watching his daughter Bella sit proudly beside Angus as a queen brought him a sense of accomplishment. Though he had once feared for her future, it was now clear that she had chosen a husband destined for greatness, a one who would not only protect her but elevate her to unimaginable heights. Arya and Bella, seated near the throne on opposite sides, exchanged glances. Despite their contrasting personalities and occasional competition, they both shared a deep love and admiration for Angus. Their eyes met briefly, and a soft, knowing smile spread across their lips, a moment of unspoken solidarity. Arya leaned slightly against her armrest, her sharp gaze scanning the gathered subordinates. She was constantly alert, ensuring no treachery could arise under their noses. Yet her sharpness softened every time her eyes lingered on her husband, who commanded the room with such ease. Bella, on the other hand, exuded a more relaxed elegance. She casually brushed a lock of her fiery-tipped hair behind her ear as her fingers absent-mindedly traced patterns on the armrest of her chair. Despite her playful and mischievous nature, her love for Angus shone through in her supportive gaze. The two women may have had their differences, but in this moment, they shared the same thought: they had chosen the right man to stand beside. Angus' gaze shifted to the old fire demon, whose form was now more humanoid than most others in the court. "So, you're the butler who used to manage Crimson's official matters?" he asked, his tone calm but commanding. The old demon bowed deeply and replied, "Yes, my lord. I am called Xander, and I humbly wish to serve you now." "You're acknowledged," Angus said with a nod of approval. Of course, Angus had already made Xander his slave through Shadow Monarch's dominion, ensuring absolute loyalty with no possibility of betrayal. Recognizing Xander's years of experience, Angus decided to keep him close to efficiently manage the administration of the domain. "All right, now let's discuss the succession of the empty seats of 12 dukes." With Angus' command, another thorough discussion began. Xander was entrusted with aiding in the smooth transition of power and overseeing control of the other dukedoms. The domain consisted of 13 dukedoms, and Angus had already taken decisive action to secure his authority. 10 of the dukedoms were now under the command of newly appointed demon generals from his ranks, each selected for their power and loyalty. The remaining 3 were under the control of Duke Belial with the support of 2 other long-standing dukes who had sworn their fealty to Angus without hesitation. It could be said that Belial had gained significantly from his unwavering trust in Angus. Not only did he retain control over his original dukedom, but he had also been entrusted with managing 2 additional territories. Naturally, Belial was pleased, his confidence in Angus's leadership growing even stronger. With the discussion concluded, the dukedoms were now properly reorganized and ready to fall fully under the domain of Ruination's rule. As everyone began to leave the court, Sen suddenly stepped forward, his expression serious. "My lord, there's someone from the Demon Lord's Council seeking an audience," he announced, his voice cutting through the room. The statement made everyone pause. Angus remained calm, his face unreadable, but those closest to him, Arya, Bella, and Belial, visibly tensed. They all understood the implications of this. The other demon lords had undoubtedly received news of Crimson's defeat and the rise of a new demon lord in his place. "Lord, it would be wise to speak with them peacefully at first," Xander suggested cautiously, bowing slightly as he voiced his advice. Angus nodded, his piercing gaze shifting outside to the grand entrance of the castle. "Let them in," he commanded without fear. Very soon, a demon with a burly physique, 3 heads, and dark skin entered the court, walking with an air of arrogance. "Hey, Angus, your men are useless. They kept me waiting for so long." "Kill them first, and then we can begin our discussion," he sneered. "Audacious." "Speak respectfully to our demon lord." "How dare you address my lord so rudely with your meager demon general level power?" Man bellowed, his terrifying aura as a demon lord shaking the intruder in an attempt to intimidate him. "Ha ha." The demon continued to laugh, seemingly unfazed. "He may be a lord here, but to the Demon Lord's Council, he is still a nobody. he mocked. Whoosh! In an instant, Sen appeared behind the three-headed demon, his blade glinting dangerously against the demon's neck. "Say one more disrespectful word, and you're dead," Sen said coldly, his tone as sharp as the sword in his hand. The demon gulped audibly, his bravado faltering as fear gripped him. It became clear that each member in the room likely matched or exceeded his own strength. Lord, are you not going to stop him? If something happens to me, the entire council will come after you," he stammered, turning toward Angus in desperation. Angus raised his hand, signaling Sen to withdraw. "Just deliver the message you were sent for." "You won't get a second warning," Angus stated firmly, his voice calm but laden with authority. Bella's fiery gaze lingered on the demon, her fingers itching to strike him down. But a subtle glance from Angus kept her in check, preventing any impulsive action. Sen backed off instantly and the informant exhaled shakily in relief. Quickly, he pulled out a scroll made of fine cloth, no longer daring to waste any more time. "By the decree of the 7 primordial ones, you are hereby invited to the Demon Lord's Council meeting 3 days from now. We hope your lordship will grant us your presence regarding the Great War of Conquest in Solis / council staff / The informant read the message aloud, ensuring everyone in the court could hear the summons clearly. The letter made it evident that this was not just an invitation but a summons to join the council and participate in their grand war efforts. "May I take my leave now, Lord Ruination?" the informant asked cautiously, his tone now steeped in respect. "Scram!" Angus's voice thundered as he snatched the scroll from the demon's hand through an invisible force, causing the informant to stumble backward before hastily exiting the court. Angus unfolded the scroll, scanning its contents carefully. Hidden within was a small, intricate spatial gateway activator designed to transport him directly to the meeting in 3 days later. He held it between his fingers, his expression unreadable, while his court remained silent, awaiting his command or reaction. "All right, everyone, disperse and report from your positions frequently," Angus commanded after a pause. The court members began to leave, while Arya and Bella lingered behind, their gazes fixed on the device left by the informant. "Hubby, this could be a trap as well," Bella muttered cautiously, examining the artifact closely. "Yes, you don't need to go, husband," Arya added, her voice laced with worry. "No, that's a bad idea, daughter. What if they take it as an offense and attack this domain together?" Belial interjected thoughtfully as he stepped closer. "Angus, you can go, but you need a retreat plan as well. You could send one of your clones instead. And don't forget you have my spatial teleportation disc. It should still be with you, right?" Angus looked momentarily awkward, recalling how he had synthesized the disc into his body for efficiency. Fortunately, they didn't expect him to return it. "Father-in-law, I'll keep your advice in mind," Angus replied calmly. 3 days, Angus thought to himself, a plan forming in his mind. "I have 3 days to make myself stronger, strong enough to face anything that comes my way. Once I'm strong enough, I won't have to worry about their alliance." Yet at his current leveling rate, reaching even level 500 in 3 days seemed improbable. He needed something extraordinary to bridge the gap. Then a memory surfaced, Saintess Luminaria's deal. He had no intention of accepting her terms, of course, but the thought of infiltrating her domain and stealing the divine essences she had promised reignited his resolve. "Yes. Divine essence. It could boost my levels by large margin at once." "That's exactly what I need." Angus's main body swiftly switched places with his clone in the human world aboard the flying warship. "What's wrong, Your Highness?" General Leon asked, sensing Angus's sudden disruption just as the synthesization process ended. General Leon was currently being empowered by Angus through a magical skill that had his Emperor offered. At first, Leon had been skeptical, but this quickly turned into astonishment as his power began to rise at an incredible rate due to the synthesis of dead corpses. His level had reached 160, a remarkable improvement compared to his past capabilities. General Leon accepted the gift with respect. As Angus explained, it was a reward for his help and contributions so far. However, despite this newfound strength, Leon remained steadfast in his convictions. He still didn't want to serve the Liberation Empire, choosing instead to remain faithful to his homeland with honor until his death. Nothing. I was just wondering, how far is the Hero Empire from here? Angus asked, casually shifting the topic. Leon pondered for a moment before replying, probably more than 150,000 miles. The Black Ocean lies in the middle, and it's terrifyingly dangerous to cross by water. But, why His Highness asking anyway? Just curious, Angus replied nonchalantly. You can return to your duties, General. Leon nodded and left with large strides, leaving Angus to his thoughts. Angus began searching for the Hero Empire's exact location in his spatial greater teleporter but was unable to pinpoint it. However, he did find a marked location near the Black Ocean, which would cut the travel distance in half. With calm resolve, Angus stepped into the portal and vanished without a trace, leaving one of his clones behind to maintain appearances. Quick, speed it up, you lazy fools. Yes, Captain. Captain, I think I just saw a sea monster. Where? Under the afternoon radiance of the sun. Near the coast of the Black Ocean, at the edge of the Kairos Empire, a large fishing vessel hurried toward the shore. Buzz! A portal suddenly materialized in midair, right above the ship's deck. The shimmering energy startled the crew as they watched with wide-eyed curiosity. What in the abyss is this? The captain muttered in bewilderment, his brow furrowed. Before anyone could respond, a figure emerged from the dark portal, a striking man clad in sophisticated black clothing, exuding an aura of authority and danger. The fishermen froze, their awe and fear palpable as they felt an overwhelming presence, as though this man could decide their fates with a mere gesture. Angus surveyed the area briefly, confirming he was indeed at the edge of the Black Ocean. Lord, who are you? The captain cautiously asked, his tone trembling with unease. Angus gave no response, dismissing the question with a mere glance. They were of no consequence to his mission. Unfurling his majestic dark dragon wings, he soared into the sky with a powerful flap that sent shockwaves through the air, rocking the fishing vessel violently. Captain, he's terrifyingly strong. If we had offended him, we'd be dead before the sea monster even got to us, one fisherman said, his voice shaking in fear. But why is he flying over the Black Ocean? Another whispered, staring at Angus' confident figure fading into the horizon. Doesn't he know this is the domain of the legendary Kraken? The stories say it will destroy anyone who dares to fly above its head. The captain and his crew exchanged uneasy glances, murmuring prayers to whatever deities they believed in, hoping the mysterious man wouldn't provoke the wrath of the ocean's mythical terror. Rumble. Just as Angus ascended to an altitude of 500 meters above the ocean bed, he unleashed a burst of power, amplifying his speed and aura manifold. The force of his ascent tore through the skies with such violent motion that it felt as though the heavens themselves might collapse under the immense pressure. Oh heavens! The fishermen below were struck with terror. The deafening sound of the sky-splitting sent tremors through their eardrums, and they fell to the deck clutching their heads in fear. By the time they gathered enough courage to look, the mysterious man in black had vanished from sight, leaving behind only an ominous tension in the air. Captain, this is bad. This is really bad, one of the crew whispered hoarsely. I've got a feeling something beyond our understanding is about to happen. Let's not wait any longer. Angus sped through the skies, his dark wings cutting through the thick atmosphere with precision. Despite his impressive natural speed, he frowned slightly. It's not enough. He even activated his mastery over the laws of space, bending and folding the fabric of reality to compress the vast distance ahead of him. Angus soared through the darkening skies, his sharp eyes scanning the tumultuous waters below. He was acutely aware of the dangers of traversing the Black Ocean, but fear was not something that could sway him. Instead, his heart burned with determination as he sought the legendary sea monsters rumored to dwell in these depths, beasts that could fuel his growth and propel him to greater heights. Occasionally, he would swoop down, capturing higher-level oceanic creatures that ventured too close to the surface. Their struggles were brief, as they were swiftly absorbed into his synthesis process. Each victory brought a subtle yet satisfying rise in his level and power. After an hour, Angus found himself in the heart of the Black Ocean, The environment was oppressive. The skies above were in constant turmoil, with flashes of thunder striking so frequently that they illuminated the sky like a strobe. The waters below churned violently, an endless abyss of dark waves that seemed to reach up, eager to swallow him whole. Evening had fallen, and the fading light gave way to an eerie darkness. The gloom was heavy, the kind that would crush the spirit of an ordinary adventurer. But for Angus, it was invigorating. This was no mere crossing of a dangerous territory. This was his hunting ground. In the minds of most, crossing the heart of the Black Ocean was unthinkable to many. The tales of the legendary Kraken, the king of the ocean, were enough to deter even the bravest warriors. This ancient, immortal creature ruled these waters with absolute dominance, capable of manipulating the ocean itself with terrifying ease. Known for its massive size and overwhelming strength, the Kraken had crushed countless challengers in its long existence. "So, you're here." Angus smirked, sensing something downward in the very depth of the ocean. Rumbly. A deafening, guttural roar erupted from the depths of the Black Ocean, shaking the very atmosphere. The sound reverberated like 1,000 tidal waves crashing simultaneously, a mix of unearthly growls and aquatic vibrations. Shewak. The roar crescendoed, echoing with primal rage, a challenge that seemed to ripple through the water and sky alike. The chilling, otherworldly cry was filled with wrath and power, sending shockwaves that caused the surrounding waters to rise in massive, spiraling whirlpools. Angus sensed massive tentacles, colossal in size, lunging toward him from all directions like the limbs of a monstrous octopus. The sheer scale of the Kraken's appendages made him seem like a mere insect in comparison. Bang, bang, bang. Angus retaliated with relentless ferocity, throwing powerful punches and kicks. Each strike was charged with destructive energy, landing with bone-shattering force against the Kraken's tough, rubbery hide. Tentacles recoiled violently, crashing back into the salt water with deafening splashes, while others were obliterated entirely under the force of his blows. Shredded remains of the Kraken's tentacles rained down, accompanied by streams of its thick, blue blood. The fluid sizzled like acid as it hit the ocean's surface, creating hissing steam clouds and a pungent, salty stench that filled the air. Angus hovered mid-air, his wings keeping him steady amidst the chaotic flurry of attacks, his eyes glowing with unyielding resolve. "Is this all you've got, King of the Ocean?" He taunted to provoke it on the surface. Just as the sun set on horizon, the Kraken emerged from the depths of the ocean like a nightmare-given form, its sheer size dwarfing the horizon. And its power level was 423. Its massive, bulbous body shimmered with an eerie bioluminescent glow, pulsating with sickly blue and green hues. The slick, rubbery surface of its hide was adorned with countless scars and barnacles, a testament to its ancient, battle-hardened existence. Its dozen colossal tentacles writhed and coiled like serpents, each one thick as a mountain and covered with rows of glistening, jagged suckers capable of ripping through the toughest armor. The ends of these limbs bore sharp, bone-like hooks, hinting at its adaptability as both predator and destroyer. The Kraken's central head was nightmarish, a massive, gaping maw filled with spiraling rows of razor-sharp teeth that glistened like obsidian blades. Above its mouth, its enormous, glowing eyes radiated malice and intelligence, scanning Angus with a primal fury. Sprouting from its crown were bony spines, like underwater crowns of coral and bone. Each movement it made churned the ocean into a violent tempest, waves crashing and swirling in chaotic patterns as if the sea itself obeyed its will. The Kraken's roar was deep, guttural, and reverberating that shook the heavens and earth alike, a sound of pure dominance over its domain. Splash! The ocean churned violently, responding to the Kraken's command as if alive, sending towering tidal waves laced with sharp, bladed edges toward Angus. Whoosh! Angus vanished instantly, using the space law to dodge the attack effortlessly. Smirking slightly, he decided to escalate matters. His form shimmered and expanded rapidly, transforming into his abyssal dragon form, now towering over 10 kilometers in height. Scales of molten black and crimson gleamed menacingly under the darkened sky, glowing faintly like volcanic embers. Roar, rumble. A deafening roar erupted from Angus, shaking the heavens and the sea alike, forcing even the kraken to recoil momentarily. His abyssal presence dominated the area, sending shockwaves through the ocean and dispersing the storm clouds above. His cold, ruthless dragon eyes locked onto the kraken like a predator fixating on its prey. The kraken's massive, glowing eyes widened in recognition of the sheer disparity in power. Though it was the uncontested ruler of the Black Ocean, the abyssal dragon before it was an apex predator, its power eclipsing anything the kraken had ever faced. For the second time in centuries, the kraken felt apprehension. Still, it summoned its resolve. First time was with that person whose name cannot be spoken. Human, why are you attacking me? What have I ever done to you? I do not even leave the ocean, the kraken spoke, its voice deep and surprisingly calm, though there was an undercurrent of tension. Angus let out a deep, rumbling laugh, his voice dripping with disdain. Of course, it's for your immortal power, he replied. You've hunted countless beings for ages. It's only fair that you face the same fate. Your time has come, Kraken. The kraken's demeanor shifted entirely. Realizing negotiation was futile, its luminous eyes dimmed with grim resolve. Then come, human. Let us see if your strength is enough to end me. The kraken's tentacles unfurled fully, their sharp hooks gleaming ominously, and the ocean around them surged violently in preparation for an all-out battle. The clash of two titans was about to commence. Kriak! The sound of the kraken's agonized cry resonated through the heavens and the ocean's depths, signaling its imminent demise. The battle's ferocious aftermath left the Black Ocean in chaos. The ground beneath the water cracked and shifted violently, causing colossal geysers of water to erupt skyward. One section of the ocean momentarily drained dry, exposing a barren seabed, only for it to swell monstrously and form tidal waves that towered like mountains. These violent surges created devastating tsunamis that reached coastal areas, triggering earthquakes powerful enough to be felt across distant shores. Nearby fishermen caught in the unexpected chaos had no chance to escape, their vessels capsizing amidst the relentless waves. But in this desolation, no human settlements were in immediate danger, as the ocean's infamous reputation kept civilizations far from its edges. Moments later, as silence began to settle, Angus's deep, devouring roar of triumph shattered the stillness. Manners notifications. Anne, tried something new. You have achieved a monumental feat. You have devoured Kraken, King of the Ocean. You have leveled up by 30 levels. Current level, 474. New skills unlocked. Passive skill, Immortal Regeneration, SS. Grants the ability to regenerate cells infinitely, providing immunity to natural aging, and eternal lifespan. Active skill, Oceanic Domination, SS. Activates the power to command submission from all lower oceanic creatures within a radius. Active skill, Thunderstorm Manipulation, SS, enables control over storms, allowing the user to summon lightning and manipulate the winds and rain to devastating effect. Active skill, Stormbringer Kraken Transformation, SS, allows temporary transformation into the legendary Kraken, granting unmatched strength and mastery over storms and water. Angus stood over the roiling waves in his abyssal dragon form, his powerful frame gleaming with newfound energy. As he reverted to his humanoid state, the Black Ocean calmed under his mere presence, as if bowing to its new master. Plop, plop, plop. Angus noticed several curious low-level sea creatures peeking their heads out of the salty waters. Their large, curious eyes seemed to marvel at the figure who had slain the Kraken, their former ruler. Angus gave them a fleeting glance but dismissed them just as quickly. Aimlessly slaughtering innocents, even sea creatures, held no interest for him. Whether they thrived in newfound freedom or faced fierce competition for dominance, it mattered little to him. Boom! With a powerful sonic boom, Angus shot into the sky, leaving behind a wake of disrupted water and startled creatures. His destination was clear, and he would not stop until he reached the other side of the Black Ocean where the Hero Empire ruled. An hour later, beneath the shroud of night, Angus landed gracefully on solid ground. The air was crisp, and the land before him bore the faint signs of civilization. He scanned his surroundings, narrowing his eyes as faint traces of human settlement flickered on the horizon. But he had no time for distractions. "Menas, show me the shortest route to the Holy Cathedral directly," Angus commanded calmly. "Yes, Master." The voice of Menas, his intelligent assistant, resonated in his mind. She began scouring her archives and analyzing the terrain in real time. Moments later, her voice returned, clear and serious. "Master, the shortest route will take you through the dense linear forest to avoid the human cities. However, you must be cautious. Several blessed sanctuaries guard the perimeter of the Hero Empire, and they are heavily monitored by the Heroic Order." Angus smirked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Blessed sanctuaries or not, nothing will stop me." Adjusting his trajectory, he strode forward with resolve, the night enveloping him in its quiet embrace. Angus moved like a blur, warping space around him as though he were distorting reality itself with each step. The linear forest greeted him with the eerie sounds of nocturnal predators, the growls of beasts and the mournful cries of night owls filling the air. Suddenly, a piercing cry shattered the ambient chaos. "Help! Save me! Please! Someone!" Angus halted abruptly, his gaze snapping toward the source of the voice. There, beneath the shadow of a towering tree, a grisly scene unfolded. A massive bear-like beast was tearing into its prey, a small girl whose legs and waist were already half devoured. Splash! In an instant, Angus appeared before the beast, his hand plunging through its skull with brutal precision. The creature's enormous body collapsed lifelessly, blood pooling around its remains. Casually shaking the blood off his hand, Angus turned his attention to the girl. Her small, frail body trembled, and her wide, desperate eyes clung to him as though he were her last hope. Despite her horrific injuries, she was somehow conscious, her gaze filled with an inexplicable glimmer of hope. Angus sighed, his usual stoicism giving way to a rare flicker of compassion. "You're lucky I'm feeling kind today, little girl." He leaned closer, placing his hand gently on her bloodied head. As his palm glowed faintly, a divine aura enveloped her. The radiance cascaded over her broken form, stitching torn flesh and restoring her mangled body. The girl's breathing steadied, her injuries fading away as if they had never existed. Her legs and waist regenerated in a fluid motion. Moments later, she sat up in stunned silence, her small hands trembling as she touched her now recovered legs. Tears streamed down her cheeks, but her words failed her. Angus stood up, brushing off his hands as though he had merely completed a trivial task. "Consider it a gift. Now, leave this place and never return." The girl managed to shake her head, rejecting his advice. "Thank you, mister. But I can't do as you say. I have to grow stronger. I have to save my mother, or else, those paladins will execute her soon." Angus paused mid-step, his sharp hearing catching the trembling determination in her voice. His dark eyes narrowed slightly as he turned to face her. "What's your name, and for what offense do they plan to kill your mother?" he asked, his tone calm yet edged with curiosity, his brows furrowing ever so slightly. The girl sniffled, wiping tears from her dirt-streaked face. "My name is Lyra," she began, her voice trembling. "The paladins accused my mother of being affiliated with a witch. They took her to the capital of the holy city and they're going to burn her alive tomorrow." Her small body shook with desperation as she crawled closer to Angus, clasping his leg tightly. "Sir, my savior, God, whoever you're, please, lend me your power to save my mother." She clung to him as though he were her last hope, her tear-filled eyes pleading with a raw determination far beyond her years. Angus stared down at her, his expression unreadable, though his aura seemed to grow heavier. For a moment, he said nothing, his thoughts churning as he weighed the situation. Finally, Angus sighed, his cold demeanor softening slightly. "You're bold for a child, Lyra, and foolish as well. You think you can gain the strength to stand against them in just one night?" He crouched down to her level, his piercing gaze locking with hers. "But your determination a broken bar. I like it. Come, I will help you save your mother." The little girl, barely 10 years old, with dark circles under her eyes, an emaciated figure, and a tattered dress, looked at his kind yet cold face with overwhelming gratitude. Her cracked lips trembled as she spoke. "I will do as you say, "My lord." "Thank you for your grace. May I know my savior's name?" Angus stood up, looking at the horizon as though lost in thought. He replied casually, "There's no need to know my name, little girl. But soon enough, everyone will know it." Without another word, he began walking toward the holy city, the girl trailing behind him as his unlikely companion. Angus had decided to help her not out of sentimentality but convenience. His destination aligned with hers. Yet, there was something about her desperate face that sparked a faint memory, one that he had long buried. Her face and determination reminded him of his younger sister back in the primal realm. Though their bond had weakened over time, he still regarded her as family. That flicker of emotion was enough to sway his cold heart, if only slightly. As they traveled together through the dense forest, the growls of distant beasts and the cries of night owls seemed almost irrelevant. Lyra noticed the terrifying beasts lurking in the shadows of the forest, their glowing eyes fixated on her and her savior. Yet, none dared to approach. They growled softly before retreating into the darkness, as if sensing an aura far beyond their understanding. She glanced at the imposing figure walking ahead of her and thought, "It must be him. He's the reason they're afraid." The beasts fear his very presence. A spark of hope ignited within her fragile heart. "If anyone can help me save my mother, it's him. Even if it means going against the holy cathedral of gods themselves." What surprised her more was the speed at which they were moving. It felt as though they had taken only a few steps, yet the dense trees of linear forest had already given way to open plains. She could see the holy city looming in the distance, its towering spires illuminated faintly under the moonlight. She blinked in astonishment. How is this possible? Lyra thought. It takes days to travel this far. A broken bar. Is this another one of his powers? Her gaze shifted back to her savior. His royal demeanor, the confidence in his stride, and the unshakable air of authority he carried all spoke volumes. He hadn't said much, yet she already felt she could trust him entirely. For the first time in a long while, Lyra felt a sliver of hope. He hoped that this mysterious man might indeed be the key to saving her mother. Angus noticed guards in white patrolling the city walls vigilantly. Even at night, their security was top-notch, with S-rank warriors among them. "Lord, how are we going to enter?" Lyra asked worriedly, hiding behind a bush. Angus unfolded his dragon wings, their sheer majesty leaving Lyra speechless. "Don't move," he instructed gently. He picked her up carefully and soared into the sky, activating his chaos isolation barrier to conceal their presence. Using his mastery of space laws, he effortlessly bypassed the protective barriers around the city. Under the little girl's incredulous gaze, they landed silently on the rooftop of a civilian house, their descent as smooth as a feather. "Little girl, where is your mother being held?" Angus asked while scanning the area below with his all-seeing eyes. Angus surveyed the holy capital city from the rooftop, his sharp eyes scanning every inch of the area below. The faint glow of divine runes etched across the city walls shimmered in the night, marking the stronghold as a fortress of sacred power. Lyra clung to his arm, still trembling from the surreal experience of flying through the air. Her wide eyes stared at his majestic dragon wings before she managed to stammer, "My mother. I think she's being held in the dungeons beneath the holy cathedral." They said they would burn her at the stake tomorrow during the morning sermon. Angus furrowed his brows. His all-seeing eyes activated, their glow faint but piercing as they scanned the city's layout. He could make out the massive holy cathedral in the center, its top reaching toward the heavens. Beneath it, faint energy signatures revealed the existence of subterranean chambers. "Do you think Saintess Luminaria lives there, little girl?" Angus asked, gesturing toward the grand cathedral at the heart of the holy city. It was supposed to be his destination as well, so he decided to confirm. Lyra, though puzzled by the question, answered nonetheless, "Yes, Lord." "She should be. But I might be wrong." "All right. Stay here. I will bring your mother back to you safely, no worries." "I will be happy as long as you keep your word, my lord." "I am willing to wait," Lyra replied swiftly, clutching her shoulders as she shivered in the cold. Angus glanced at her, pity flashing in his usually cold eyes. Without hesitation, he retrieved a warm cloak from his pocket space and draped it over her shoulders. "Thanks." Lyra felt warmth spread over her, not just from the cloak but from the rare kindness she'd been shown. She looked up at him with gratitude. It was the first time someone had been kind to her since her mother had been taken. Angus quickly found an empty house nearby and sheltered her there, judging it safer than having her follow him. "What's your mother's name again? And how does she look like?" he asked, pausing just before he could leave. "Oh, yes, her name is Eliana," Lyra replied. "She has long brown hair, bright green eyes, and she always wears a silver locket with my name engraved on it." Angus nodded. "Got it. Wait here, and don't leave this spot." Without waiting for her response, he turned and disappeared into the shadows, heading toward the cathedral. Lyra peeked through the cracked windows, watching a fleeting shadow move across the dimly lit streets under the pale moonlight. She clutched the cloak tighter around herself, silently praying for her mother's safety. In his shadow form, Angus glided seamlessly through the darkness, reaching the outer periphery of the grand cathedral's towering structure. His keen senses caught movement with a lone paladin heading toward the restroom on the lower level. A faint smirk formed on Angus' lips as he locked onto his target. Bam! The sharp blow landed on the back of the paladin's head, rendering the S-rank warrior unconscious instantly. Thud! The paladin's body crumpled silently to the ground. Angus wasted no time. He grabbed the unconscious man and dragged him into a concealed corner. With a flash of dark energy, Angus transformed his appearance into an exact replica of the paladin, down to every strand of hair and facial expression. He gripped the holy sword tightly, a faint glow of divinity emanating from it, ensuring the disguise was flawless. As a final measure, Angus placed a hand on the paladin's forehead, using a shadow monarch's skill to extract the man's recent memories. Images of the cathedral's layout, patrol routes, and the positions of other paladins flooded into his mind. "Perfect," Angus muttered coldly, his voice now identical to the unconscious man's. He adjusted his stance, hoisted the holy sword, and stepped confidently toward the inner sanctum of the cathedral, blending effortlessly among the guards and holy knights. "Sir Ashenvale, why did you come back?" one guard asked near the entrance, his tone laced with suspicion. "Didn't you just go to the restroom?" Angus stopped and turned sharply, fixing the guard with a cold glare. "So what? Do I need to answer to you now?" he snapped, his voice laced with the same arrogance and authority as the real Sir Ashenvale. The guard stiffened, breaking into a cold sweat. "Ah, no, Sir Paladin. I was just asking." HMPH. Without sparing another glance, Angus stormed past them, his high and mighty demeanor forcing the low-level guards to shrink back. As he moved deeper into the cathedral, he encountered several layers of security. Powerful inspection barriers scanned those entering, verifying their identities through bloodline resonance and divine energy. To Angus' satisfaction, he passed through them with ease. His transformation skill and the absorbed memories of the paladin ensured he was indistinguishable from the real Ashenvale. "Fools," Angus thought to himself, smirking as he strode further into the cathedral. But in the next moment, his expression changed. What's this?" Angus grew serious as he sensed an intense surge of divine energy emanating from somewhere underground. He became more cautious, considering the possibility of intervention from the so-called gods. Though his transformation skill was unparalleled, it was always better to be careful. Angus attempted to use his mastery of space law to teleport underground, but he quickly realized that powerful wards and divine protections shielded the area, blocking his abilities. He noticed an entrance to the underground chamber guarded by 3 S-rank sentinels. "Halt!" The guards barked sharply, raising their weapons to stop Angus in his tracks. "Sir Paladin, where are you going?" "You're not authorized to enter this area," one of the guards warned sternly. Angus's sharp eyes examined the door radiating a white divine glow, a clear indication that the area was heavily fortified against any intrusion. "I know the rules," Angus said smoothly. "I came here seeking an audience with the Saintess." "Is she down there?" The guards exchanged wary glances before responding. "No, Sir Ashenvale. The Saintess is not here." "Please return to your post," one of them said firmly. All right," Angus replied gruffly, feigning irritation as he turned away. his mind already calculating his next move. Angus strode through the grand hallways, his sharp eyes scanning for Saintess Luminaria. She was the only one with unrestricted access to the underground chamber and held the key to his mission. As he moved, several guards bowed respectfully to him. In their eyes, he was Sir Ashenvale, a revered paladin of the cathedral. Passing one chamber, he noticed holy knights standing tall and vigilant, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. Despite their imposing presence, Angus felt no threat. His flawless transformation skill ensured he was untouchable for now. As he continued, his keen gaze locked onto a figure approaching him down the hallway. Elian, the hero of light himself, the one blessed by the goddess of light, was coming his way. Angus quickly adjusted his demeanor, lowering his head slightly and greeting in a tone laced with mock reverence. "Gods bless us, Sir Hero." Inside, Angus smirked, mocking the old man he had no respect for. Elian stopped briefly, his piercing eyes meeting Angus's, though he detected nothing amiss. "Gods bless us, my child," Elian replied with a curt nod, his voice calm yet authoritative, as he scanned Angus from head to toe. Angus knew Elian was searching for something within his body, a divine seed, they called it, used to verify that no clones or impersonators were present. Fortunately, Angus had analyzed the seed in advance. It posed no threat to him and lacked any brainwashing effects. "Sir Hero, may I know where the Saintess is?" "I have something important to report," Angus said respectfully, masking his true intentions. Elian, finding Ashenvale completely clean, visibly relaxed his posture and replied, "You may seek her audience in the prayer hall." With that, Elian walked off in the direction from which Angus had come. "Where is this old man going?" Angus muttered, his eyes piercing through the walls using his enhanced vision. He observed Elian heading toward the underground chamber. Now, why is he going there? Does he have access to that area as well? The answer was clear. Elian entered the chamber without any issues. Angus, still disguised as Ashenvale, pondered this new development. Is Elian granted temporary permission, or is there more to his connection with the cathedral? Despite his curiosity, Angus maintained his focus. He had already analyzed Elian thoroughly, ensuring of take Elian's form if needed. However, he decided it was wise to consider alternate strategies in case complications arose. Soon, Angus arrived at the prayer hall. Inside, Saintess Luminaria sat gracefully atop the podium, bathed in a radiant divine light, her posture exuding reverence as she faced the statues of the gods. Rows of cathedral acolytes and devotees sat neatly behind her, attentively listening to her sermon, their expressions filled with awe and devotion. Angus needed to get closer to thoroughly analyze the Saintess's biological structure. Without hesitation, he moved to the front rows. Others remained silent, out of respect for the esteemed paladin he was impersonating. Saintess Luminaria noticed his presence and briefly glanced back, but said nothing, continuing her sermon. "Gods are eternal, omniscient, almighty figures who created this world together to give us existence," she began, her voice melodious and captivating. "The greatest contributions came from the 9 primordial gods. Among them, the goddess of light and the god of darkness played significant roles in creation. During that time, harmony reigned in the realm of gods. Their kindness toward mortals was unparalleled, and they gifted blessings to the worthy. They are our father creators. We should be eternally grateful to them." Her voice enthralled the audience. All, except Angus, appeared deeply moved, their eyes brimming with reverence. Angus, however, internally scoffed. "You haven't seen the true depths of the universe, yet you claim these gods created the world?" Truly laughable. He pondered the claim of creation, knowing it wasn't as simple as the Saintess suggested. In the primal universe, even the most powerful seekers, beings capable of annihilating entire worlds with ease, couldn't claim the ability to create a world from nothing. "There's more to this story than they know," he thought, his sharp mind piecing together the flaws in her tale. Just then, an acolyte raised a hand and asked, "Saintess, please tell us about the demon gods, god of darkness, banishment from the realm of gods." The request stirred a shift in the room. The Saintess nodded solemnly, her voice taking on a deeper, almost sorrowful tone. "The god of darkness, once revered as a co-creator alongside the goddess of light, fell into corruption. It is said that his curiosity about the void and chaos led him astray. He began meddling in forbidden realms, tampering with the fabric of creation itself. This greed for power and disregard for harmony led to his exile in mortal world and trapped in the abyss for millennia. She paused, her gaze sweeping across the audience. From then on, the powerful god of darkness was hailed as the demon god. His bloodline rose to power by consuming humans and other creations alike. They brought destruction not only to their own world but also to ours. Saintess, why are the gods not intervening now to stop him? Someone asked curiously. Saintess Luminaria smiled gently, her tone patient and reassuring as she replied, "Child, the gods are occupied with suppressing the demon god. Without their constant vigilance, he would have devoured the world they created with such care and effort. But fear not. In their stead, they have chosen heroes who wield their divine power to destroy the demons. One day, victory will be ours." Angus didn't know much about the demon god, god of darkness, nor did he care. Whoever stood against him would be his enemy. However, he didn't underestimate the demon god. If Luminaria's words were true, the demon god was so powerful that even the combined might of all the gods couldn't finish him completely after all this time. From this, it was clear just how terrifying his power must be. Angus exhaled lightly as he exited the prayer hall, his objective for coming here complete. He swiftly decided on his next move, transforming into the form of Saintess Luminaria herself. Though he had once been reluctant to use female forms, but as the saying goes, desperate times called for desperate measures. Angus walked with grace and divine radiance, perfectly imitating Saintess Luminaria, with a magical staff in hand. "Is someone else inside?" Angus asked the guards in a soothing, melodious tone. The guards bowed and answered, "Yes, Saintess." "Sir Hero Elian is inside meeting his heir." Oh, Angus feigned intrigue, though internally, he was intrigued for real. "So, Valen is not dead after all," he mused silently. "All right, open the door," he commanded firmly, mimicking the Saintess's authoritative demeanor. The guards exchanged confused glances, finding the Saintess's behavior unusual. Angus narrowed his eyes slightly, his patience wearing thin as he stared at them. Finally, one guard spoke hesitantly, "Saintess, did you not bring the divine key with you?" Sir Hero took his key inside. Angus masked his frustration with a serene smile. Angus, maintaining his graceful section aid, raised an eyebrow as if genuinely surprised. "Ah, the divine key. Of course." Internally, he cursed at this unexpected obstacle but didn't let his expression falter. "I was so preoccupied with my thoughts that I left it behind." "Very well, I'll wait till Hero Elian returns." The guards, not daring to question the Saintess, bowed deeply. "As you command, Saintess." While Angus waited, he kept a vigilant watch with his special eyes to ensure the real Saintess didn't appear unexpectedly. Fortunately, she did not. Moments later, he noticed Elian emerging from the underground passageway, which brought a sense of relief. Elian appeared surprised to see Luminaria waiting outside. "What's wrong, Saintess?" "Why are you waiting out here?" Elian asked, furrowing his brows. "Nothing. I forgot my key." "Give me yours, old man," Angus said, extending his beautiful hand in a commanding manner. From the earlier memories he had extracted from Ashenville, Angus knew their usual conversational style. Saintess Luminaria often referred to Elian as old man, because of her high rank as second only to the Archbishop of the cathedral. "Ah, sure. Here, take it." Elian handed over the key but paused, his suspicion slightly piqued. "But why didn't you just go retrieve your own key rather than waiting here?" "And you are done with your sermon already?" Angus maintained a calm and collected demeanor as he took the golden key. "Yes, the prayer hall is now closed." "Now stop being a naggy old man and return to your duties," Angus said with a dismissive shrug, mimicking Luminaria's tone perfectly. He then gestured to the guards. "Open the door." The guards obediently stepped aside and unlocked the entrance, granting access to the underground chamber. Elian watched Luminaria's retreating figure, a faint sense of unease creeping into his thoughts. Something felt off, but he couldn't quite pinpoint the reason. Shaking his head to dismiss the nagging feeling, He turned and began walking away toward his next destination. As Angus crossed the entrance, he sensed another strong probing barrier verifying his very existence from cells to cells. Luckily, Angus successfully passed this one too. This barrier was extremely strong even for him, which blocked his all-seeing eyes and appraisal eye. Inside was a moderately spacious tunnel with a marble floor that glowed with a soft white radiance. The air was warm, fragrant, and carried a refreshing natural scent that seemed to soothe the senses. As Angus descended deeper into the tunnel, the scent grew stronger, becoming almost intoxicating in its potency. After a while, he emerged into a large, cavernous room. At its center was a glowing pond of murky white liquid, exuding a brilliant divine radiance that lit the chamber like a celestial beacon. The refreshing fragrance of nature was overwhelming here, saturating the space in its purity. Angus activated his appraisal skill, his eyes narrowing as he analyzed the pond. It was brimming with divine essence, a rare and coveted resource. His heart was calm, but a sly grin spread across his face. The sheer amount of divine essence left him exhilarated. His stomach growled at the sight. "So this is what they hoard from those gods," he muttered, his tone laced with amusement and greed. It dawned on him how stingy Saintess Luminaria had been earlier, offering such a meager amount of divine essence in her rejected deal. But now, seeing the abundance before him, he realized how truly rare and valuable it was. No wonder they guard this place so tightly, he mused, stepping closer to the pond. "Oh, you're here too. How could I forget you?" Angus's gaze settled on the figure of Valen, who was meditating near the pond, visibly absorbing the divine essence. Sensing another presence, Valen abruptly opened his eyes. His expression shifted to one of surprise as he stood up, a faint blush coloring his face when he noticed the familiar form of the Saintess. "Saintess, you're here?" "But why?" Valen asked, his voice tinged with confusion and reverence. Angus, still in his guise, smiled faintly, though his eyes gleamed with cold intent. "Oh, I have something personal to handle." "Tell me, Valen. Do you mind falling asleep for a while, wannabe hero of light?" The warmth in his tone disappeared entirely by the end of his sentence, replaced by a chilling edge. Valen blinked, bewildered. "What do you mean, Saintess?" "Yeah." Before he could finish, his eyelids began to grow heavy. His vision blurred, and the room spun around him. "What's happening to me?" he muttered weakly, struggling to remain conscious. The last thing Valen saw before succumbing to the sudden drowsiness was a mocking, dangerous smirk on the Saintess's face. Angus leaned down, his lips close to Valen's ear as he whispered with a mix of amusement and disdain, "I told you to follow your own dreams, Valen. Yet here you are, still chasing an empty fate. Your efforts are futile, you know that?" With that, Valen fell unconscious, leaving Angus standing over him with a satisfied smirk. When Elian was heading to his destination, he noticed a group of acolytes sneaking around like mischievous children. His brows furrowed in displeasure, and he strode forward to confront them. "Children, return to your rooms." "If the Saintess's sermons have concluded," Elian commanded strictly, his voice stern. The children jumped in fright, startled like cats caught in the act by Elian's silent approach. "Sire Hero," one of them stammered, nervously avoiding his piercing gaze. "The sermons are over?" "Oh, yes, it's over, Sir Hero." "We're heading back now," they answered hastily, their tone odd and unconvincing. Without waiting for further questions, they hurried off, disappearing around the corner. Elian stood there, his frown deepening. "What's wrong with them?" he muttered to himself, suspicion creeping into his mind. Unable to shake the odd behavior he'd just witnessed, Elian decided to head to the prayer hall to ensure everything was as it should be. Angus gazed at the small pond filled with divine essence, his hunger intensifying as his eyes glowed with predatory intent. Without hesitation, he knelt beside the pond and lowered his mouth to taste the concentrated divine liquid. The first drop was mellow and sweet, the richness of its energy surging through him like a wildfire. A smirk played on his lips. Activating Omnidevour, Angus began consuming the liquid voraciously, his thirst for power evident with each gulp. The divine essence flowed into him like a torrent, and he felt his body adapting, strengthening at an astonishing pace. His aura surged as his level began to rise rapidly. "Mana's notifications, You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. The divine essence, which had been carefully accumulated over countless ages, vanished at an alarming rate, draining away from the cathedral's grasp without anyone's immediate realization. For someone like Valen, it would have taken months if not years to absorb even a fraction of the essence, provided his body could endure its overwhelming energy. But Angus was no ordinary being. His omni-devour ability absorbed the divine essence at an unprecedented speed, bypassing the limitations of a mortal vessel. Unbeknownst to him, however, his own chaotic aura, latent and insidious, began to surge uncontrollably. The more divine essence he consumed, the stronger and more erratic his chaotic energy became. The once serene chamber now pulsed with an ominous and overwhelming presence. It felt as though pure chaos had descended, corrupting the sanctity of the space. The chaotic aura radiated outward, spreading like wildfire. Its undulations reverberated through the underground chamber, triggering tremors that shook the cathedral violently. Above ground, the clergy and knights stumbled in confusion, their alarm growing as the vibrations intensified. "What in the heavens is happening?" a guard exclaimed, gripping his weapon tightly as the walls trembled around him. Elian, still on his way to the prayer hall, halted abruptly, his eyes narrowing as he felt the unmistakable surge of chaos. "Old man, what is going on?" Just then, Saintess Luminaria arrived before him and asked, "Is there some kind of accident?" "Saintess, how are you here?" Elian asked, momentarily stunned. "Then who is it that entered the underground chamber?" "What do you mean?" "I've been here the whole time." She paused, realization dawning on her face. "No, please don't tell me someone used my face to fool everyone." "Yes, Saintess," Elian muttered, his grip tightening on his holy weapon. "Someone impersonated you to deceive everyone and steal the divine essence." This is no accident. Someone is devouring it all as we speak." Flash. With urgency, he turned and dashed toward the underground chamber, his movements swift and determined. Saintess Luminaria followed closely behind, her expression grave as she prepared for what lay ahead. "Ha!" Angus straightened up abruptly, his sharp senses instantly detecting the explosive surge of his chaotic aura. It spiraled out of control, threatening to spiral into a cataclysmic force that could annihilate the entire holy city and perhaps much more, if left unchecked. His breathing was heavy, yet his mind remained calm despite the overwhelming power coursing through him. "Ha ha, so I wasn't disappointed after all," he muttered evilly, glancing at his status. In a mere span of seconds, he had ascended to level 767, surpassing his previous level by over 300 points. His stats had skyrocketed beyond comprehension. A sense each attribute, 75,000 plus. A sense origin mana capacity, exceeding 1 million. The power was intoxicating yet dangerous. His aura radiated in chaotic waves, distorting the surrounding air and causing cracks to appear in the pristine walls of the chamber. Angus quickly clenched his fists and began to circulate his origin mana, focusing his mind on regaining control. "Calm down. Stabilize," he whispered to himself. He couldn't afford to destroy the city, not yet. Bit by bit, he wrestled the wild energy into submission, compressing his chaotic aura until it was contained within him like a raging storm locked in a steel cage. The tremors subsided slightly, though the lingering oppressive force of his presence remained palpable. "Now then," Angus smirked, standing upright. "Let's see how those demon lords stops me now." But just as he turned to leave, his senses sharpened. Footsteps. They echoed faintly, growing louder by the second. Samionia, or perhaps multiple people, was approaching the chamber at an alarming speed. Very soon, Elian and the Saintess came into view. Angus, however, remained calm despite being caught. He was confident that no one present could stop him unless the gods themselves intervened. The real Saintess froze in shock as her gaze landed on the imposter standing opposite her. The resemblance was uncanny. The same looks, the same build, even the same aura of divine grace. It was as though she was staring at her own reflection in a mirror. "What is this?" Saintess Luminaria whispered, her voice trembling with a mix of confusion and anger. "You have emptied all the divine essence, thief. The gods will not spare you." Elian, his holy weapon ready, took a step forward, his expression grim. "Reveal yourself, imposter. Who are you, and why have you desecrated this sacred place?" Angus tilted his head, a faint smirk playing on his lips as he looked at the two. Well, isn't this a touching reunion? But I'm sorry, I'm not in the mood to talk to you two right now. See you, Saintess." With that, Angus casually clenched the delicate hand of his feminine disguise, channeling his raw strength. The very air trembled under the sheer weight of his power. Elian and the Saintess stood frozen, speechless at the overwhelming energy radiating from him. An ominous premonition gripped their hearts. "No, don't," Elian stammered, his face pale. Without hesitation, the two fled the chamber, taking Valen's unconscious body with them in a desperate bid to escape. "And Thena." Angus's solid punch landed on the magically reinforced ground, triggering an apocalyptic explosion at the point of impact. The underground chamber was obliterated, reduced to dust and ash in an instant, including the previously formidable barriers. A significant portion of the cathedral crumbled from the middle, its foundation shattered. The rebound force sent Angus hurtling into the air, but his powerful defensive skills left him unharmed. Hovering above the cathedral, Angus wore an evil smirk as he surveyed the chaos below. "Until we meet again, Saintess." "Farewell, for now," he said, waving mockingly at the enraged duo on the ground. As he turned to leave, Angus noticed a formidable figure approaching the Archbishop of the cathedral, a powerful level 700 elder. Without hesitation, Angus activated his mastery of space laws, vanishing instantly on the sky. His departure left all the clergymen, acolytes, holy knights, and paladins staring in shock and disbelief. "Sinner!" The Archbishop, a seemingly 70-year-old man with an aura of immense power, barked angrily, his voice echoing through the wreckage after failing to catch the imposter. With clenched fists and gritted teeth, he descended gracefully, landing beside Elian and the Saintess, his expression dark with fury. "Luminaria, Elian, what are you two doing?" he demanded, his voice sharp and accusatory. "You couldn't even catch an imposter? Look at what they've done. This place has been desecrated." Elian and the Saintess lowered their heads in shame. But what could they do? The culprit was so strong that they wasn't even able to see the culprit's real face. "Find them!" the Archbishop roared, his commanding tone leaving no room for argument. "Whoever it is, male or female, they must not be allowed to live after committing such a daring and heinous act. How will we show our faces to the world after this?" His gaze swept over the ruins, his anger barely contained. "Remember, this is not just an attack on the cathedral. This is an affront to the gods themselves. Gather every paladin, every holy knight, everyone. Mobilize the city. I want the sinner's head." Elian clenched his fists and nodded firmly. "Understood, Your Eminence." "We will not fail this time." The Saintess looked up, her usual calm demeanor replaced with bone-chilling coldness. "I will personally ensure that this impostor pays for what they've done. I will not let them sully my name. They will not escape divine retribution." The Archbishop's eyes glinted with righteous fury as he turned to oversee the mobilization, his presence a towering pillar of divine authority amid the devastation. Angus was no longer Angus, at least, not outwardly. Rather than fleeing the cathedral as everyone assumed, he had seamlessly slipped into the role of another paladin, his disguise flawless and his demeanor impeccable, blending into the frenzied crowd that was scouring every corner for the imposter. He was a ghost among them. No one suspected him. While the others blindly searched for any signs of abnormality that could lead them to the thief, Angus had a different goal in mind: the rescue of the little girl's mother. The cells were hidden deep within the cathedral's lower levels, an area crawling with guards and under constant surveillance. But this only made Angus's infiltration more exhilarating. His keen senses allowed him to navigate the labyrinthine passages with ease. The panicked chaos caused by the recent explosion worked in his favor, diverting attention and loosening the usual tight security. "Go, find that damn thief. How dare he challenge us?" He passed by groups of paladins barking orders and clerics conducting magical scans. None paid him any mind. His stolen identity and the aura of divine authority he carried as a paladin were his perfect camouflage. Finally, Angus reached the dimly lit corridors of the cells. He activated his appraisal eye, scanning each prisoner quickly and efficiently. Most of them were ordinary people, rebels, thieves, or unfortunate souls who had crossed the church in some way. But Angus's focus was singular. He muttered to himself as his gaze swept over the bars. "Where are you, lady? I don't have all day." Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a faint life signature in a secluded cell at the far end of the corridor. Angus used appraisal and immediately identified the woman. The silver locket around her neck was clearly visible, confirming her identity. "Whoa, who are you?" "I don't know anything." "Don't hurt me anymore." The injured woman looked at the unfamiliar young man, fear evident in her trembling voice. "I was sent by your daughter to save you." "Now hurry up," Angus replied firmly as he began melting the extremely reinforced black metal bars of the cage, which were inscribed with powerful runes. It struck him as odd. Why was this woman given so much attention, locked away in such a heavily fortified cage? Was it simply because she was affiliated with demons? Even with his appraisal, the information on her wasn't enough to clarify his doubts. Something about her imprisonment didn't feel right. The woman named Amarian was surprised by the sheer power of the young man. She straightened her posture, becoming worried for her safety. She couldn't trust an unfamiliar man, just with his mere words alone. Angus found it troublesome. The woman inside still continued to look at him with a mix of fear and confusion. "I said, your daughter sent me," Angus reiterated, trying to reassure her. "If you stay here, you'll rot. So, move." Now, the woman hesitated, her body trembling. My daughter? She's alive?" "Yes," Angus replied sharply, keeping his focus on dismantling the cage. "And she's waiting for you. But if we don't leave now, neither of you will see each other again." As the last of the cage's bars gave way, the woman cautiously stepped out, her frail form almost collapsing before Angus caught her arm to steady her. After that, Angus quickly vanished using a space portal. Bam, bam. "Open the door. Open the door." "Hey, stop. Can't you see it's locked?" "I don't think anyone lives here." "No, don't stop. That thief is so cunning. He could be hiding anywhere. We can't leave any place unchecked." Bang, bang. Lyra was sweating nervously inside as the people outside banged on the door, determined to break in. If this continued, she would be caught and sent to the dungeons like her mother. Her heart raced as she peeked through a crack in the window, searching anxiously for her savior. Whoosh! Plop! Startled by the sudden noise, she instinctively turned around. There, to her immense relief, stood her unconscious mother alongside her savior. "Mother!" Lyra exclaimed, rushing toward her with worry written all over her face. "We don't have time for this, little girl. Save the tears for now," Angus said before grabbing her arm. While Lyra was still stunned, Angus acted swiftly, raising his hand to open a portal and leave the city. Spatial interception? His attempt to activate the greater spatial teleporter failed, leaving Angus unable to create the portal. Frowning, he assessed the situation quickly. It had to be either divine intervention or the use of an incredible artifact. There was no other explanation for the sudden restriction. Without wasting time, Angus switched tactics. Channeling his mastery over space laws, he initiated a small distance spatial jump toward the city's exit. However, his limited mastery meant he could only traverse 2 kilometers in one leap. The short distance frustrated him, and his thoughts turned briefly to his father-in-law, Belial. Whatever materials or technique Belial had used on the teleporter across massive distances effortlessly was something Angus now greatly curious about. "I'll have to ask him about it later," Angus muttered as he prepared for another leap, already thinking about how such knowledge might accelerate his mastery over space. Angus and the two others moved like shadows, gliding silently through the city as if ghosts passing unnoticed. Lyra, cradled in his protective grasp, remained quiet. She could sense his foul mood, an almost tangible weight in the air. Despite the unease, she was astonished by the sheer scale of power he wielded. One moment he was in the real world, the next, he seemed to vanish into another dimension entirely. Her small frame shivered with awe and envy. Could she ever achieve even a fraction of such strength? The thought lingered in her mind, filling her with both hope and uncertainty. Within seconds, Angus reached the city wall. But he paused abruptly, his keen senses detecting the vigilance of the guards stationed there. Though he could easily annihilate the entire city if he unleashed his full power, he hesitated. I don't need to harm innocents unnecessarily, he thought, trying to restrain himself. However, the divine barrier before him was unyielding, blocking even his use of space laws to slip through undetected. His patience, already thin, was nearing its limit. With every moment that passed, his frustration mounted. If I am forced to act, I will. For now, let's break you. Then, we will see who dares to block my path, Angus muttered under his breath, his gaze turning cold. Lyra shuddered, sensing Angus's aura suddenly intensify, the weight of his power pressing down on her. Her eyes widened as she saw black dragon scales emerge, covering his once beautiful form completely. In moments, he transformed into a humanoid dragon, his majestic wings unfurling with a commanding presence. Angus unsheathed his God-Slayer sword, the blade emanating a power so immense it caused the ground beneath him to tremble and crack. His stats surged further, pushing him to a near unimaginable level of strength. With a stance as steady as a mountain, he aimed his attack at the almost invincible barrier that sought to trap him. Voidbreaker slash. With a roar that seemed to shake the heavens, Angus swung his blade, unleashing the devastating skill that he got from Emperor Kairos. Creak. Buzz. The translucent barrier groaned in defiance, but it was no match for Angus's overwhelming might. At the point of impact, the very fabric of space itself fractured, revealing a terrifying void of eternal darkness. The void growled like a ravenous beast, emitting a horrific suction force that began devouring everything in its radius. Angus stood firm, his stats nearing 500,000, allowing him to resist the void's pull. But the surrounding environment was not as fortunate. Several unfortunate guards and buildings were dragged into the void, their screams swallowed by the unrelenting darkness. As the rest of the city froze in shock, unable to comprehend the apocalyptic scene before them, Angus acted swiftly. Shielding Lyra and her mother with his immense power, he disappeared into the night, leaving the devastation behind. The cries of despair and the haunting presence of the void lingered as the once impenetrable trap shattered into nothingness. The old Archbishop, Elian, and the Saintess stood in stunned silence, their eyes fixed on the site of destruction. The void had consumed a vast area, leaving a massive, dark sinkhole spanning a radius of 3,500 meters, its edges shimmering ominously with residual chaotic energy. Saintess Luminaria quickly took action, her hands glowing with divine light as she channeled her energy to accelerate the natural healing of the spatial fabrics, the protective layer shielding the world of creation from the endless void. How did he break the barrier of the gods? The Archbishop stammered, his voice heavy with disbelief. His aged eyes, filled with wisdom from decades of experience, failed to comprehend the magnitude of what they had just witnessed. Elian, the light hero, stepped forward, his expression grave. Your Eminence, that person is far beyond our current strength. Though I couldn't see his face clearly, I can say with certainty that he was male and someone who knows use or at least, knows enough to exploit our defenses so perfectly. The Archbishop's hands trembled, clutching his staff tightly. Elian continued, his gaze unwavering as he stared at the destruction. And forgive my boldness, Your Eminence, but his power might even surpass yours. We should pray for their intervention. Plop. Angus and the two stepped out of the portal, emerging on the edge of the Kairos Empire, where the black ocean met the grassy shore. The cool sea breeze mingled with the tension in the air. Angus carefully laid the woman down on the soft ground, his hands glowing with a gentle light as he channeled his healing magic. Where am I? Under Lyra's astonished gaze, her mother's wounds closed swiftly, her pale complexion returning to a healthy glow. Within moments, she opened her eyes, blinking in confusion. Mother! Lyra rushed into her mother's arms, tears spilling down her cheeks as she buried her face in her lap. Her mother, now fully alert, wrapped her arms around her daughter, holding her tightly with eyes full of relief and affection. For a moment, her mind remained foggy, but as her gaze settled on her daughter, the memories came flooding back of the fear, the imprisonment, and the faint hope of salvation. There, Lyra. I'm fine now, she said soothingly, stroking her daughter's hair. But then her expression turned puzzled as her gaze shifted to Angus. But who is this man? And where is the one who saved us? She squinted at Angus, unable to recognize him in his current original form. Mother, he is our savior. You can't recognize him? Lyra asked in doubt. The woman looked at him with wide eyes, her gratitude mixed with confusion. You are the one who saved us? Angus nodded, his calm gaze meeting hers. Yes, I am the one who saved you, though my appearance might confuse you. I had to take precautions while in enemy territory. Amarian studied him, her expression uncertain. Her instincts told her to be wary, yet gratitude and exhaustion dulled her doubts. I see. What will you do with us now? And where are we? She asked, her tone cautious. Angus turned his eyes toward the horizon, where the first rays of sunlight painted the black ocean gold. We're now in the territory of the Kairos Empire, he said evenly. As for what comes next, the choice is yours. You can follow me to a nearby human settlement where you'll be safer, or you can go your own way. I won't stop you, but be aware of the wilderness. Beasts and worse roam these lands, and they won't hesitate to make you their prey. At the mention of wild beasts, Amarian's grip on Lyra's hand tightened instinctively. Her heart raced, images of the cathedral's merciless cruelty flashing in her mind, now replaced by the threat of mindless predators. Lyra, noticing her mother's fear, turned to Angus. Savior, if we follow you, will you protect us? Her voice was small but steady, her eyes full of trust. Angus glanced at the young girl. If you choose to stay by my side, I'll ensure no harm comes to you too, he replied kindly. But deep inside, Angus was plotting to uncover the secret the woman seemed to be hiding. Her overcautiousness toward her own savior intrigued him. There was something about Amarian that drew his attention. Her body language, the erratic beat of her heart, and her guarded demeanor toward her savior all hinted at something important. He was determined to uncover the reason why the cathedral had kept her under such strict surveillance. Thank you. I don't know how to repay you for the favor. Please, take us to safety, Amarian said in a pleading tone. Sure. But why don't you tell me your story while we relax? Angus asked, settling comfortably on the grassy ground. The salty scent of the ocean mixed with the refreshing smell of nature, and the warmth of the rising sun made the setting exceptionally serene. His gaze drifted to the rolling waves, their surfaces sparkling as they caught the morning rays. Amarian hesitated, her hands tightening slightly around Lyra. Yet, she couldn't bring herself to refuse her savior's request. Yeah, broken bar. I suppose I owe you that much, she said softly. There's not much to say, actually. I came into contact with a demon recently by accident when they were sneaking into the holy city. That's when a few paladins spotted me with the demons and accused me of colluding with them, wrongly and without any evidence. Fortunately, my daughter was away at that time, she said calmly, her gaze fixed on his back. Angus, although was not looking directly at her, listened intently. He didn't need to see her face or body language to sense the deception in her words. Her act was nearly flawless, but the slight irregularities in her tone and heartbeat betrayed her. She was hiding something, and it only fueled his curiosity further. I see, he responded nonchalantly, giving no indication that he'd caught her lie. That's quite unfortunate. People can be so quick to judge when fear blinds them. Anyway, what about your husband? He pressed on. Oh, he died a long time ago in a mining accident, she answered in melancholy. But, mother, a broken bar. Father came home that near. Lyra was about to finish her sentence, but Amarian hurriedly blocked her, not letting her continue to speak. Angus, with his sharp hearing, didn't miss her words. What were you saying, Lyra? Let her finish it, Angus said gently, turning back. Lord, there's nothing else. She has the habit of talking nonsense, Amarian cut him off. Angus frowned. How long are you going to keep lying, woman? Is this how you repay your savior? Feeding me lies? He questioned coldly. Angus started to use guilt trap to gradually make her reveal everything. He understood that forceful methods or even soul-searching wouldn't work on this woman to reveal the truth properly. Otherwise, The cathedral would have long known the secret through soul-searching. Why else would they have kept her alive that long? They were probably still trying to extract something important from her but had failed so far. As for Lyra, she had been told not to come for her mother unless she was strong enough. Lyra had told him this herself. The matter of the execution must have been a trap to capture Lyra and exploit her weakness. The situation was becoming increasingly mysterious, and his instincts were telling him that uncovering the secret would be worthwhile. The woman stammered, sensing the cold tone of their savior. As expected, she lowered her head in shame, right before her daughter's accusing eyes. Fear and uncertainty gnawed at her heart as well. No, I didn't. I am not lying. She meekly tried to deny the truth again. Angus was slightly annoyed. Okay. Should I leave you two right here? I don't want to carry two ungrateful liars, he said, standing up, visibly annoyed, to push her into desperation. And no, a broken bar, please don't. A broken bar, my lord, a broken bar. She immediately clung to his leg, wrapping her arms around it. Mother. Lyra began to sob, seeing her mother's actions, tears welling up in her innocent eyes. Please speak the truth to our savior. It's wrong. Angus remained resolute, not giving in to her desperate plea. He gently slipped from her grasp, stepping back with a hint of irritation on his face. All right, will you tell me now? He asked calmly, sitting down before them, his gaze steady and unyielding. The woman looked into her daughter's tearful eyes, then at their savior, weighing her options carefully. The choice before her was not an easy one, but the weight of the situation made it impossible to avoid. Her lips trembled as she prepared to speak, caught between fear and trust. The woman sighed deeply, her resolve hardening. All right, Lord, I will speak the truth. But in return, I want your promise you will not harm us. After hearing it, Angus smirked internally but outwardly feigned disbelief. Why would I harm you after learning a simple truth? Is that how you see your savior? He asked, his expression a mix of faint hurt and curiosity. No, it's not that, my lord, she denied quickly. It's just, the thing I'm about to reveal is extremely precious. Even the gods themselves might fall to greed if they were to learn of it, she said in a low, serious tone, her gaze locked on his face, searching for any trace of avarice. Angus adjusted his expression to one of mild surprise. Oh, is that so? He paused, then added solemnly, very well. In the name of Zero, I promise that I will not lay a hand on you or your daughter. As he spoke those words loudly, the sky trembled briefly with a faint but undeniable ripple in the air. Angus frowned, confused by the sky's reaction to his words, but he set the thought aside for now. His focus remained entirely on the woman before him, waiting for her to reveal the secret. Amarian seemed to be gambling with their lives, the reaction exaggerated as though fate itself compelled her to speak. The woman began slowly, her voice trembling slightly. Lord, the truth is, my husband isn't dead. He worked in the Holy Mountain mines despite being an S-rank powerhouse. Angus raised an eyebrow, intrigued. An S-rank powerhouse working in a mine? That's unusual. Continue. Yes, she nodded. The Holy Mountain mines are no ordinary place. The rocks there are so hard, and the heat so intense, that only S-rank individuals can endure conditions deep underground for extended periods. It's a job suited only for the strongest. She hesitated before continuing, her voice dropping lower. Setting that aside, over a week ago at night, my husband came to our house in secret to deliver something precious to our child while she was asleep. He called it the God's Stone. God's Stone? Angus's eyes gleamed with interest, the answer to his growing curiosity finally taking shape. So, it's because of that stone, he mused internally, piecing the puzzle together. What exactly does it do? Angus asked, his expression feigning curiosity but his mind racing with speculation. Amarian hesitated, then replied seriously, her gaze shifting to her daughter. I don't know exactly how it works, but my husband said it can help Lyra become a god. A god? Angus repeated, intrigued, though his sharp eyes studied the woman intently for any kind of lie. But he found no abnormality while telling the truth. Lyra gasped, her wide-eyed astonishment evident. A god? She echoed, her small hands trembling slightly. The very notion was incomprehensible to her. Becoming an S-rank was already an unattainable dream, something she could barely imagine for herself. But the idea of ascending to godhood? It was nothing but absurdity. The thought felt almost blasphemous, an affront to the divine beings her deeply religious homeland revered. Lyra shook her head, her heart pounding, unsure whether to feel awe or fear. But deep inside, who wouldn't want that kind of power? Remembering the pain of her mother being captured and tortured only fueled her yearning for strength. "Can I see it?" Angus asked calmly, though inside, every fiber of his being felt invigorated. He had finally found a clue that could lead to becoming an SSS rank, the power of the gods, and he would never let such an opportunity slip through his fingers. And never. Angus couldn't detect the presence of the stone, even with his specialized eyes, confirming its extraordinary power. Amarian hesitated but eventually sighed in defeat. She looked at her daughter and said, "It's inside my daughter, and no one could ever detect it unless she wills it to reveal itself." Angus turned his gaze to Lyra, who appeared utterly puzzled. "Where is it, Mother? Why didn't I know about this all this time? Why did Father risk his life for me?" Lyra asked, her voice trembling with a mixture of confusion. "Lyra, it was for your own good," Amarian said softly, her voice laced with sorrow. "Your father wanted you to have a happy life, free from the danger of this world, to give you eternal freedom. But his actions brought only pain and suffering because of the cathedral's suspicions. We can't bear this burden alone anymore. Give it to our Savior as repayment, and maybe we won't have to live in fear anymore." Hopefully, her voice broke into sobs as she added, "I don't even know if your father will ever come back to us." Lyra looked hesitantly between her mother and Savior, uncertainty etched across her face. Angus observed her closely, sensing the conflict within her. He knew what was on her mind, her thirst for power. "Mother, how do I get it out? I can't even feel it inside me," she asked, her voice a mixture of frustration and determination. Amarian responded calmly, "Just meditate deeply, dear. I'm sure it will respond to your command if you focus enough." "Oh, okay," Lyra said, nodding as she sat down cross-legged and began to concentrate. She inhaled and exhaled slowly, attempting to center herself. Angus waited patiently, but as time passed, it became clear that she was struggling to summon the mysterious stone. Her lack of focus and inexperience hindered her progress. Seeing this, Angus stepped closer and lightly touched her little head to increase her mind power. "Focus, little girl," he said softly but firmly. "Feel it within you. Command it to reveal itself." Lyra suddenly felt a surge of overwhelming willpower coursing through her, a strength so profound that she felt unstoppable, as though no challenge was beyond her grasp. Harnessing this newfound power, she delved deeper into her meditation, concentrating with unwavering determination to do as Angus had instructed. Moments later, under Angus' intensely focused gaze, an extraordinary object materialized before them. It was a radiant, triangular stone, its design mesmerizing and otherworldly. Both its upper and lower points formed perfect symmetrical triangles, and its surface was etched with intricate, unknown symbols. The carvings pulsed intermittently, glowing with brilliant flashes of white light that seemed alive, as if the stone carried the essence of creation itself. Angus' eyes gleamed with curiosity and hunger for knowledge. "So this is the God's Stone," he murmured as he activated appraisal. "Appraisal, item, core of divinity grade, SSS+. Description: a fraction of the world's core of Mithralda. The Mithralda world requires new controllers, thus it shed these fragments to be protected by the Chosen Ones. Effect: 1. Upon consumption, capable of upgrading one skill of your choice to God level upon reaching level 1000. 2. Grants a divine body, shedding your mortal limits. 3. Extends your origin mana capacity and raw stats by unimaginable numbers according to your potential. Angus stared at the information, wide-eyed. This is it. This was what he had been searching for. With this, he could finally stand against the gods and take his revenge from Beelzebub. He would have the power to turn the tables of this world and establish a prosperous rule before disappearing from it. But for that to happen, he needed to reach level 1000 first. Amarian and Lyra sensed the greed in his eyes and became frightened, feeling the chaotic, fiendish aura emanating from him. Angus stared at the godstone with unrestrained desire. "Give it to me. Give it to me, a broken bar. I will give you everything you want. Money, power, protection, or a world free of oppressors. I will give it all," he declared, spreading his arms to the sky and laughing maniacally, exhilaration coursing through him. "Why yes, please calm down, Lord," Lyra pleaded desperately. With her words, the stone finally landed in Angus' hand, instantly calming him down. "With this, I will rise," he thought, his gaze fixed firmly on the glowing stone. "And when I do, the heavens themselves will tremble." Upon safely storing the divine stone, Angus' manic grin vanished instantly as he suppressed the wild emotions inside, regaining his calm and indifferent demeanor. This change made the mother-daughter duo sigh in relief. Angus glanced at them, a flicker of guilt crossing his features for having scared them unnecessarily. He realized his image might have already been tarnished in their eyes. Clearing his throat, he said, "I can't take this precious thing for free. In return, I promise I will ensure your safety and help you find your husband with all my might." Amarian and Lyra's faces lit up with happiness at his words. Amarian sighed in relief, feeling reassured that Angus wasn't an ungrateful man consumed by greed. "Thank you, Lord. We would be happy if you can find him for us. But please don't take unnecessary risks. You seem to be a great man with big aspirations. I hope you can truly change the world for the better once you become a figure of worship," Amarian said sincerely, sitting still and composed. Angus nodded, then turned to Lyra with a softened expression. "Come here, little girl. I will give you the power you want," he called out gently, his generosity emerging as he resolved to help them after receiving such a special gift. "Give me power? How?" Lyra cautiously stepped forward, her curiosity tempered by unease. Amarian, though equally curious, remained on guard. Suddenly, a series of loud thuds echoed as Angus pulled out several massive corpses of aquatic S-rank creatures from his pocket space. Thud, thud, thud. The sight of the enormous lifeless creatures and even a few human corpses among them left both Lyra and Amarian astonished and horrified. "What's this?" Lyra froze in place, her eyes wide with bewilderment as her heart pounded rapidly in her chest. Amarian instinctively grabbed Lyra's small hand, her grip firm, as she stared at their savior with growing caution. Angus noticed their reactions but remained calm, gesturing toward the corpses. "These will serve as the foundation for your strength, little girl. Step forward if you want to receive the power, and of course I won't force you accept it. It's your wish, but don't regret it later on." He gave them a choice, but whether they would accept it or not was entirely up to them. Lyra and Amarian felt the weight of the moment pressing down on them. After a tensed silence, Lyra took a deep breath and resolutely stepped forward, her small fists clenched in determination. Amarian, on the other hand, stood back, her heart heavy with worry. She could only pray that their savior would honor his word and place her full trust in him. Buzz. Without wasting any time, Angus activated universal synthesis. A faint hum filled the air as a radiant aura enveloped Lyra. Angus focused intently, ready to imbue her with as much power as her soul could withstand. He would push her limits but remain cautious not to overwhelm her entirely. After a full 10 minutes, the synthesis process was finally completed. Amarian's face was pale, her hands trembling as she listened to the agonizing screams of her daughter. The only thing keeping her from rushing forward was the unwavering, cold gaze of their savior. When Lyra emerged from the cocoon unharmed, Amarian let out a shaky breath of relief. But as she looked closer, it was clear that something fundamental had changed. Within Lyra, her daughter's physique was noticeably different, healthier, more muscular, and even slightly taller. The transformation spoke volumes about the immense power she had gained, something Amarian could only marvel at. In her heart, she assumed their savior must be a divine being, capable of bestowing blessings beyond mortal comprehension. Lyra took a few tentative steps, her body adjusting to the surge of newfound strength, though a faint soreness lingered in her muscles. As she glanced at her status panel, her eyes widened in astonishment. She had ascended from E rank all the way to A rank, an almost inconceivable leap in power. She turned her gaze toward Angus, awe and gratitude etched into her expression. Bowing deeply, she said with unwavering sincerity, "Thank you, my savior. We will never forget your kindness." Angus regarded her coolly, his expression indifferent yet unreadable. "It's nothing, little girl," he replied, his tone even. "You received only what you deserved. But do not mistake me for a kind being. I am no savior of virtue. I have slaughtered humans and demons alike as easily as one cuts grass." His words carried a weight that silenced the air around them, and both Lyra and Amarian could only stare, acknowledging the reality of the man before them, a figure capable of immense power and destruction, yet one who had chosen to aid them. "Now, let's settle you down. You will be taken to a place where you can put your power to good use," Angus said as he opened a pulsating dark portal to his warship. Lyra, brimming with excitement, followed him without hesitation, her mother close behind, stepping into the portal with a mix of hope and apprehension. The sun was already high in the sky, illuminating the thriving land of Salice with its golden glow. "Your Highness will reach the imperial capital by evening, and it's all thanks to your incredible might," his father-in-law said with awe and reverence. As the Liberation Imperial Army marched toward the imperial city, the admiration for their ruler was evident. His father-in-law's words carried a tone of deep respect for his son-in-law, now ruler of an entire empire capable of subjugating a kingdom single-handedly. On the deck of a disaster-class flying warship, Angus Clone stood at the forefront, gazing intently at the horizon. Behind him, notable figures of power and prestige gathered. Astrid and Ashtar, the two leaders of the Silver Moon clan, stood alongside a group of commanders and the three generals. All of them glanced at Angus's imposing figure, their expressions filled with awe and reverence. The man before them had become a symbol of unyielding strength and vision, commanding an empire that sought to reshape the world. Buzz! Suddenly, the air around them buzzed, and a dark portal emerged before their eyes. Some soldiers tensed, gripping their weapons, while others remained calm, recognizing the portal as their emperor's skill, having witnessed it before. To the surprise of a few, from the portal emerged another Angus, followed closely by a young girl and an ordinary-looking woman. Leon's sharp eyes were calm as he already knew he was capable of producing body double. But the current powerful form Angus surprised him. "What is this? Is it His Majesty's clone or the real one?" he muttered under his breath. "Who is the real emperor?" Others murmured in confusion, unable to distinguish the real from the fake as both figures appeared identical in every way. However, the faint undulations of an even more formidable aura radiating from the new arrival confirmed the truth. They had been speaking to a clone all along. They were dumbstruck upon realizing the truth. Angus gazed at them nonchalantly. Then with a casual wave of his hand, Angus caused the clone to vanish into thin air, leaving no trace and silencing any lingering doubts. Ashtar, Astrid, and a few of the more astute individuals exchanged astonished glances. Their emperor had not only been managing his empire but also engaging in otherworldly adventures to grow even stronger. His unwavering dedication to his ideals and unrelenting pursuit of strength inspired a deep sense of awe and respect among his people. They bowed their heads in unison, their voices ringing out in reverence. "Long live your Imperial Highness! Long live the Liberation Empire!" Amarian and Lyra stood speechless, their eyes wide as they took in the scene before them. The powerhouses, each exuding terrifying strength, bowed in unison to the man they had come to know as their savior. But it wasn't just the individuals behind the massive disaster-class warship. They could see an endless formation of soldiers, their armor gleaming under the sun, marching in perfect unison. Amarian's trembling voice broke the silence. "Who are you? Why are they calling you Emperor?" Angus turned to her, his smile calm yet brimming with an undeniable authority. "Because I am one." "There's no need to be surprised. All of this is for the grand conquest, a step toward a world I shall reshape. It begins with conquering the Kairos Empire and then a broken bar the rest of the world." Amarian and Lyra felt their hearts tremble at his words. The sheer weight of the revelation struck them hard. This man they had placed their trust in, their savior, wasn't just a strong wanderer or an enigmatic hero. He was a ruler, a force capable of changing the course of history itself. An emperor-level powerhouse. Lyra watched with admiration, her savior's image becoming lofty and grand in her heart. She felt the sacrifice she made by giving him the God Stone was worth it. It fell on the right hand. While Lyra and Amarian were settling into their quarters aboard the warship, the Liberation Army's march had brought them within striking distance of the Kairos Empire's imperial capital. At the forefront of the army, Angus floated serenely in the air alongside Quinn, Drake, Yona, and the three elite generals, their imposing presence like a wall of doom looming over the battlefield. The imperial city ahead was an awe-inspiring sight, its colossal walls a testament to the grandeur of the ancient Kairos Empire, now standing as the last line of defense for the former imperial family. Below, the battlefield stirred with anticipation. Opposing them were millions of soldiers loyal to the former regime, their ranks dwarfed by the overwhelming size of Angus' rebel army. Fear and uncertainty rippled through their lines, the aura of the Liberation Army's might crushing their morale. Angus' cold gaze swept over the defenders' pitiful attempts at resistance. His lips curled into a faint, almost dismissive smirk. Turning back, he locked eyes with General Leon and gave a subtle nod, a silent signal that carried the weight of impending destruction. Attack! Leon raised his sword high, its gleaming blade catching the last trace of the sinking red sun. His voice boomed across the field like thunder. Advance! Take the capital! Leave no stone unturned! At his command, the Liberation Army surged forward, a tide of steel and fire rolling toward the capital. Rumble! The ground trembled under the sheer force of their charge, and the air filled with the clash of steel, the thunder of war cries, and the desperate shouts of the defenders. Kill! As the sun dipped below the horizon, its crimson light bathed the battlefield, painting the skies a deep, ominous red, a fitting backdrop for the fall of an empire. Quinn, go rumbling, Angus commanded with a calm, almost indifferent tone. Quinn's lips curled into a wicked grin as he acknowledged the order. As you wish, my emperor. I alone am enough to take them down. Rumble! With a thunderous crash, Quinn leapt from the warship, his form expanding midair as he seamlessly transformed into his ancient Titan form. The transformation was awe-inspiring and terrifying, as Quinn's colossal figure, nearly 5,000 meters tall, landed with earth-shaking force. Drake and Yona instinctively tilted their heads upward, gawking at the massive frame of their comrade. FCK. Drake muttered in disbelief. Ha ha, die, you ants. Die. Quinn roared, his voice booming like an earthquake. How dare you block His Majesty's path? As Angus' first commandment, Quinn's strength was beyond comprehension. His every step sent shockwaves through the ground, shaking the very foundation of the battlefield. The sight of Quinn's sheer might sent waves of terror through the enemy ranks. Just how are we supposed to win against that? We're dead. Look, the commanders are fleeing. SHT. FCK. The Imperial family. FCK loyalty. Panic spread like wildfire. Quinn's devastating attacks tore through the enemy's ranks, crushing soldiers and reducing their morale to dust. Screams of despair echoed across the battlefield as soldiers threw down their weapons. Yes, yes. Surrender to His Majesty, Quinn shouted, his manic laughter reverberating like rolling thunder. Only then will you be spared. The enemy soldiers, unable to withstand the overwhelming force, began to surrender en masse. We surrender. Please, stop. Don't kill us. We have families. Clang, clang, thud. Weapons and shields clattered to the ground as the once formidable army crumbled before Quinn's monstrous power. From above, Angus and the other Transcendentals watched the scene unfold with calm detachment. The 7 Shadow Assassins had already eliminated the 2 enemy Transcendentals, ensuring there was no opposition worth their time. On the warship, Lyra and Amarian watched the events with wide eyes, utterly speechless. They had just witnessed the might of an ancient Titan for the first time, and it was beyond anything they could have imagined. If his subordinates are this strong, Lyra whispered, her voice trembling with awe, then how strong must our savior be? By now, Lyra and Amarian had pieced together much of Angus' history. The tales of his victories in every battles, his rise to power, and his unrelenting will painted a picture of a man who was more than a ruler. He was a legend. A dark hero, feared by many, but revered by those who followed him. The battle ended in less than 10 minutes, as though the victor had been decided long before it even began. Angus and his army marched into the imperial capital, their presence suffocating and awe-inspiring under the curious, fearful gazes of the citizens lining the streets and watching from behind closed windows. "Is that the one who killed Emperor Kairos?" On a rooftop, a curious man whispered to his companion, stealing glances at Angus' towering, commanding figure as he strode purposefully toward the imperial throne. "Yes, it must be. Look at how powerful he is," the other replied, his voice tinged with awe as he felt the sheer weight of the emperor's overwhelming aura. "Now what's going to happen to us and to the imperial family?" another asked with anxiousness. "No idea about us," a resigned laugh responded from the shadows. "But the former imperial family? They've probably fled already. That's the only choice they have left." Whispers rippled through the crowd as Angus' presence filled the city like a storm cloud ready to strike. His aura demanded attention and submission, leaving no doubt in the minds of the citizens that this was a man who would reshape this empire. "Did you capture them all?" suddenly Angus asked, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade. From the shadows, a figure cloaked in darkness emerged. One of his shadow assassins knelt before him. "Yes, my lord," the assassin replied respectfully. "We've apprehended the entire royal family while they attempted to flee. We've also recorded a map detailing the locations of the stolen treasures and imperial resources." "Very good." Angus' voice was cold and unyielding. "That's all I needed to hear. I want them executed publicly at dawn. We can't afford to let them become a threat in the future." "As you command, my lord," the assassin said, bowing deeply before vanishing back into the shadows. Angus turned his gaze toward the grand palace ahead, his expression as resolute as ever. Late that night, the grand imperial palace stood quiet, its vast halls mostly empty except for a few stationed guards and flickering lanterns casting long shadows. With the completion of a simple coronation ceremony earlier that evening, the occupation of the empire was officially finalized. Angus, now formally recognized as Emperor Zero, declared the region under the banner of the Liberation Empire. The news of the regime change spread like wildfire, reaching hundreds of millions of citizens and surrendered nobles alike. Surprisingly, the imperial capital, a city housing nearly 2 billion people, accepted the transition with little resistance. In some districts, the streets lit up with fireworks as ordinary citizens celebrated the end of the former oppressive rule. Others quietly welcomed the promise of change, hopeful yet wary of the new order. Temporary roles were swiftly assigned to maintain peace and structure within the massive city, and despite the rapid upheaval, order remained surprisingly intact. Deep in the night, Angus sat in his quarters within the sprawling palace. His appearance was unassuming, stripped of grandeur, as he leaned back in his chair. The flickering candlelight reflected in his eyes as he gazed out into the darkness beyond the windows. He was alone, his thoughts heavy. Victory was his, yet the responsibility of an empire now rested on his shoulders. While Angus sat in contemplation, one of his clones worked tirelessly in a secluded chamber deep within the palace. The clone was consumed with a singular purpose: to level up as quickly as possible. Surrounded by a chaotic assortment of resources, corpses of enemies, shimmering mana orbs, demon cores, discarded weapons, and treasures deemed unnecessary, the clone devoured them relentlessly. Each item was converted into raw energy, pushing his level higher and higher. Angus's ultimate goal loomed before him like a distant horizon: level 1000. Only then could he unlock the true power of the Godstone and ascend to a state where no one in this world could challenge him. Once he reached that peak, his plans could truly begin on a grand scale. Until then, he focused on consolidating his hold over the continent. The remaining kingdoms would fall under his control, either through conquest or diplomacy. His armies, already massive, would expand further as he recruited new soldiers from every corner of the land. The demon world, Abyss. In Crimson City, recruitment for the Liberation Army was in full swing. Each day, the army enlisted millions of new demon minions to strengthen its rule. However, the resources required to support this growing force were immense. For now, the treasures and reserves of Crimson City's treasury were sufficient to sustain them for a few days without issue. In one of the rooms of the Demon Lord's castle, Angus, Arya, and Bella were deep in discussion. "So, hubby, you're saying you've taken over an empire in the human world already?" Bella asked, her tone both surprised and curious by the news. Angus nodded calmly, while Arya remained quiet, already aware of the accomplishment beforehand. "That's incredible. We can finally go to the Phoenix Empire to bring back my mother, right?" "Don't forget what you promised, darling," Bella said, her voice filled with charm as she playfully pouted like a child. Arya observed Bella's playful demeanor with a hint of envy, realizing she could never act as seductively or affectionately as Bella did. "Oh, yes, Ethan," Arya muttered, her voice soft but tinged with excitement. "I would like to go too. I haven't seen my father for a while now, and I'd love to visit your new empire." Angus glanced at both of them, acknowledging their requests with a faint smile. "Sure, a broken bar. Let me arrange the attack on Demon Lord Goliath first, then I will send you two away," he said, standing up. Bella perked up slightly and asked, "Are you going to meet my father?" "Yes, I need to discuss with him," Angus replied, pausing at the door. "Anything you want me to tell him?" Bella smiled gracefully, still seated beside Arya. "Yes, just inform him that we're going to bring my mother back. I'm sure he'll be happy to hear that." "Okay," Angus said with a nod before stepping out of the room. Arya clasped her hands together in a praying posture, her expression serene but resolute. Bella, intrigued by the unexpected gesture, leaned closer. "Who are you praying to, Arya?" "The gods." "I thought you despised them as much as our husband does," she voiced her doubt. Arya shook her head slowly. "I don't believe in any gods. I only pray to myself," she answered in a low voice, her gaze fixed on the path Angus had taken moments ago. Meanwhile, Angus summoned his father-in-law, Belial, from the Lust Dukedom, which he had been managing or rather, enjoying alongside his many wives while sharing the news of their victory. Belial immediately teleported back to the Demon Lord's castle in response to Angus' urgent call. "What happened, son-in-law?" "Any good news?" Belial asked calmly, his tone laced with curiosity. Seated on the throne in the vast, empty court, Angus regarded Belial with a composed expression. "Yes, father-in-law. I have some questions regarding the creation of the spatial portal device." "Do you have time?" Belial smiled warmly, clearly pleased by Angus' respectful demeanor. "Ha, don't be so humble, son-in-law. You can ask me anything, anytime." "What do you want to know?" he replied, his voice carrying a hint of pride at being consulted. "How unbelievable was that?" Angus asked. "What main component do you use that allows travel across such long distances?" "Oh, that? I discovered some incredible space-related stones in one of the mines. I made some tweaks here and there using my crafting knowledge." "That's how it works." "Why are you asking?" Angus looked intrigued. "Can you show me one? It could be very important to me." "Ha. All right." Belial quickly searched through his spatial device before presenting a transparent blue crystal. Appraisal. Item, Lore Crystal, Space. Description, a highly coveted item for seekers of space lore. It is greatly capable of increasing one's affinity and understanding of space. Angus examined the crystal's information, becoming exhilarated. His guess was spot on. This was one of the lore crystals used in the primal realm. He had seen his father use these many times. "Father-in-law, I need these crystals as much as you can provide," Angus said seriously, not wanting to hear number. Belial was surprised by his sudden excitement. Just what was he going to use it for? "Son-in-law, although they are I will hand you everything I had." After receiving the 10 crystals, Angus shifted the discussion with Belial to the attack plan on Demon Lord Goliath and the swift takeover of his domain. Angus outlined the plan, emphasizing the element of surprise. "Prepare all the forces to mobilize as soon as possible," he instructed. "My clone will lead the attack." "It should be more than enough to deal with that insignificant demon lord," Angus added confidently. Belial nodded, pleased with the decisive plan, but then shifted the conversation. "So, you and Bella are heading to the Phoenix Empire? Be careful there. They have powerful high-ranking transcendentals as well, although, knowing you, I doubt they would stand a chance," he said with a chuckle. Angus raised an eyebrow, curious. "Are you not interested in coming with us?" Belial shook his head. "No, I'll stay behind to oversee the operations here and ensure everything runs smoothly. I am not ready to face Celeste after ignoring her for so long. You know, I am ashamed of myself for my incapabilities. I am unworthy of her. And, Angus, if you find she already had someone else in her heart, don't force her to come back. I can endure it. I always did," he said with emotion, his jovial mood down. Hey. Besides, this is your journey, son-in-law. You don't need me interfering in this part of your story. You need to conquer that empire as well. It won't be bad if you had the idea of their strength and weaknesses closely. Angus gave a faint nod, understanding Belial's reasoning. Very well. I will do as you say. Just make sure everything here is in order in the war. Of course. Good luck out there, son-in-law, Belial said with a reassuring smile. Angus' clone swiftly transported Arya and Bella to the human world, where his original body awaited them. On the other side, Angus greeted them with a soft smile, his presence exuding even more power than before. Bella, now in her human form, immediately sensed the change. Her eyes sparkled as she remarked, "Hubby, you've grown even more powerful. I didn't notice it while staying with your clone." She looked smitten, her admiration evident. Walking gracefully beside Arya, Bella's every step seemed calculated to mesmerize, her curvaceous figure drawing all eyes present. Ignoring everyone present, she moved closer to embrace Angus, her affection unrestrained. The scene unfolded under the morning light in the human world, where Angus had been in a meeting with the officials of the Liberation Empire. They had been discussing strategies, including the response about the letters of submission to other kingdoms. Present at the meeting were Quinn, Drake, Yona, the three generals, Arya's father, and her uncle, and more commanders. Each of them stood up, stunned as Bella joined the scene, a breathtakingly fiery and seductive presence alongside the ever-dignified and elegant Arya. The two women embraced Angus simultaneously, leaving little doubt in the minds of the onlookers that the imperial harem was becoming a reality. Awestruck, the officials exchanged glances, their thoughts interrupted only by the fiery beauty of the phoenix-like Bella, now beside Arya. They didn't forget their manners, bowing respectfully and greeting the returning Empress Consort. "Welcome back, Empress Consort." Their words brought a wave of nostalgia as they remembered Arya's astonishing ability to assert her control over the sun and moon, including her influence over the very forces of nature. Arya's father and uncle furrowed their brows, sensing a new woman beside their son-in-law. It wasn't that they thought their emperor wouldn't have a harem. It was almost expected, but they didn't think it would be this soon. Since Arya and Angus' marriage was not official yet, they were worried about Arya's position as the first wife and empress. They gazed at Arya with questioning looks, and in return, Arya gestured for them to keep quiet. She would explain things later. Bella, standing to the left of Angus' seated posture, looked over the officials with an amused smile, feeling triumphant and excited about interacting with humans after so long. Angus smiled and quietly observed their reactions, including Astrid's and Ashta's. He also noticed Arya's calm demeanor, almost indifferent to the unfolding situation, completely accepting Bella's presence equally in their family. "Hello, my name is Bella Belfrost. You can think of me as another of your empresses, sworn to stand by your emperor's side forever, along with Empress Arya." "Nice to meet you all," Bella said with a charming smile, blowing a kiss into the air. Instantly, a few people were unwillingly charmed by her voice and smile, even though she hadn't unleashed even a tenth of her charm as a succubus yet. Drake, Quinn, Yona, and even a few older men like Ashta and Astrid had their eyes flash with an unmistakable love-struck gleam, reflected in their expressions. Bella broke and bar. Angus berated her sternly, his tone carrying a hint of irritation. He found her mischievous act awkward, and his possessive nature flared. He couldn't stand seeing other men look at her with those kinds of eyes, even if they were merely pure admiration and fanatical devotion. Bella froze, realizing her mistake, and quickly snapped her fingers to break the charm she had unintentionally cast. "Sorry, hubby," she said, smiling coyly. Arya watched the scene unfold with a speechless expression, glancing at her father and uncle, who seemed equally bewildered. The weaker ones who had been charmed looked awkward and embarrassed as they regained their composure. realizing what had happened. Some began sweating nervously, sneaking glances at Emperor Zero to gauge whether he was angry or not. Angus' expression had already softened, which made them sigh in relief that their emperor was not an unreasonable person. With a casual gesture, he snapped his fingers, creating 2 thrones on either side of his own for his wives. "Sit down." Bella and Arya sat down gracefully, each crossing one leg over the other in an elegant display befitting their roles as empresses. "So, General, according to your report, 7 kingdoms rejected our letter of submission?" Angus asked General Felix, his tone calm but sharp. "Yes, Your Imperial Highness." "We await your orders," General Felix replied, bowing respectfully. Angus's expression darkened, a menacing aura filling the room. "Very well. If they want war, I will give them one," he said coldly. "Prepare to seize their kingdoms immediately and execute everyone who resists." His icy declaration sent a chill through the room. The officials and generals present shivered, realizing the brutal and decisive course their emperor had chosen. After the meeting concluded, Arya's father and uncle discreetly pulled her aside into a quiet corner of the palace. "All right, can you explain what's going on, daughter?" Ashtar demanded, his tone both concerned and firm. "Yes, Arya," Astrid added, crossing his arms. "Where did you two go, and who is this new woman? How did she suddenly become an empress?" Their expressions reflected their unease. They thought Arya might be too soft, allowing Angus to do as he pleased. "If this continues, won't your position as the primary wife be at risk?" Ashtar asked bluntly. Though Angus had officially declared both women as empresses, Ashtar and Astrid remained skeptical. How could there be 2 equal empresses in an imperial harem? Traditionally, there was always a single main wife, with others relegated to the rank of concubines. Their skepticism and concern were evident as they awaited Arya's response. Arya pressed her fingers against her forehead, feeling the onset of a headache. "Still," she explained calmly, "Father, Uncle, Ethan promised there would be no other women in our imperial family. You can cross out the idea of him having a typical harem. Bella is an exception." She paused before continuing. "Bella saved his life during a moment of desperation when Beelzebub was devouring an entire city." From that point on, their paths intertwined, leading to their journey to the demon world. Over time, they developed a romantic bond. Ashtar and Astrid exchanged astonished glances. "Wait, what? The demon world? How did they even get there?" Ashtar asked in disbelief. "Exactly," Astrid added. "How does this even make sense?" Arya sighed but maintained her composure. "Because Bella is a demoness." Both men froze, their eyes widening. "Oh, heavens! A demoness falling in love with a human?" Ashtar exclaimed, his tone laced with concern. "Arya, explain this in detail." "If this becomes public, it could spark chaos. The devout will curse him as a heretical, tyrannical ruler. This could escalate quickly." Astrid's expression turned solemn, clearly seeing the potential trouble this could cause. Arya shook her head firmly, dismissing their concerns. "No, father, you worry too much. Nothing of the sort will happen. I believe in him and his vision. People will eventually see the value in his grand idea to see a world free from oppression and endless bloodshed. They will support him, just as I do." She looked at them with unwavering resolve. "And if something like that does happen, I will be his shield. I will protect him. When I first met him, he was far too innocent for this cruel world. It's that innocence that drove him to take on this path. I will stand by him, even if it means standing against the world." Her determination left her father and uncle speechless. Arya then slowly recounted Angus' story, starting with his arrival in this world from another realm, which left her father and uncle frozen in shock due to the extraordinary nature of his background from a higher world. It seemed almost ridiculous to them now because in the Ost they compared Angus' background to theirs. They were ashamed. She continued, detailing his vow to take revenge on Beelzebub and his grand goal of liberating the entire world by uniting humans and demons. Although the idea sounded impossible at first, they began to hope it might come true. Arya then narrated his exploits in the demon world, where he had risen to the rank of demon lord. This revelation widened their eyes as they realized the magnitude of Angus' ambitions. The concept of merging both demon and human armies into an unstoppable force, if controlled properly, left them both impressed and contemplative. As Arya concluded the story, the initial doubts her father and uncle had about Angus' character faded completely, replaced by deep respect and awe. They also felt immense pride in Arya, recognizing her as a transcendental figure and a fitting partner for someone as remarkable as Angus. They were truly satisfied. So, hubby, ready for the journey? Bella asked Angus on the terrace of the palace. Yes. But you seem overly excited. Are you not worried, Bella? Angus asked gently, gazing down at the sprawling city below. Of course not. As long as I'm with you, I have nothing to worry about, Bella replied with a soft smile as she leaned closer, wrapping her arms around his waist from behind. Angus allowed himself a brief smile before asking, what if your mother refuses you and your father? Bella rested her chin on his shoulder, inhaling his masculine scent. Then I'll try to convince her. If that doesn't work, I'll stay by your side anyway. She's my mother, but I have found a new family now. Angus leaned against the railing, enjoying the comforting warmth of her embrace, his gaze fixed on the horizon. You're quite confident, Bella. I hope things go as smoothly as you believe. Yes, of course, hubby, Bella said, her voice filled with confidence. With you, nothing is impossible. Okay, then, Angus said, turning back and lightly kissing Bella's crimson lips. Let's depart. Bella, her excitement barely contained, watched as Angus opened a shimmering portal to their destination, the Phoenix Empire. The empire lay an impressive 400,000 miles away, but the portal would let them traverse the vast distance effortlessly. This time, Angus created the portal using his advanced mastery of space law. His comprehension had grown significantly, thanks to synthesizing the 10 law crystals with his mind. This feat had elevated his understanding of space law to an impressive 10%. Now, Angus could manipulate spatial fabrics across hundreds of thousands of miles, with the precise locations of countless places firmly engraved in his mind within this vast radius. It was an astonishing amount of progress. Should he reach 100% comprehension, he would be considered an elite even in the primal realm upon his return. By then, his physical strength would undoubtedly surpass that of many powerful figures in that higher plane. Whoosh! We're coming, mother. Following behind Angus, Bella's mind was filled with childhood memories with her mother. Swoosh! Angus and Bella stepped out of the dark portal, their sudden arrival in the bustling marketplace leaving everyone around stunned. The ordinary folks stood frozen, their gazes locked onto the pair, radiating an aura of power and elegance. The man was strikingly handsome, exuding a calm yet overwhelming presence. The woman beside him, with her fiery crimson hair streaked with hints of royal purple, immediately drew gasps of awe. Her appearance unmistakably resembled someone from the Phoenix Empire, and the purity of her high Phoenix bloodline was palpable even to ordinary citizens. Some onlookers became cautious, their instincts urging them to tread carefully. Others were outright surprised, wondering why someone of her regal stature would visit the lower district. A subtle yet undeniable sense of reverence spread through the crowd as many felt compelled to bow instinctively before her presence. Bella, noticing the attention, smiled mischievously. She coiled her arm around Angus's left arm, pressing close to his side like a magnet. Her posture was graceful yet possessive, as if silently announcing to everyone present that this man was hers. Shall we take a stroll before announcing our arrival, hubby? Bella asked sweetly, her voice carrying a playful tone that matched her confident demeanor. As you wish, but we need to be quick, Angus replied, his tone calm as he strolled alongside Bella. Oh, come on, hubby. You should relax a little. Let's take a proper tour of this city, Bella teased, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she observed the humans around them. Some appeared entirely ordinary, while others carried faint traces of Phoenix bloodline power within them, intriguing Bella even further. All right, Angus conceded with a slight smile. But I don't know the way. Perhaps you should guide me along then. Bella glanced around, realizing she was as unfamiliar with the streets as he was. She frowned slightly, puzzled about where to begin. Just then, two children approached them, their expressions filled with curiosity and excitement. Lord, lady, please wait. The older girl called out, her voice bright and eager. Angus and Bella paused, turning their attention to the child Renu, a girl who looked about 8 or 9 and a boy slightly older. The girl stepped forward confidently, speaking with a hint of pride. "Lord, would you like a tour around the city? We can help. We know every nook and cranny of this place." Before Angus could reply, the boy interjected, his tone charming and mature for his age. "Oh yes, lady, perhaps you'd like to visit a nice romantic inn to spend some quality time with the Lord?" He flashed a radiant smile, clearly trying to impress. Bella chuckled softly, finding their boldness endearing. "What do you think, hubby? Should we trust these 2 little guides?" Angus looked at the children with mild amusement. "Why not? Lead the way, little ones. Let's see if your knowledge of the city is as impressive as you claim." The boy and girl beamed with excitement, ready to showcase their expertise. "Yes, my lord." "Right this way," they said in unison, leading the pair through the lively streets. Angus and Bella walked gracefully, their presence exuding the aura of a noble couple. They followed the 2 young guides, who eagerly led them through the bustling streets and into an incredibly fancy inn. The establishment boasted an array of striking delicacies and an unmistakably romantic ambience. "Welcome, my lord." "Welcome." The innkeeper and waiters greeted enthusiastically, their voices filled with reverence and excitement. Under the persistent efforts of the waitstaff, Angus and Bella were quickly seated at an elegantly decorated table in the center of the room. Outside, their little guides stood professionally by the entrance, their hands clasped behind their backs. However, their eyes occasionally wandered inside, fixating on the platters of delicious food being carried past the doorway. Their stomachs growled faintly, and they gulped, trying to suppress their hunger. Bella noticed this, her sharp eyes catching the way they fidgeted. She leaned closer to Angus with a soft smile. "What do you think their relationship is?" Bella asked playfully. Angus glanced at the children outside, then replied calmly, "Don't get any weird ideas. They're blood siblings." Bella's smile froze mid-thought, as she had initially assumed they were a young couple. "Ahem." She coughed awkwardly, covering her embarrassment. Just then, the innkeeper, an older man with a kind demeanor, approached their table. "Lady, lord, what would you like to eat?" he inquired respectfully. Bella, eager for a distraction, quickly answered, "Give us wyvern meat. It's really tasty." Her eyes sparkled, and she licked her lips in anticipation. The innkeeper smiled graciously at her enthusiasm. "Certainly, lady. 2 plates of wyvern meat for both of you." "Anything else? Perhaps some wine or sweets?" Bella glanced briefly at the children, then turned back to the innkeeper. "No wine. Just bring us 4 no, make it 8 plates of meat and some sweets," she said swiftly, her tone firm yet cheerful. The innkeeper's brows raised slightly in surprise at the large order, but he quickly composed himself and nodded. "Of course, lady." "Anything you wish." "And for you, my lord?" he asked, turning toward Angus. Angus shook his head. "Nothing else. Just bring her what she asked for." The innkeeper bowed politely. "As you command, lord. I'll have it ready shortly." With that, he departed to fulfill their order. Understanding Bella's reasoning for ordering so much food, Angus smiled warmly. "They seem to be giving you more respect than me. Is it because they can sense your Phoenix bloodline somehow?" Angus asked, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Bella nodded confidently. "Yes, it could be. I can sense theirs too, though their bloodline purity is really low." Angus stroked his chin thoughtfully. "It seems your mother's clan must be quite influential here in the imperial capital city then." Bella tilted her head slightly, considering his words. The Eternal Phoenix clan should be a few districts away, in the center of the city. "But I don't know the exact location." "Do you have any idea, Bella?" Bella shook her head. "No, but don't worry. I'm sure our little guides know the way," she added with a confident smile. Soon, the tantalizing aroma of the freshly cooked wyvern meat filled the air, making Bella's eyes glisten with excitement as she prepared to dive into the feast. The table was brimming with delicacies, but Bella glanced toward the 2 guides standing outside, their hungry gazes subtly betraying their discomfort. "Now, do you want to call them in?" Angus asked, watching Bella with a knowing smile. Bella paused, her fork halfway to her plate, and then responded thoughtfully, You always know me best. But we can't call them in, they'd feel uncomfortable and scared to eat with us. I know it. Just send 4 plates outside for Thema Broken Bar with your ability. Angus chuckled softly, admiring her considerate nature. Okay, you're so thoughtful, he said, snapping his fingers. A small portal materialized before the young guides, startling them. What's this, brother? The little girl asked nervously, clutching her brother's arm. I don't know, her brother replied, his voice trembling as he instinctively stepped in front of her protectively. They both stared at the swirling portal, their wide eyes betraying fear and awe. They had never encountered anything like it before, and their unease was palpable. Then, under their watchful, wary gazes, 4 plates of delicious, steaming meat were carefully passed through by a strong, steady hand. The boy and girl gasped in recognition, realizing the hand belonged to the lord they had guided to the inn. Just take it. A voice followed from within the portal, firm, commanding, yet unmistakably kind. The siblings hesitated for only a moment before the boy gathered his courage, bowing deeply toward the portal. Thank you, my lord. He stammered, his voice filled with gratitude. The girl mirrored his bow, clutching the edges of her ragged dress. Thank you so much, Lord and Lady, she said, her small voice trembling with emotion. They didn't receive a reply, and the portal vanished instantly. The siblings began to eat happily, sitting just outside the entrance. Their faces lit up with joy as they savored the delicious meal, the boy making sure his little sister had her fill. Inside the inn, Bella glanced out the window with a satisfied smile while she delicately ate her own meal. I wonder when I'll have my own child, Bella mused aloud, her voice carrying a soft, wistful tone. She rested her chin on her hand, her gaze distant and filled with yearning. I want to be a mother too. Angus froze mid-bite, feeling her eyes on him. He avoided her questioning gaze, the awkwardness unmistakable on his face. After about 20 minutes, Angus paid the bill with gold coins. Fortunately, gold was still accepted as a secondary form of currency alongside the Empire's official bills. Bella gracefully rose from her seat, looping her arm through Angus's as they exited the inn. The siblings stood nearby, bowing deeply as they noticed their employers approaching. Thank you so much, Lord and Lady, the boy said earnestly, his little sister echoing him with a bright smile. It's nothing, Angus shrugged casually. Bella leaned down slightly, handing the siblings some sweets. Children, do you know the way to the Eternal Phoenix clan? She asked gently. The siblings accepted the sweets gratefully, but their expressions immediately shifted to shock and apprehension at the mention of the clan. Noticing their reaction, Bella frowned. What's wrong? The boy hesitated before replying, trying to calm his racing heart. Lady, don't you know that's the royal clan of the Phoenix Empire? How could insignificant beings like us dare to go near them? Bella blinked in mild surprise. Oh, we didn't know about this, hubby, she said, glancing at Angus. Angus smirked, clearly amused. So, your mother is now part of an imperial clan. This is getting more interesting, he commented. The boy and his sister froze, their faces pale with realization. Lady, you're from the imperial family? The two knelt down instantly, their heads lowered in fear. We're so sorry we couldn't recognize you. Please forgive us. Bella jumped slightly at their sudden reaction. Come on, you two. I'm not, she sighed, a little exasperated, before softening her tone. Though, I am indeed a royalty, just from a different rule, she added with a smile. The siblings stood up slowly, their faces still confused and hesitant. Never mind her, Angus said gently, his tone reassuring. Just lead us the way. No need to be afraid as long as we're here, little ones. He could have scoured the entire Phoenix capital by flying, but doing so would likely alarm the city and draw unnecessary attention, which he wanted to avoid. The siblings exchanged nervous glances, their hesitation apparent. Bella, noticing their reluctance, smiled mischievously and revealed a large pouch from her space ring. Opening it, she let the shimmering gold coins spill out just enough for them to catch a glimpse of the fortune inside. Tell me, you want money, right? I'll give you all this gold if you take us along. The siblings gasped, their eyes widening in awe at the sight. So much gold. The sunlight reflected off the mound of coins, casting a golden glow that dazzled the young guides. There had to be at least 1,000 gold coins, or far more than they had ever seen in their lives. The boy and girl, having grown up in poverty, knew exactly what such wealth could mean. It wasn't just money, it was freedom, safety, and a chance for a better future. Their hesitation melted away as temptation took over. Deal. With eager smiles, they nodded in unison. From there, their direction changed directly toward the royal district at the heart of the city. The royal district was, of course, heavily restricted. Commoners could not enter as they pleased. After crossing through the bustling commoner district under the curious gaze of passers-by, they arrived at the grand gates leading to the royal district. The towering gates were heavily guarded, with soldiers dressed in ornate armor. Their presence alone was enough to make the siblings visibly tense. However, the moment the guards sensed Bella's pure phoenix bloodline, their demeanor completely changed. Their stiff expressions turned into ones of reverence and fear. Without hesitation, they bowed deeply and stepped aside, clearing the way. "Please, enter, my lady. Forgive us for our rudeness," one of the guards said, his voice trembling slightly, as if afraid of offending her. "See, I told you not to fear." Bella chuckled softly as they continued walking through the pristine royal district. Evan and Stella blinked nervously, their apprehension fading slightly but replaced by a growing self-consciousness as they glanced down at their simple, worn clothing. Despite this, they dutifully led the way through the lavish surroundings. The walkway beneath their feet was perfectly smooth, paved with polished like asphalt, flanked by vibrant gardens and opulent, intricately designed mansions that exuded noble prestige. Angus silently observed the children, noticing their discomfort but choosing not to comment, allowing them the dignity to carry on. What truly caught his attention, however, were the numerous women they passed by on their journey. All the women carried an ethereal elegance, all with fiery hair that ranged from blazing crimson to soft auburn, paired with strikingly fair complexions. Their features were refined, and their demeanor was proud, embodying the traits of those with phoenix bloodlines. Yet it wasn't just their beauty that stood out. Many of them exuded an undeniable aura of power, with vibrant characteristics that hinted at their connection to the mythical phoenix. Some bore subtle signs of feathers that shimmered like precious gems, faint fiery wings that flickered behind their forms, or gracefully arched, long eyebrows that resembled a phoenix's crest. But of course, they still couldn't stand a chance against Bella in beauty and grace. "Why are your eyes only on the women, hubby?" Bella asked with jealousy. Angus immediately shook his head. "Who, me? Of course not. I was also observing those men with dragon bloodlines. It's fascinating to see that the legends are true. Dragon and phoenix bloodlines intertwine, just like the tale of the dragon god and the phoenix goddess." Bella's expression softened at the mention of the tale. "Oh yes, my mother told me their story too. Their love, their sacrifice for one another. Oh, it's so beautiful. I'd do the same for you, hubby." Without hesitation. "Would you ever make such a sacrifice for me?" She looked up at him, her purplish amber eyes filled with raw emotion and vulnerability. Angus met her gaze and responded firmly, "Of course, Bella. But I promise you, that time will never come. I'll make sure of it." Their heartfelt exchange caused Evan and Stella to exchange awkward glances. They subtly distanced themselves, acting as though they hadn't heard a word. As they continued walking, Bella unfurled her magnificent phoenix wings, a shimmering display of fiery feathers glowing with a brilliance that captivated everyone nearby. The sight was so mesmerizing and regal that people instinctively moved aside, bowing their heads as if in reverence. Angus glanced at her wings, a small smile tugging at his lips. "Beautiful." "Hee, I thought this would help us avoid some unnecessary problems." She laughed. "Hubby, look." Bella suddenly paused, her attention drawn to the lively scene on one side of the regal city. Angus followed her gaze and saw a street performance. A man and a woman were dancing gracefully in vibrant, flowing clothes. "Yes, I can see that," Angus said with a slight frown. "But why do you want to go there now?" Ignoring his reluctance, Bella eagerly made her way toward the crowd. Angus, unable to resist her enthusiasm, followed helplessly, like a devoted husband. Evan and Stella, finding no other choice, trailed after them. The crowd, dressed in elaborate attire, had formed a large circle around the dancers. When Bella and Angus arrived, people instinctively made way, sensing an overwhelming presence that made them feel as if predators had entered their midst. Even the arrogant noble brats in the crowd remained silent, subdued by the aura of the newcomers. The dancers in the center of the circle moved with elegance and poise, their colorful clothes swirling in perfect harmony with the rhythm of the music. It was a breathtaking performance. Evan leaned closer to Bella and whispered, "That's the famous Phoenix Remembrance Dance, my lady and lord. It's performed to honor the legends of the Phoenix Empire." Bella's eyes lit up. "Oh, right. My mother used to perform this dance when I was young too. It's been so long I'd almost forgotten how beautiful it is." Suddenly, Bella turned to Angus with a mischievous smile. "Hubby, would you like to dance with me?" she asked, extending her soft hand in an elegant, inviting gesture. Angus blinked in surprise, clearly startled. "Me?" Bella nodded, her eyes sparkling with excitement. He hesitated, realizing he had never danced before. There wasn't even a skill he could copy from the dancers at that moment. After a moment of thought, he sighed and nodded, already committing the basic steps of the Phoenix Remembrance Dance to memory through observation. "All right," he said with a small, reluctant smile. "But don't blame me if I step on your feet." Bella giggled and took his hand. "I'll guide you, hubby. Just follow my lead." With that, they stepped into the center of the circle, their commanding presence drawing all eyes to them. The two performers who had been dancing suddenly paused, an inexplicable instinct halting their movements. They turned toward the regal couple approaching the stage, their hearts pounding with awe. Without hesitation, the performers bowed low and stepped aside. "Please, my lady, the stage is yours," they said with utmost respect before blending into the crowd of curious onlookers. Bella grinned playfully, placing her left hand on her hip and extending her right hand toward Angus. "Shall we start?" she asked, her tone teasing yet graceful. Angus sighed with mock defeat, his lips curving into a small smile. "I can't say no to you, can I?" Taking her hand gently, he leaned in and kissed it lightly, his gesture a perfect mix of charm and respect. The crowd gasped softly, enchanted by the chemistry between the two. Bella's radiant smile lit up the entire scene, and Angus's calm, commanding demeanor added an air of regal dignity. Eths micro eths pilcro thighs 1/4 eths micro thighs 1/4 eths pilcro thighs 1/4 eths pilcro eths micro. As the music restarted, a quiet murmur spread through the audience, and all eyes remained fixed on the couple about to begin their dance. Eths micro thighs 1/4 eths pilcro eths micro thighs 1/4 eths pilcro eths micro thighs 1/4 eths pilcro thighs 1/4 eths micro eths pilcro thighs 1/4 eths micro thighs 1/4. The soft melody of flutes and string instruments resumed, blending into a harmonious rhythm that filled the air with a sense of tranquility and anticipation. "Engu,